more race on their enduro season. I think they've got 6 events total. The next one will be at Buttonwillow the middle of October, and the enduro season will come to a close for NASA.
What you're seeing on track right now is the qualifying session to get these cars lined up, and we'll give you all the qualifying results coming up in just a little bit. And Set the Grid will be back on for the start of this 6.5-hour race coming up around 10:30 a.m. Dick, a couple different strategies. We'll talk about all the different classes of cars involved here, but also you can approach this race in several different ways. Multiple drivers, the driver changes are kind of at will, so a lot of different ways to approach the race today from a driver standpoint.
Well, generally, if you're going to do a driver change, you do it while you refuel the car, and you're allowed to dump 2 5-gallon cans of fuel in a car during a pit stop. Although you can drive it alone if you want to Iron Man it, so to speak, and drive it solo, you do not need a co-driver to run the event.
Got a great in-car camera shot for you here off of turn number 6. That's the Ray Hall straight they're going up. And if anybody knows just one thing about Laguna Seca, they know this next part of the racetrack coming up right here.
Yeah, just as you crest the hill, it levels out for a minute like a tabletop, and then you take the dive down into the corkscrew, keep your foot on the throttle, and drop 100 feet by the time you get down to turn 9.
While qualifying can give us some ideas on who are the quick cars in the session, of all the qualifying sessions in all of motorsports, qualifying for endurance racing is probably the least important.
Well, that's true, because if you've got a bad starting position, there's plenty of time to make up for that. You can make it up strictly on driving ability. You can make it up during a pit stop. And, you know, we'll have Carla and Will down in the pits, and they'll be talking to the drivers and see what different strategies they're employing. Some of them may opt for 2 pit stops, I think, is possible, depending on the car and the class and what the fuel consumption rate is. But I would think that most of them are going to go for 3 pit stops. Of course, if we get wet weather, that could change everything, like it did yesterday for some of our drivers that got caught out in the rain. Some of them planned for rain, and it didn't rain. So, you know, it's a tough choice to make. You're kind of guessing, like the weatherman does most of the time.
We've seen blue skies this morning. We saw some fog roll in, roll back out, so it will be part of what we're dealing with through the 6.5 hours today. Let me introduce you to the entire broadcast team. I'm Edwin Pardue, alongside the legendary Dick Sisich. And Dick, you've been here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca for almost the whole history of this facility.
Since 1962, about 5 years after the track opened. It did open in 1957, and I was a spectator at that time. So I was here, but on the other side of the fence.
So we'll get into some of the great things that Dick has seen over that course of what's just a legendary career, not only here, but also north of here at Sonoma Raceway as well. Now we've got 2 other parts of our broadcast team here this weekend. Dallas, Texas's very own Will Falls. Will be down there talking with drivers throughout this 6.5-hour event once we go green. Again, that green flag should fall at about 10:30. Yes, right now we are in qualifying. And then out of Long Beach, California, Carla Pestotnik will be down there talking with drivers as well. But Carla also is going to give us some insight. She's a former champion in this endurance series, so she'll have a lot of insight on what it's like in this team racing and some of the insight in endurance racing.
Yeah, since she has participated, she's got the experience. She knows what to expect, and she knows what the drivers will be facing over the course of this 6.5-hour enduro. And again, this is the longest race in their endurance series of the year. It's the Western Endurance Racing Championship Seaside Cup.
I joked with Carl. I said, all right, tell me now, you brought your race bag with you, right? You've got your helmet, you got your suit,
yeah,
just in case.
Just in case, right.
Since 2008, Hawk Performance has supported NASA members and the best braking products in the industry. Combined with a lucrative contingency program for HPDE, TT, and racers alike, Hawk Performance is dedicated to making sure drivers feel confident no matter what the road or track conditions bring. To see how Hawk supports NASA members, visit DRIVENASA.com. This live broadcast is brought to you in part by Hawk Performance, supporting NASA members since 2008 with the best braking products in the industry.
As the official motorsports supplier of NASA, Competition Motorsport has the largest inventory of auto racing safety equipment and accessories in the nation. With an exclusive discount only available to NASA members, Competition Motorsport can get you what you need when you need it. No excuses. Visit DRIVENASA.com for more information and make sure to check out the Discovery Parts trailer in the paddock.
So we see the checker flag come out. No, it did not. I thought they were checkering this flag session, but they have not. Here we go. They're resetting timing and scoring. So as they come across here, they're just resetting our time and score. We'll let you know. I did see so far, I believe the fastest lap in session right now has been a 1:26, which is getting it done. Now, Dick, we mentioned some fog this morning. We had a substantial amount of rain in the area overnight, but I've heard you mention before in other broadcasts that because of all the elevation change and all, this track tends to drain well and therefore dry pretty quickly.
It does drain well and dries quickly, but there are always some spots where water will pool. There's one up just between 5 and 6 where water settles a little bit, but generally it drains and dries quickly. The fog is usually the biggest nemesis here. Sometimes the fog settles in because we are in a bowl here at Laguna Seca, and it'll just settle in there and sometimes sit for a couple hours, and we can't race if you can't see from one turn to the next. The workers have to be able to have visibility from one turn to the next corner. Otherwise, they will not let the cars out on track.
And am I correct? The word Laguna Seca, that actually means dry lake.
Exactly.
One thing about endurance racing, also multiple classes. We'll talk about that in a little bit, but that also gives us just a wide array of cars. Honda Civic Type R. We've got a BMW M3, Audi, Mazda, Porsche. We've got some of the prototype cars, Honda Civic, Infiniti, and you will see some of the open prototypes. The NP01 cars will be here. So when you see it on track visually, it is a huge mix of all sorts of cars. It makes it fun. And also, big thing, you're going to see cars with incredibly different lap times and those closing speeds as the top cars are reaching some of the slower cars. In fact, there you see one of the NP01 prototypes right there in your shot. That closing ratio happens real quick. And you see right here off 11, you'll see that prototype quickly take that lane and get by. So you're going to be dealing not only with the race in your own class, but also how you're dealing with cars in the other classes.
Yeah, you just went by a Spec Miata to show you what is different out there. Spec Miatas, BMWs, a little bit of everything in the mix. I think we expect about 40 cars in this 6.5-hour endurance race. Qualifying continues now. This is a qualifying session, trying to set the grid for the race. And then we've got another practice coming up, a 20-minute practice session. Then, of course, they will set the grid at 10:20, and they'll flag off the endurance race at 10:30. 6.5 hours, run from 10:30 until 5 p.m. this afternoon. WERC Western Endurance Racing Championship.
Right now, blue skies, a couple puffy clouds above us. We've got this racetrack absolutely covered with cameras for you today. There you see that prototype up the Ray Hall straight. So we're going to have cameras around the track. We're going to have some drone coverage. You've already seen a shot of some of our in-car. And later today, Dick, we're going to be actually hooked up radio with one of the teams. We can actually talk to the driver, get some insight while they're on track. I'm looking forward to that part.
So we've got all the latest, as you said, 7 stationary cameras, some in-car cameras, in-car radio, and 2 roving pit reporters that'll keep us abreast of all the action that's taking place in the pits and on the track.
Beautiful shot there. That's the final corner, turn number 11. One of the tightest corners on the track before you come onto this long front straightaway, which is kind of straight, but it's not very flat.
It's a very important corner because you need to get a good exit speed out of turn 11, that final corner, because that puts you on the longest straightaway here at WeatherTech Raceway, which is critical to give you top speed before you get up into turn 1. You accelerate up the hill, it's a straight line, go under the start-finish bridge. Turn 1 is a little kink to the left, then you go into the Andretti hairpin. it can be 4 and 5 cars wide on the opening lap of a race. Then it starts to funnel down. You can go through the Andretti hairpin 2 cars wide, but that's about it, because by the time you get down to turn 3, exiting that double apex Andretti hairpin, it's a single line through there.
And it's tough. If you get caught out in the wrong line, it's going to cost you for several more corners before you get back in line.
Well, it could cost you several spots in case you go off course, because you'll see cars occasionally go off course on the outside of turn 3. If they're on the wrong line going into that corner, a driver's left going in, and they just get pushed off and they'll get stuck in the gravel and will not be able to drive out.
Endurance racing here today. If you've joined us in the past for some traditional NASA racing, you'll hear classes of the Super Touring, the Unlimiteds, ST1, ST2, 3. Those same classes kind of carry over here. They give them different designations. So what would be an ST1 car in endurance is listed as the ES class, same with ST2. The ST3 cars are the EO class, ST4 E1, ST5 E2, ST6 E3. We talked about the NP01, the prototypes there. They'll be referred to as ENP, which will be the Endurance NASA prototype. So the cars are still classed together, similar to a regular length race, but they get that E for endurance. So you'll still be racing in the same class as you have if maybe you were here in previous championships or at your club, local region of NASA. It just puts the E in front for endurance, and we'll share with you those classes as well.
Right now, it looks like the ESR classes are, that is the quickest class. The number 29 PMG awareness car, quick time of a 1:33.729, followed by another ES car. The Fast Toys Club ESR number 62X, they're at a 1:35.050. And then third overall, third in ESR, the Valkyrie Motorsport entry, car 01 at a 1:37.399.
Yeah, I mentioned that 126 I saw earlier. That was actually in their first practice session this morning. So somebody still has a 126 out there somewhere if they could put it together for qualifying. And this qualifying session is going to run, scheduled to run till, well, they had it till 9:40 local time, but we're a little past that. So we'll get an update for you on qualifying. And it may also, you know what, actually they've run right into their practice session. So what they did is basically open traffic from 9 until 10. 9 to 9:15, think of it as practice and warm-up. They don't then clear the track, they just roll at 9:15.
Yeah, they just segued straight in, and if the car stayed out from qualifying, it became practice. Maybe that's why you're seeing the times a little slower than the 126 that you had mentioned earlier.
Yeah, going from that qualifying setup into kind of more practice mode. So I'm going to go back and see if we can pull up what that qualifying looked like just a little while ago. And we did. So here's what the qualifying like. That's where that 126. See, it's so good for me to have Dick in the booth with me, keep me straight. So it was the 28 Intermediate Racing Team, ESR, and that lap was 126.283. Now remember, these would be comparable to the Super Unlimited cars. So you've got the 28 car and then the O2X of Fast Toys Club at 132.258, and then 29 PMG Awareness at a 132.858. And your top 3 fastest cars, as would we expect, are the 3 ESR cars.
You know, endurance racing has changed. I think endurance is a misnomer for these now, because endurance racing had become sprint races as they go full out for the entire distance. 6.5 hours, they're not going to hold back.
Yeah, it used to be I'm going to sit and race as we get to the end.
Wait till the end and save the car. Not anymore.
No, you'll be laps and laps behind. In the EO class, it's the 987 Speed SF Racing Team. They were the quickest in EO. E1, that's the 37. The Edge Motorworks team, a 138.063. Let's go to E2. We've seen this team have success in the past here at Laguna Seca, and that's the number 24 Palomar Racing Team. They were fastest in E2 with a 139.5. Then divided up into our E3S class, Black Swan Search Team, car number 62. They were fastest there, a 1:49.532. Angels Bio Racing, that's the E&P, the prototype class, fastest with a 1:39.4. And ES, the number 73 car, that is the WERC Audi program, lap of 1:34.163. And then ESR, the Intermedia Racing team, as we mentioned, fastest overall here in qualifying, a 1:26.283. We're into the final practice session now, Dick, to kind of put the final tune on the cars for the race.
Yeah, and as they said, it's not an endurance race. It will be a sprint race, 6.5 hours. I guess one way of putting it, they get out there when they get the green flag and it's full tilt bozo.
So for some of the drivers, if they've not been here before, or we're getting ready for the race, tell me what part of this racetrack is going to reach up and bite them. If you don't have the experience here, what do you got to watch for?
Well, 6 is kind of a deceptive turn. The corkscrew they get used to. Once they go through it, they get comfortable with it. The other spot that can fool you is turn 9, coming down the hill at the bottom of the corkscrew, because it's a reverse camber left-hander. And if you carry too much speed going into that corner, you're going to go off driver's right. If you do go off and try to correct, it tends to shoot you back across the track, right in front of traffic as you're coming down the hill. So that's not a good spot, and it's also a spot you'll see cars lose it.
Watching this car right now on track, and he's coming up to a corner. You've mentioned to me before when we've talked, this turn number 5 that he's coming into right here. You see one car has blown the corner there at turn 5, one of the Audi cars, but turn 5, when you get it right, is so important.
It's critical because it launches you up the hill, and you need as much speed to climb that hill because it is a steep climb. If you do go off there like that Audi has, you're probably not going to be able to drive it out. You're going to end up being winched out. The tow truck's not even going to go out there because it'll get buried too. So they'll go to the edge of the pavement, run a long cable out, and winch that car back out onto the pavement. It serves a purpose of slowing the car down, because if not, that's a high-speed corner, and you could do some serious damage to the car when you go off there. There's a concrete wall, but there's rubber tires in front of it. Usually, though, the gravel will do enough speed scrubbing to get you safe, and you won't impact the tires, although that's not always the case. But when you're in there, it's a parking lot.
You're just going to stay there. Off turn number 11, that's in the EO class. Number 2, the Occupy Pit Lane team going by. One of our open cockpit prototype cars going to come by as well, and I'm seeing the black flag.
Black flag all.
Going to go get that Audi.
Yeah, black flag means everybody has to come in off the racing surface. This allows the emergency vehicles to get out there and do the work they need to do, and any cleanup that may be required as a result of that off course. There may be more than one car in trouble that we're not aware of. We know about the one over in turn 5. I believe you said it was an Audi. There could be someone else that's in distress as well somewhere else on the track.
And we'll see if that is the end of the practice session. It may be, with just about 7 minutes to go. By the time they go out, pick that car up and get them back in, could be the end of that session. Here is that turn number 6, and we see, if you look there to the left, you just saw there's a whole bunch of black marks. He's just past it now, but goes across the track, and you'll see some impact to the left area. There is that Palomar Racing Endurance team. And first one on the scene is a Blackbird down there to help the Audi, but I don't believe he'll be much help.
Well, he's in a supervisory capacity.
Perfect. Yeah, he's going to see. He's directing the trucks right in, and he's showing them, yeah, right here's the line. Super job. Thank you. Thank you, Bird.
And you notice that those trucks are not going in the gravel. They can winch that car out, and they can get the car off the course there to the right just by the entrance of 5. They don't have to take it all the way around the track. You know, I'm looking at some of the frequently asked questions about endurance racing with NASA, and one was, how long are NASA's endurance races typically? And they vary. Endurances could be 2.5 hours, 3, 4, and 25 hours long. Most common duration is 3 hours. This one is 6.5, the longest one on their schedule for 2022.
And they also run a annual race, not part of this championship, this Seaside Cup Series, but also at the end of the year up at Thunderhill Raceway, they'll do a 25-hour endurance race, and that'll usually wrap up the season. That's usually, I believe, first or second week of December. And again, endurance race under the NASA umbrella, but not part of this particular Seaside Cup championship series.
You know, I noticed that a lot of sanctioning bodies always have an enduro at the end of the year because they don't have to save the cars for the next race. It's the season ender. What happens at the enduro, if you blow up your car or wreck it or whatever, you've got the whole winter to build up a new car or repair it and get it ready for the season for the following year.
We've got a great shot as they're working on the Audi, but we're also looking at the pit lane. And what's nice when the endurance race is set up is this is when you set up your pit area, you bring out the war wagon, you're going to do your driver changes and all on pit road. So we will see some of the hot pit stops that you typically don't see in the shorter, 30, 45-minute sprint races. Here we'll see, and there's a shot of it right now. So you see all the teams set up on pit lane, the drivers all coming in, getting the car looked at. And one thing I know, something else unique, this part of pit lane we're looking at now, nice and flat, but if you're at the end of pit lane, all the way near pit out, those last 3 or 4 spots are uphill.
They certainly are. There's a considerable grade. In fact, it gets steeper as you head towards that start-finish bridge from, about 3/4 of the way up. It continues to climb until you get to the bridge and climbs after that as well. So you have to put a wheel block under the car or something, or put a brake on it to make sure it doesn't roll back.
Because a lot of places you want that. You want to be the one that's the first one, or last, whichever way you're coming in, at the pit out section. You want to be there so it's easier for you to get out of your pit lane. Here, that may not be as big an advantage because of that uphill piece.
Well, it's still good to be the first car out and first car in line.
Get you less time dealing with lap traffic. So the practice session is, I believe, going to be complete here. And red flag is out while they're still working in turn at number 5. No damage to the Audi, just going to have a whole lot of gravel to clean up, and that's what the crews are waiting for. And you mentioned, Joe, just about got him out there. You mentioned, you could do these races with just a single driver. Can you imagine pounding out 6.5 hours by yourself here at this raceway?
Well, it depends on it. It'd be tough. It's an Ironman deal, but it depends on how fit you are and how hard you're driving the car. Are you driving the car at 8/10, 9/10, 7/10? How much effort are you putting in? Obviously, the harder you try, the more strain it is on you as you're in that car.
Well, we have some time. We're getting ready for the start. WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna, Seca. And Dick, you see such a variety of motorsports here throughout in a season and throughout the decades. What are some of the events and the series that most, if you're writing your memoirs, what are some of the series and races that really jump out for you over the years?
Well, to me, the best was the Can-Am series in its heyday. That was just absolutely phenomenal. The cars are what made that series, and probably my second favorite would be the Trans Am, the original Trans Am series from the late 60s into the early 70s, when you had all the factories involved. You had Ford with the Mustang. They had a couple of teams. They even had Bud Moore build some Cougars for that series. General Motors, of course, had the Chevrolet Camaros, and Penske was dominant with that group for a while. Then American Motors came in with the Javelin with Penske, and you also had Chrysler in here with Plymouth Barracudas, and Sam Posey was driving a Dodge Challenger. Everybody, every factory was involved in that Trans Am series, and it was, the old adage was, win on Sunday, sell on Monday.
You go back and look, those years, those late 60s, early 70s, and as you were going through the make of each of those cars, I'm picturing, because some of those are so iconic. I think of the dark blue Sunoco.
Those were the Barracudas.
Yeah.
Oh, no, the dark blue
Yep.
Sunoco of Penske, the Camaro.
Super times, and thank you for sharing that with us. We're going to take a little break here. We're getting ready to go racing for 6.5 hours. This is the Western Endurance Racing Championship. NASA Racing coming to you live from WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all.
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Haggerty. Let's drive together.
Standard brakes are good for standard jobs. When you want absolute confidence in demanding braking applications, insist on Hawk Performance products. Proudly made in the USA, Hawk Performance far exceeds expectations, delivering clean, precise stopping power up to 40% more than original equipment brakes. So you may be asking, do I really need Hawk Performance brakes? Well, if you're into street performance and bolting on massive horsepower, the extra stopping power is a must. If you drive a truck and pull or carry heavy loads, Hawk will give you the power to safely bring your rig to a stop without breaking a sweat. And if you off-road or crawl in a Jeep, you'll get the toughness and holding power you need on extreme terrain. Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
The more power you have, the more grip you have, the more you push the limits, the more stopping power you need. Get race-proven technology. Hawk Performance.
David Cook, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. So the NASA Teen Mazda Challenge program is a pride point for us, something that we invest in, both resources, kind of tangible and intangible. We see a lot of young talent come the NASA way, and specifically have been excited by what TMC has to offer.
Teen Mazda Challenge is a NASA program for drivers ranging from ages 13 to 20 to develop their on-the-track and off-the-track skills.
It is a lot different. You know, the cars are going a lot faster speed-wise, so it's a lot getting used to that, and also the weight. Cars weigh a lot more than the go-karts, so you got to use the weight transfer going from corner to corner.
I'm really finding the support for the young drivers. Every single race they have a coach there, and they're always willing to help the young drivers, and they're doing whatever they can to help us, which just makes it a great program to get up from a kart into a car.
To be a successful race car driver takes more than just being fast on track, but it takes the whole package. Trying to be a great brand representative, so we work with the drivers on what that can look like, about networking, about building relationship skills, communication skills, and a lot more.
So building the community off track is huge. You get involved with people and then they get to know you, and it can only benefit you. And then from that, you get into talking with partners and people who can help you financially or with materials and products to help make racing more affordable for you.
Some advice that I would give to future Team Mazda Challenge drivers is always trust yourself. Anything can happen in racing, just be positive. Try to always have a great mental attitude, because in the end, when you think positive, things can happen. The sky's the limit.
I'm Carter Hunt from Raleigh, North Carolina. I race in NASA Mid-Atlantic, car number 58, Spec E30. The early years of Hyperfest were basically just a few bands and some stages, and that was kind of it. Chris has done a great job growing this event. It's kind of fun to race in front of a crowd. You know, we just don't get to do that very often. Kind of cool seeing people, you know, staring, watching us.
I'm
Taylor Johnson. I race with NASA Mid-Atlantic.
Go check and see.
Racing at Hyperfest is a big, big difference, mainly for the spectators. It's cool because you're having fun with your friends, but you're also sharing it with a bunch of new people.
And welcome to NASA's Western Endurance Racing Championship coverage of endurance racing. The Seaside Cup, 6.5 hours here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna, Seca. I'm Edwin Pardue alongside Dick Sisich here in the tower. And then we've got Will Falls and Carla Pestotnik, who will be covering all the action down in the grid area while we get ready for this 6.5-hour event. We'll go green flag racing here in about 20 minutes. We're going to check in with Will Falls in just a moment. He's down there. You see the tents set up. The cars are ready, and they're ready to do battle here. So, as we mentioned, Will Falls will be covering the pit area for us, and so will Carla Pestotnek. Let's go down there to the pit area. Carla, take it away.
I made my way over here to the Honda pits here. Sir, what's your name?
My name is Colin Murrock.
And your team name?
We are Team Honda Research West.
All right, and when are you planning on driving today?
I'm going in car number 23, and I'm second. So not starting, not finishing. It's my favorite.
Okay, like the strategy there. So you guys, I see that you brought 2 cars out. Can you tell me a little bit about the cars you guys brought out here?
These are 2 sort of brand new Honda Civic SIs. We built them last year for the Thunderhill 25-hour. We'll be doing that in a few months again. But yeah, they're built for NASA endurance. 2 1.5-liter turbo cars. Built for endurance. Since we are associated with Honda, we're all Honda associates. Most of us based out of Torrance. We got the white bodies from the factory. Got a lot of support from our guys at the factory. We built the 2 cars down in Torrance for the 25, like I said. And yeah, they're fairly new. They've been doing some laps around the country, but now they're back in California. So this is our little warm-up for the big event, the 25, later this year.
Nice. So you guys planning to see, are your fuel strategies all lined up? Are you guys seeing how long you can run on one tank, or you guys had that sorted out already?
We're doing a little bit of testing today, yeah. Again, we got to prepare for the 25, so that whole lot of strategy is involved for 25 hours, right? So we got to test things and see our fuel economy and things like that today. So.
Right on. And how did the 25-hour race go for you last year?
It was not one of our better ones. Again, these are brand new cars, especially building them during a pandemic when half of us were working from home was very challenging. So yeah, we had some teething issues last year at the 25, but that's all fixed now. We've tested the car since then, so we're hoping for a better finish this year.
All right. Well, I'm hoping for a better finish for you guys as well. Was there a lot of rain during last year's 25-hour race?
Oh, I wouldn't say rain, fog. They called the race for a little bit due to heavy fog. So yeah, that was my first experience with that. So it's hard to get some sleep when they could restart the race at any minute. So it was interesting. But yeah, super cool up there in the fog. It looked awesome. But yeah, difficult to drive in.
And have you guys run all of the WERC Series races so far this year, or is this the first race that you're running in?
This is our first one this year. We kind of do them a la carte. We have in the past run the whole series, and in the future we hope to do that again.
All right. Well, I'll pass it back to the guys in the booth for now. Thank you for taking the time to talk with me. I know that your race is about to start soon.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Back to Dick and Edwin in the booth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carla. Interesting, the driver commented on how beautiful it was when he crested the hill and driving through the fog up there. It's almost an ethereal experience. But we are getting ready to go racing. This is round 5 of 6 in the Western Endurance Racing Championship, the Seaside Cup here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca.
And we had referenced that 25-hour race at the end of the season, not part of this series, but he was talking about, yeah, we're also going to use today as some testing to get ready for that 25-hour and start to understand fuel strategy, fuel mileage, some of those things. So you will see some drivers that is a chance for them to do a little testing, and also for some of the drivers who are just flat out looking for the win. We've got in-car camera. One of the Palomar team cars will carry a camera for us. In fact, there they are sitting in the garage right now. They're in the E2 class, car number 24. Again, we've seen that team have some success here at Laguna Seca in the past. And then we're also in the E2 series, the car number 80, that's the Sampson Racing Communications. Troy Lindstrom and Sean Sampson will be sharing the drive there. We're actually going to have live in-car radio with them, so we'll be talking with them. There's our second in-car camera, pardon me, and we'll get some live shots from there as well. Carla is going through the paddock area. She's going to catch up with a couple more drivers before we go green flag racing under kind of partly cloudy skies here today. A lot of rain last night, but the track surface is in great shape. It's dry. I don't see any little wet spots or puddles or anything. So the racetrack is ready. We see the cars are getting ready, and the other person that is ready is Carla. She's down there in the paddock area. So Carla, let's chat with another one of our racers.
I found a Mazda Miata driver here. He's the main driver of which car are you driving today?
I'm driving the 43 Spec Miata, sponsored by Garage 43, Waifu Racing.
Very nice. So which class are you guys running in today?
In E3S Spec Miata class. I think we're the only Spec Miata on the grid, so it's gonna be a tough battle, against Spec E30s.
That sounds like it definitely will be a tough battle. Do you think you can last the whole race on one set of tires, or are you planning to do a tire change?
Based on the test last year, I think just one set of Toyo RR will last 6 hours if we, sort of like take care of the tires during a race. No lockups, no mishaps. So that's the goal, because we don't have a spare other than the rain tires. Yeah, hopefully we don't have to change it. That's the plan. Yeah.
Do you think it's going to rain today?
Probably no. Probably no. We checked the weather forecast. I think it won't be raining. So yeah, fingers crossed for everyone it doesn't rain, because I don't think many of us set up for the rain. So yeah.
All right. Well, we wish you luck today. I know you're going to have to get ready for the start of your race, but any last shout-outs that you'd like to make?
Yeah, of course. It's for me, I've come a long way this year. Right now, I just want to shout out to my sponsor, Garage 43. That's why I'm here representing Waifu Racing. And also, I would like to thank all the organizations, NASA, Seca, NORCAL, and Nationals putting on this race. This is the only endurance race here in Northern California. And also, I want to shout out to all my families, friends, and they've been supporting me all year long. Really appreciate that. Yeah, let's go have some fun. Yeah.
Sounds like fun to me. Well, good luck today, and hopefully we'll see you after your race sometime.
Yeah, hopefully I will be on the podium. Thanks, guys. Yeah.
All right, thank you. I'll pass it back to Edwin and Dick in the booth for now.
Thank you so much, Carl. They're excited and ready to go. As we said, this is race number 5 of a 6-race series, Dick.
Exactly, and you get points for each individual race, and of course there's results for each individual race, but you're accumulating points for a season championship in this Western Endurance Racing Championship Series.
They'll have one more, as you say. And this, if to have it correct, you said this is the longest race of this particular series.
Yeah, I think there's a 1 or 2 6 hours. This is a 6.5 hour, so it is the longest one that I saw on the schedule. They've got one more scheduled in their series for 2022, and that's at Buttonwillow. I believe it was October 15th. I glanced at it earlier this morning.
I believe that's our Palomar car getting ready to roll. They're in the grid there, and they'll join the cars in just a moment. Good field. I'll go through from our qualifying earlier today in the EO class. It'll be the 987 Speed SF Racing team. And then car number 2, the Occupy Pit Lane car. They're the front row for the EO. Let's go back down to Carla. She's busy today. She's caught up with another driver. So let's throw it down to Carla in the paddock area. Carla, take it away.
I found one of the Specky 30 racers. He was running both days this weekend, and now he's running the endurance race. What's your name, sir?
Michael Melko.
And what happened to your car? I think there was an accident. Was it Saturday?
Yeah, it was Saturday. Turn 2 was a mishap. They crashed in front of me. I parked the car on the apex to don't hit anybody, and then I got hit from the air. And that finished race on Saturday, but yesterday at the Specky 30 race it was rain, as you remember, and I started pretty much last, and I came in P10, so it was a really good race in the end. It was a lot of fun.
All right, well you must have gained a lot of positions, then you made your way through the pack. I think there were, 20 or 30 cars in class?
I thought I think 33 or 34.
Okay, and are you running the same car in the endurance race?
No, today I'm running with Team Black Swan Research, and it's a Specky 32, so it's kind of like the driving is similar, the handling is similar, it's just a different car.
Okay, very nice. And how many cars are in your class today?
We're gonna have we have 4 competitors in total, and right now we qualified P1, so it's a good day.
All right, were you the qualifying driver?
Yes.
Well, congratulations. He is a shoe behind the wheel.
Well, let's see. But I mean, In a 6.5 Enduro, the qualifying doesn't really matter so much. You know, it's number one is you need to finish the 6.5 hours, and then it's more about the consistency and having like a good race overall. Deal with the traffic best, and don't lose too much time when the faster guys come from behind, because they're just going to be flying by us, and then we'll see. A little bit of downside is we have to run the Maxxis tires, and we have no data yet how long they will last, you know. So let's hope they last for 6.5 hours, but there's a chance that we have to do tire changes.
Okay, and for your class, are you allowed to do all 4 at once, or do you have to do 1 tire at a time for the tire changes?
It's the same rules for everybody, so it's like one tire at a time. And looking at the track, the way how it is, and the data what you have over the weekend, if a tire needs to be changed, it probably is going to be the right front tire, because there's a lot of corners that put extremely load on the right front tire.
All right, and when are you planning to drive today?
If it says probably any time between 12 and 1.
All right, between 12 and 1, keep an eye out. There's going to be the shoe in the car. And what's the car number so that people can watch for you?
It's the car number 62.
Car number 62. This is the guy that you want to watch for around 12 or 1 p.m. Good luck today. We wish you all the best, and hopefully you're able to get that top step today.
Well, let's see. We know more in about 7 hours, huh?
All right, we'll be definitely watching you, sir. And I'll pass this back up to Edwin and Dick in the booth. Thank you.
Have a good one.
Postotnik, thank you very much. And
thank you.
Watch for that car, the fastest car in that class, number 62. It'll be out there. Speaking about the cars, let's set the starting grid for you. We've got Intermedia Racing starting, it looks like on the pole position. That's an ESR car. Quick time was a 126.283. Sharing a row will be the 02X Fast Toys Club ESR. Second row, car number 39 on the inside, starting third, PMG Awareness, and car number 73 completes row 2, starting fourth, the WERX 45 Audi.
That Audi is the first of the ES cars, and then in row number 3, it's the first of the E1 cars. It's the 37 Edge Motorworks machine. Next to him, in an ES car, the 21 Chill Motorsports by Strom. And then row number 4, Angels Bio Racing, car number 39, the first of the prototypes. And next to them, the number 61 Evoque Motorsports team. That's row 4.
On the inside of the fifth row, starting ninth, we've got car number 24, the Palomar Racing WERC car. Alongside, starting 10th, car 01 Croisette Racing. And we go to row 6 inside the 11th starter, car number 712. Harifa Lang Racing Development, and starting 12th, completing that 6th row, in car number 987, Speed SF Racing.
The 67 Cat Racing Strom Motorsports team will go from 13th place, and the Moorwood Creative, car number 72X. That's an ES and an E2 car in that row. And then Mayshore Auto Body, the car number 615. They go from the inside of row number 8. Next to that, Cadillac, car number 66, the Land Yacht Racing team.
Row 9 inside is 17th starting position, car number 2, Occupy Pit Lane, the name of the entry. Alongside, in car number 25, another of the Palomar Racing WERC 2 cars. 10th row inside, 19th starter, number 7, Tazio Otis Racing. In 20th starting position, number 46, Maghart Martini Motorsports.
The MF Racing team, car number 27, will go from 21st spot. Next to them, these are both E2 cars, the HQ Autosport Racing number 28 car. Then it's the number 80 machine. That's the in-car guys. We'll be talking to them, the Samson Racing Communications team, and Funduro Racing, car number 46.
25th on the starting grid is car number 62, the Black Swan Search entry, alongside the Fast Toys Club EO, car number 311. 27th on the grid, starting on the inside of the 14th row, car number 221, Kennelly Racing. Completing that row, car number 22, the Honda Research West 1.
Row number 15, car number 12, the Thundercock Racing team in the E3S. Waifu Racing in the 43. Next row, the 03, Lang Racing Development car. And then the 296, the Premat HM Road Racing team goes 32nd, and rounding out the field, we heard from one of these drivers just a moment ago, the number 23 Honda Research West 2. That is the field. I think we've got time for one more quick interview with Carla. So let's send it down to Carla in the Paddock area. So Carla's down there, I believe, with the Palomar team. So we'll see if we can check in with Carla. Carla, go ahead and take it away. They're hanging out down there having some fun.
Now I need to get into the race mode here.
Hear us now? Okay, we're live. I found one of the Specky 46 drivers from yesterday and throughout the weekend, and now he's running the endurance race. What's your name, sir?
I'm Lucas Weisenberg.
And who are you racing for today?
Team Palomar.
Team Palomar, and you guys running an E36 and E2 class, is that correct?
Yeah, we have E36 and E2 and an E36 and E1.
Right on, so 2 cars in the team. And what's your strategy today? Are you in second stint or third stint?
Yeah, so I'll be the second driver in the E2 car. I'll do 2 fuel stints and drive to the front, keep it in the front.
Were you the one that qualified the car today?
No, that was Matt Millian. He killed it.
All right. I think how did he do in qualifying? I didn't actually catch that.
He did first place in qualifying.
That's what I thought.
Oh, yeah.
And 9th overall, is that what you said?
Yeah.
And he's in an E2 class car, and he got 9th overall.
Yep.
That's fantastic. That's blazing quick. So with the E46, it's a little bit of a heavier car. How do you guys think you're going to do on tires today? Do you think you're going to have to change tires throughout the race?
We'll see. We're running, I think, a good strategy. The aerodynamics will help take the load off the tires a little bit, I think. This track does tend to eat tires a little bit, but we'll just baby it home and see if we need to take a tire here and there.
Right on. And are you guys ready for rain just in case it happens?
I think we are, yeah.
Okay, that's smart. I mean, you never know with the weather here.
All right, kind of lost Carla's audio there. We'll try to catch back up with her in a little bit. Hey, he mentioned tires. A lot of the teams are going to try to do this on one set of tires, but you mentioned it can be pretty tough, this track, on tire degradation.
Yes, this car does have high tire degradation. It eats tires, literally. Of course, they're going to address that because they're going to close the track in November for a 6-month period, do extensive renovations, and repave the entire 2.238-mile track.
Quite an undertaking. Well, Carla's been doing all the work, but Will Falls is down there as well. Will out of Dallas, Texas. So let's go down to the Paddock area, and we'll check in with Will Falls. Will, take it away before we go green flag racing.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here in the paddock as cars are heading to grid in front of the garages. And who better to find in the paddock to talk about endurance strategy than Rolex GT champion Craig Stanton himself here supporting the event. Craig's here with Lucas Racing, Lucas Weisenberg driving for Team Palomar Racing. Tell us a little bit about the strategy working with a young driver in an endurance program, Craig.
Well, with Lucas Racing, Lucas Weisenberg's done a great job for the last couple of years. We took him barely knew how to stick shift, barely learned how to, he wasn't even keeping his eyes up. And now he's ended up 5th in the championship yesterday, in the national championship. Now he's working for Palomar Racing today. I think his second stint, he's going to do 2.5, 3 stints. That's pretty exciting. Young drivers are always a little bit, they're anxious, they're excited, so calm him down, making sure he's hydrated, making sure he's eating enough calories throughout the day. Just basically talking him through it. We're on the radio with him, and all it is keeping the highest mean average along the whole stint. He's done 5 hours before with a break in between, so this will be a long stint for him. It's 3 hours in the car.
Nice.
Yeah.
When we're at a facility like this, WeatherTech, Raceway, Laguna, Seca, and rain rolls in, and we're talking about consistency, the track's going to get better throughout the day. What's your level of consistency, knowing the track's getting faster too, though?
Yeah, so when rain comes, there's always a changing line. We've worked on that a lot with him. He really understands the rain line. He understands the drying track, and he understands the dry track here. So it changes every minute of the way. So he's aware of that. I'm on the radio with him, and I remote control him. He and I have a great relationship, and he's going places. He's got some exciting things going on in the next few years, and this is just a good stepping stone. Being 5th in the national championship, always a good step.
Nice, man. Yeah, Lucas Weisenberg driving with Team Palomar Racing, and also Matt Millian, who was made a national champion yesterday. Look for Team Palomar out front today. Back to you on the booth. Thanks, Craig.
Thank you very much, Will Falls, and we hear the cars roll out for their first pace lap here, and we'll see if it's a one and go here. Now, we mentioned we have a very special piece for you. We're going to try to catch them on their pace lap, but driving in the E2 class in car number 80, the Samson Racing Communications team, and I believe Troy Lindstrom in the first stint here. And Troy Lindstrom, Edwin in the booth, do you copy?
Yeah, we got you loud and clear. Just coming out on track.
Hey, Troy, 6.5 hours here. How are you guys approaching the race? You and Sean going to share the driving duties today.
Yeah, there's just 2 of us today, so we're going to make some long stints and hope that helps us a little bit with less stops. And we'll do a double stint to start, a triple stint in the middle, and then finish it up with one or a double, however it works out.
Troy, how hard do you guys push this race car in a 6.5 hour? Used to endurance racing was very different. You held on till the final second to go racing. It's changed now. These things are almost like an all-out 6.5 hour sprint.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I've been doing this a long time, and we did have to be careful. We had to make sure we didn't miss a shit. Nothing ever happened bad because the car wouldn't make it. And now, the car, especially in this class, in E2, we can drive the car as hard as we want. The Toyota tires will take it. So we're able to just keep plugging away and see what happens at the end, which is great. It makes it a lot more fun.
Big thing in endurance racing is catching traffic where you get caught or you're catching somebody else. So we'll keep an eye on that. You getting ready to go racing here in a little bit. We'll check in from time to time, but tell me, what is the goal for your race today?
Well, we need a little bit of help. We don't have the fastest car, so, this is a long race. Stuff happens. Rain could come in, we'd love to be on that podium, guaranteed. Every race, that's where we want to be. So we're going to give it a shot.
Fantastic. Thank you. Great in-car radio. That is Troy Lindstrom in the 80 car. They're racing in E2 today. He and Sean Sampson sharing that Samson Racing Communications car. Troy, you got, I believe, another pace lap, so get ready, pull the belts tight, and have a great day.
Excellent. It's fun this place. Samson's doing a great job.
Thank you so much, buddy. We'll be checking in throughout the day. That was fantastic.
That was great. Yeah, nice and clear, too. Of course, the engine noise is going to get a little louder once the green flag waves on these cars, but terrific to have the ability to have in-car communication with someone that's actually out on the track participating in the race. They're on their second pace lap, and I think this is going to be the last pace lap because I noticed as the cars were coming down into the Andretti hairpin, there was a little bit of tire scrubbing going on. So they are getting ready to go racing. I'm curious, and maybe Paula and Will can find this out for us. When these cars come in on pit stops, when they're going to change tires, do they change 2 or do they change 4? And depending on the car, if they're going to change 2, is it going to be rears or fronts? I noticed the driver that she was talking to last said he had extreme wear on the right front tire on that particular car. So it may vary.
When you think about this track, counterclockwise racetrack, some high load corners, and those counterclockwise corners, that's going to put that load on that right front tire. And like you said, the current surface here at Laguna Seca, it's going to test the tires.
Yeah, and it's mostly left-hand turns. You're right about putting a load on that tire. So we'll see what happens. They're heading toward a green flag. Coming out of the infield area now, up turn 5, up the Ray Hall straight. Great drone shot as you can see the cars climb that hill. Edwin mentioned yesterday, they're really kind of like on the spine of the hill. Right on the top of the hill, it's almost like a V, and they're in the base of that V. Just now coming to the corkscrew, they make that downhill plunge, 100 feet nearly down to turn 9, that off-camber left-hand turn, and you're accelerating all the way through that.
You know what I noticed from the drone shot there, as you get to the bottom of the corkscrew, there's still some pretty damp racetrack there. I didn't notice it till we'd seen it from, and you see a couple little blotches there, some of those little dark spots. That's where it's still just moisture. It's not wet. It's just damp.
Well, that's a spot that you sometimes will see a pass right on the inside on the entrance to turn 9. If it's wet, that's going to be a little treacherous. Pace car bringing him down out of turn 10. Watching, looks like they may be taking another lap. They are, as the pace car leads the field through turn 11. So one more pace lap at least before we get this 6.5-hour enduro underway. This is the Western Endurance Race Championship Seaside Cup.
And Dick, we're going to bring the whole thing to you. We're going to be here for the full 6.5 hours here, and we'll kind of divide the broadcast up a little bit. And between Carla and Will and you and I, we'll be able to share the whole thing, but we have everything set up. We've got our camera crew. Originally, we had thought about doing just some kind of check-in coverage, but with everybody here and a great field of cars, we're going to do the entire 6.5 hours for you here today. We're excited about that. Dick, what's the history of endurance racing? What are some of the other endurance race series that you've seen here? I know we've had, we were talking about in the past, the Can-Am and Trans-Am, of course, IndyCar still here, but is there a tradition of some of the other endurance racing at Laguna Seca?
The only endurance races, if you want to call them that we have had here at WeatherTech Raceway were when IMSA ran. They would sometimes run 3, 4, 6 hours. They, a couple of years, they ran a race that started Saturday afternoon at 4 o'clock or 4:30 and ran until 9 o'clock at night. They called it Racing into the Darkness. So that was quite interesting. We had to rig a lot of temporary lights around the track so that we could accommodate not only the drivers but spectators and workers and so forth. Of course, the cars had their own lights, but Racing into the Darkness. And of course, the big thing was this year's Rolex Monterey reunion was a tribute to the 100th anniversary of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And they had cars on display here that had competed in Le Mans. They had one, I believe, that was the winner in 1929. So it was a fantastic display of automobiles and a walk through history of that great 24-hour race, the greatest enduro of them all.
It is such a great combination of what we do is supporting back and forth, and it's always so much fun to see the American teams who race here all the time then go over there in June for that classic event. And of course, boy, captured so well as we jump in there with the Tazio Otis racing machine. That's the number 7 car, getting some great shots. But boy, what a great, earlier last year, I guess it was the when the Ford versus Ferrari movie came out, gave so many people who didn't know much about that style of racing this whole appreciation for the glamour and the prestige of that event.
Yeah, of course, then there was the movie Le Mans that Steve McQueen did that kind of gave you more of an inside view. And he tried to keep it as true to life as possible and did a very good job. Some unbelievable camera footage with camera cars that they had for that movie. Did a great job. Believe the lights might be out on that pace car. We'll watch them as they come out of turn. If the pace car turns left before they get into 11, we're getting ready to go green flag racing. And it does. Pace car takes the exit going into the paddock. Here comes that front row down into turn 11. They're going to make that left-hander come up the start-finish straightaway, and that field's going to be looking for a green flag. Edwin, get them going.
2 by 2 down this long front straightaway. Starter Carl Dunn will look the field over. If he likes it, in fact he does. Green flag racing, round number 5 of NASA's Western Endurance Racing Championship, coming to you from WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. That ESR car goes down into turn number 1, going to lead for the first lap here. That is the number 7 machine. Going to lead them into the first corner, the Tazio Otis Racing. We got a picture a little bit early inside of that car. Off turn at number 3. going to lead them now, maybe about a 2-car length advantage. The start now, you just want to get through these early start of the race, make it clean and green, and then you can settle in and go racing. But you said you cannot just sit and pound out easy laps because you'll be way too far to ever catch up. Turn 5 up the hill.
You know, I've noticed that the drivers have kind of turned down the aggression just a little bit here at the start. It's not the mad dash into turn 1 that you're used to seeing. They went down there in a pretty orderly order because they know they have to save these cars and need to make them last for 6.5 hours. That's a lot of laps around WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. That lead car is starting to open up a gap already as he is on his way down the hill, coming through 9 now and into 10 to complete that first lap. When they cross the start-finish line, we'll get that gap for you and let you know how big a lead he's got on one lap. But again, in a 6-hour race, a lot of things can change. The weather can change. It's going to be a lot of drama, and we'll keep you up to date on everything that happened. It is that intermediate racing number 28 that is the lead car, leading ESR. He's got about a 3.5-second lead on lap 1.
We'll go back here and look at E2 in the pre-race there. We talked to the number 80 car, Troy Lindstrom, in that machine. He said, hey, you know, we don't have the quickest race car out here. We're going to have to do some work. He picks up a spot and now into the top 5 in E2. So the E2, Mayshore Racing, the 24, the Palomar machine, which we'll have some in-camera shots from, Morewood Creative, then the HQ Autosport team, and the 80 car, the Samson Racing car with Lindstrom inside.
That 25 car just came through the racing pit lane. I don't know if he made some problem of sorts because he came off the track and has just re-entered here below us at start-finish.
And you got the 24 Palomar team, the 25 Palomar team, and they're painted almost identical, but they're running in 2 different classes. So look, one car is on pit road. Looked like one of the prototypes there. Taking a look at that car early on as he sits on pit road, and the cars are back up into the corkscrew, and they'll settle in now. And just, you want a pace, and you know, some teams they'll decide, hey, we want to go out there, depending on class, and we want to run a consistent 145, and if we can do that, we feel like we can do that every lap till the end of this. They've got, I think a lot of times they're going to race to a targeted lap speed.
I agree with that, and that's okay until all of a sudden a driver gets worked up if he gets behind a slower car and has difficulty getting by that car. He might get his aggression up and all of a sudden dash by that, and then it's hard to turn it off, take it back down.
Got to chill back out. That white, red, and black, that's the Evoque Motorsports team there on the outside, giving some room to the inside. That's the 37 Edge Motorsports team, and then also the 21 car going by. And as we get into the race, Dick, we'll break it out by class and overall because they're going to get all intertwined with one another.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what goes on with the teams. If you've got 2 cars, team cars in the same class, one of them may be the hare to go out there and set a fast pace and hope the competitors will chase him and perhaps have a problem, and the other car will run a slower, steadier pace, hopefully being able to use that to their advantage and have a better finishing position at the end.
Good pace already. The fast lap of the race, 126.947. I don't know if that's anybody's plan to do that for the full 6.5 hours, but that's a quick lap here in drying conditions. Like I say, the track is 99% dry. There's just a spot or two where there's a little bit of dampness, not really enough to cause any issues. We watched the number 21, the Chill Motorsports team, go down the hill, currently second in the ES class. Get an idea of that class. The fastest car there running about a 136, and that fast lap now just dropped to 125.9. So laying down some good laps here early in 6.5 hours.
Yeah, that intermediate racing number 28 that turned that fast lap has now pulled out almost a 15-second lead over the second car in his class. As you mentioned, the WERC Audi number 73 leading the ES class, then E1 being led by Evoque Motorsport entry number 61. We've got all the different classes as we come down here. looks like Morewood Creative in 72X.
Good shot there as they work. That's the turn 3, turn 4 combination. That's the 03 car you're seeing there, that orange and silver machine. The 03 Lang Racing development team, the ESR1 machine. The 39 car was the other prototype that we saw a moment ago sitting on pit lane, and they have just come out. They have rejoined in that car number 39. We see one driver using a little extra racetrack there. That might have been the Mayshore 615 machine. He went driver's right, put 2 off in turn number 5.
And the Samsung Racing Communications car number 80 that we do have voice communications with, turning consistent laps at 145, 145.9, 145.4, or 145.5 was his quickest. So they're lapping steadily, and it looks like they're lapping at a targeted time.
And boy, that takes a lot of driver discipline to be able to do that and say, this is our time we're going to hit, and it's hitting your marks. Hit your marks in the right place every time to make that happen. There's the 61 and the 296. The 296, the red and black car, that is the Pre-Mat H&M Road Racing team. They're running in the ES division right there, currently 4th in class. The car 296, Pre-Mat HM Road Racing team, and they're chasing behind that 03 Lang Racing car, but 2 different classes. You should see that orange and silver car try to get away. Actually, the 296 put some pressure on him. Hearing a little radio traffic there with our drivers, Troy Lindstrom. Like I said, we've got some great in-car cameras here today as well. We'll go back and forth and look at some of those. One of the teams with an in-car camera is that Tazio Racing team. They were giving us some good pre-race. They're currently running 3rd place in the EO class, car number 7 of Tazio Racing. And there is our car that we're talking with. And let me see if Troy wants to talk to us real quick.
That's the number 80 SRC Samsung Racing car.
And we just as we were going to go to him, I lost his in-car, so we'll try back with him a little bit later. And there's the 03 car working in some traffic. Fast lap of the race, 125.919.
Aggressive traffic coming out of turn 11. We had cars 3 abreast. So they're treating it like a sprint race.
Well, you have to. Otherwise you're behind. You don't make up. Again, as we said, some people using it as a test session. Well, that's a battle for position right there. The blue 21 Chill Motorsports, the 296 of Pre-Mat Racing. Those guys are racing in class ES, currently running 2nd and 3rd place. So they're not waiting until the end. They're going racing right now. You mentioned that number 25 Palomar car came off pit road. He just went by, so they are on track. Those 24 and 25 Team Palomar cars, but running into different classes today.
So many decisions to make as far as strategy in the Enduro. If you've got 2 drivers that can lap at equal times, that's one situation. If you have one driver that's quicker than the other consistently, who do you start first? Generally, I think most teams would go with the slower driver first and save their ace, if you want to call them that for lack of something better, to finish the car.
Well, and it's you talk faster, slower driver and all. What happens is every driver, that's a great battle you're watching right there. That is for position. And now give it to Pre-Mat Racing. The 296 will move into 2nd spot in class. So great racing. But what makes one driver fast than the other is that different drivers may like the car set up a little bit differently. So it's always going to be a compromise. And so I might be faster right now just because of the setup we have in the race car, because different drivers like different feels to the car.
And ideally you want drivers that basically are about the same height so that they're comfortable in the car. You don't want to put somebody that's 6'2" and team him with a driver that's 5'5".
Absolutely. I think we're going to be catching up with Will Falls here in just a little bit. He's down in the paddock area, so we'll catch up with Will in just a moment. And let's go down there and catch him. He's in the paddock. Will Falls, take it away. It's all you, Will.
Daniel Wu in the pits, driver of the number 7 Tazio Otis Honda Civic. Daniel, tell us a little bit about your strategy today, currently sitting 3rd in class.
Yeah, our strategy, well, we were worried about the rain, but now we don't have to worry about that anymore. But in qualifying, we came up with a kind of overheating issue, so we're kind of babying the car right now to see how that goes. I think we've resolved the issue, but it's still a little warm, so we're a little worried about that. We'll see what happens.
Got it. Can you tell us a little bit about your tire strategy for the day? Is this a 6-hour set, or is there going to be a need to go back paddock and take more tires?
Oh, no, we're definitely going to have to change tires, but I think we're just going to do a single tire change like at our first stint, at the end of our first stint, so at the 2-hour mark, we'll change 1 tire and get it back out there.
Right on. A lot of folks watching at home aren't used to the NASA 1 tire rule. People are used to seeing 2 or 4 at a time, so we'll explain that to them. Thank you so much for cluing us in, and best of luck to you today. There you have it, Daniel Wu, Team Tazio Otis. So a lot of these classes that aren't the unlimited classes can only take 1 tire at a time here in the hot pits. If they need to take more, they'll go back paddock to do 2 or 4 tires back in their garage or paddock space. Back to you guys in the booth.
Will Falls, thank you very much. That's great information, because off mic, Edwin and I were talking about how many tires they can change, how many they will change, but they're limited to 1 unless they go to the back paddock. Looks like Carla's got someone down there that she wants to chat with. Carla, please pick it up.
All right, I'm here with Brett Strom. He's running 2 cars in ES class. Brett, what's going on for you guys today so far?
We had a good start. I think we're in 2nd and 3rd right now. So we have a new driver in one of our BMW E46, and she's, we're teaching her endurance racing, so she's out there right now totally kicking ass. And then we got our Porsche GT4. They're both running strong. We're just here for 6.5 hours. So, we're gonna keep it on track, keep it out of the pits, and have fun.
And I think you said that she's 18, is that correct? 18 years old?
Yeah, she's 18. She has about a year and a half of experience now. So we're running a bunch of different stuff with her, but trying to get her as much experience as we can. And, mostly passing practice, which is endurance racing. It's like constant. So, yeah, she's doing really good.
It's definitely really loud down here, but he's actually watching the live stream from our pits here. So we were able to see what's happening live, which is actually pretty nice for you guys, right?
Yeah, I feel feels like a pro event. Good field, and it's really good being able to actually watch the battle instead of just standing watching the cars go by. So it's a lot easier to coach watching that too. So yeah.
Brett Strom is one of the biggest shoes in the paddock here. What time are you going to be on track today?
I get in our E46 in about an hour, and then I do the last probably about a 2-hour stint in the Porsche to try and take it to the front. So.
And until then, he's actually coaching and crew chiefing, so he's multitasking this weekend. Well, Brett, I'll let you get back to it. I know you have a lot to do, so good luck today.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Carla Postotnik, thank you very much. Great job interview with Brett Strom there. Looking at the field, your race leader has now opened it up to a 40-second gap, and that is the Intermedia Racing car number 7. An ESR car, first overall and first in class. He is not backed off that much from his quick lap, maybe about 5 seconds. Second in ESR and second overall, the number 29 PMG awareness entry. And then your ES leader is the number 73 Works Audi, followed by the number 296 Premat HM road racing car. And then it's the EVOC Motorsport number 6 leading the E1 class.
Let me correct something from earlier, and they just got it redone on timing and scoring. Intermediate Racing, that's that car, the prototype. We've seen him lead from the start. The beginning, I'd said a couple times, car number 28. Timing and scoring had it listed as the 28 car. They've got it corrected now. So if you saw the 7 car go by and we said 28, that was just an issue of our timing and scoring. But just as I went to check on it, they got it updated. So indeed, it is that 7 car who has led from the start and has that fast lap early in the race, 125.919.
A problem with the ageless bid racing, number 39. Not quite sure what's going on there. They're 6 laps off the pace, evidently some sort of an issue off the track or perhaps a mechanical issue.
They've been on pit road at least twice since we got started.
Perhaps Carla or Will can catch up to him and find out what's going on. That's the number 39 ageless bio racing entry, an ENP car.
Yeah, you got a quick shot there of the 46, the Maghart Martini Motorsports car. And now racing, these are some cars we've seen with success through the years. The 28 machine out on track as well. They're going, that's that shot into turn 1 and 2. That Martini car goes by. Well, believe it or not, we've already got some cars that have gone to the pit area and the garage area to work on. Let's get an update. Carla, tell us what's going on down there in the pit.
There's 3 broken cars in the paddock already. So unfortunately, the pit crews are busy working on the car, so I don't know exactly what happened, but I see that we have one of the ES cars are on jack stands right now. I see some broken parts inside of the car, so I'm not exactly sure what happened, but it looks like they may be down for a little bit. And then over here we have 2 more cars that are broken down. Looks like both teams are busy at work trying to get them back together. Hopefully we'll see them back out there. We have 6 hours today, so might be a little bit of time for them in the pits. Team Valkyrie, that's a Mazda MPO1 right there. So as soon as I have information what happened in these cars, I'll be able to report back. So for now, I'll send it back to Edwin and Dick in the booth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carla. Wow, early trouble for at least 3 cars. We're just a little more than a quarter of an hour in to a 6.5 hour race.
Well, it's perfect timing for Carla. You just asked about that 39 machine, and that's why
she
it's
found
already,
it.
Yeah, already 6 laps down. We see some clouds in the distance as they come up the hill. Some drivers have made comments. They've looked at the weather. They're planning. Everyone's planning on a dry day, but some people were planning. They have plan B just in case they need it.
One of the drivers that Carla interviewed earlier, one of the Honda drivers, said, well, we don't have to worry about the rain anymore. I don't know if I'd be that sure if I were him. We could get a cloudburst pass overhead and change the complexion of the track, but I don't think we're in for a downpour or any steady, heavy rain.
That car you're looking at right now leads in the EO. That's the 987 machine. That's the Speed SF racing machine. That class doing a fast lap of a 137.9. So the EO, that's your leader, the 987, just going by start finish. Second in class, the Occupy Pit Lane number 2. And we just heard a little bit from the Tazio Otis Racing team number 7 that they had some issues. I think that was the class that said, or team that said we had had some overheating issues. So they're kind of babying it right now. But that's the leader, the 987. In the EO endurance class here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. Well, Carla is the busiest lady at the track. Carla, take it away. Give us an update.
All right, I found the strategist for WERC 45. They're running an ES class today. What's your name, sir?
My name's Ayrton Littell.
Thank you. And what's your strategy today? You're the strategist.
Yeah, right now we're really comfortable on pace in ES. We're looking pretty good overall as well, so we're just trying to put some laps away early in the race and hope that we can make fuel numbers, try as few stops as possible, and hopefully be there in the end.
All right, and how many fuel stops do you think you might need today?
We're trying to see if we can do it on 4, if we can stretch it out a little longer. We'll see how far we can push the car, but right now the biggest thing is just keeping the pace, grow the gap as much as possible early in the race, and then see where we are later in the day.
And how was it like for you guys leading up to this event? Did you have a lot of failures leading up, or are you guys pretty smooth sailing?
No, I mean, there hasn't been a lot of track time. Today being a one-day event after Nationals, smooth sailing so far early in the morning, not a lot of time to get everyone ready, so it's mainly spent getting drivers up to speed, getting everyone comfortable with the track, but smooth sailing so far, so hopefully we can continue that later into the day.
Have you guys done the whole WERC series so far this year, or is this your first race?
This is our second race. The car ran at our local track in Utah at the end of July, early August as well.
And that was a 6-hour race. How did you guys do?
That was a 6-hour race. Yeah, good results, mainly just learning, growing the team. Overall, everything was good, good results.
Right on. Well, I know that you're busy, so I'll let you get back to your strategy planning. Thank you for taking the time to talk with us.
Awesome. Thanks for having me.
All right, good luck today. I'll send it back to Edwin Booth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carla. Looking, all of a sudden I see double standing yellow flags come out. Somebody has a problem out there.
Sounds like we're hearing somebody in that gravel trap in the corkscrew, and I'm looking at our camera. I can see that car right at the top of the corkscrew and see if that car can get out on its own. We also have one car that is spun here in turn number 2. All right, since we are under caution.
And the pace car is going to go out. The lights are on, and he's going to proceed and pick up the leader, which should be car number 7.
All right, we have our first full course caution, so it's a time to check in the driver of the 80, Troy Lindstrom. And Troy, give us a kind of a recap of your race so far. You're up to 5th place overall.
Yeah, it's been pretty clean. You know, this track, I mean, Laguna Seca, 6.5 hours. When you get a chance to do this, so much fun. Anyway, yeah, we're having a great time. We got a class battle right in front of us. We're going back and forth. I think we passed 3 or 4 times. Super fun. Car's running perfect. You know, it's going to take some lucky dogs to get up to the front, but we're loving it.
Hey, Troy, we're actually watching your in-car camera. Talk us through this section of the racetrack as you go up the hill and under the bridge.
So as we go up here into turn 6, you know, we usually lift and brake about the number 2 light brake and then get into this dip. And the car takes a set. We've got some green paint that's actually really grippy we can use on the outside. So there's a little more track than it looks like. Now we're going to the corkscrew. Corkscrew famous turn in motorsports right here. We get to brake. We get to turn in early because we don't want to be in that hole and unwind it right down this downhill. So much fun.
You're dropping, over 100 feet or right at 100 feet there. And as you get into the final corner, how important is that final corner number 11 to get a fast lap around this place?
Especially in these cars, you know, you got to get out of there with speed. It's a momentum car. In fact, in qualifying, I had one of the faster cars. You know, he had to pass me. That's what he's got to do. But he passed me on the intern 11. It cost us a couple seconds. A couple seconds. That's how bad it is if you don't get a good run.
Absolutely incredible pictures. Thank you so much, Troy. We'll be continuing to check in with you and Sean as the race goes on. Thank you so much, buddy.
Hey, love it. See ya.
Boy, those guys are pros, driving the car number 80, the Samson Racing Communications, and literally we're watching and listening to him and getting just a really good feel of what he's doing up there. He's picked up 1 spot in class so far.
Well, he was saying he's looking forward to some lucky dogs, and I guess this is the first lucky dog of the day. We've got our yellow flag out with the pace car out to retrieve a car that went off up there at the top of the hill. Looks like Carla she was lining someone up that she was going to chat with. But let's go to Carla now in the pits and see.
All right, I'm now here with Gary Young. I heard he's one of the drivers of E0 class car. I think it's a Cayman, you said?
Correct. Yeah, a Porsche Cayman.
And which team are you driving for today?
For Speed SF Racing.
Speed SF Racing. And how are you guys doing so far today?
We're doing well. I think we qualified first in class, and we are leading in our class right now.
That sounds like it's going very well for you then. Were you the one that qualified the car?
Yes, me and Patrick did. Co-drive, we both did it, yeah.
All right, right on. And you're local too here at Laguna Seca, is that correct?
That is correct.
And how many years have you been racing here at Laguna Seca?
10 years.
10 years is a very long time, so you know all of the secrets to the Laguna Seca. What's the secret to going fast here?
Carry more momentum.
Carry more momentum in the Cayman. I like that. I like that. Any other tips that you'd like to give us drivers out here?
Just watch the berms, and that's about it. Yeah.
Anyone that you'd like to give a shout out to on our live stream?
To my wife Kathy over there. Yeah, she's coming here for support.
Well, thank you for coming out here for support, Kathy. Anything else you'd like to say on the camera? Any sponsors?
Yeah, Speed SF, Autologic from San Bruno, Maxxis Tires, and they've been supporting us.
And Gary, since you're the shoe, when can we see you in the car?
Probably in about 30 minutes.
All right. Well, I'm sure you got to get ready for your stint. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us, Gary. I'll send this back to the guys up in the booth, and good luck today.
Okay. Thank you, Carla.
Thank you.
And thank you, Carla. As the official motorsport supplier of NASA, Competition Motorsport has the largest inventory of auto racing safety equipment and accessories in the nation. With an exclusive discount only available to NASA members, Competition Motorsport can get you what you need when you need it, no excuses. Visit DRIVENASA.com for more information, and make sure to check out the Discovery Parts trailer in the paddock.
Track Day Tire is proud to be the official tire supplier of NASA. NASA members are able to take advantage of TrackDayTire.com's enormous inventory and technical support team focused solely on helping members extract the most from their competition tires on the track. For more information, visit DriveNASA.com.
And that is the SPG Motorsports car that was up there. You see him pull him out of the gravel. So the SPG Motorsports, they're running in the E2 class today. And those guys out of the California Southern region in a BMW M3. So SPG Motorsports bringing out that full course. And again, no real damage to the car. Just once you're stuck in that gravel, you're not coming back out too easily. There you see the front of the field. And from the start, that number 7 machine has led the way. The intermediate racing machine in car number 7. And behind him, that is the Land Yacht team. That's that Cadillac racing machine. We've seen him with some success out here, and right now they're running in 3rd place in E1. So your E1 podium right now looks like this. The Ebook Motorsports team in the 61, the 37 Edge Motorworks team, and then that white car just at the top of the hill right now, that's the number 66 Land Yacht Racing team, currently 3rd in E1.
Pace car continues to lead the field up the hill, going through turn 6 now and up the Ray Hall Straight. I think that the emergency vehicles have come off course. They're still displaying the double standing yellow at start finish from the starter's stand, but we'll keep our eye on the pace car as they lead the field down through the corkscrew. I would expect them to go green this next time by. The indication normally is when the lights go out on the pace car, and that usually happens when they come out of Wayne Rainey turn up there in 9. Then the pace car will take the exit. Drivers left just out of 10, and the field is released to go back to green flag racing. They go to the final corner. Here comes that car now down into turn number 10, leading the field. The lights appear to be out on the pace car, looking at our picture, and we'll see if they make that left-hand turn. Coming down that short straight. There they go. Pace car is in. We're going back to green flag racing, and the intermediate racing car number 7 will lead the field to the green flag.
That right-hander is turn 10. It's banked. That left-hander, turn 11, absolutely flat off the corner. And they would, you heard Lindstrom talking. That's such an important corner to get a good lap here. And you see that 7 car, they have led from the start. A little bit of brake wiggle there as he got in to that turn number 2 and off as he goes to turn 3. He immediately starts extending that lead.
Before we went to yellow, that lead car had over a minute gap to the second place car, which was also a car that's in the same class, and that would be the flag awareness car at PMG number 29. So keeping a blistering pace, that lead car, the intermediate racing number 7. And he's back at it again as he's opening a gap already. He's not waiting for anyone.
Will be interesting to see. Lap 3, he did a 125.9. It'll be interesting to watch as we get through this event. Where does he, everybody's racing to a number. What's his comfortable number? We'll try to pick up a couple laps here and see. They're saying, this is what our plan is. We want to run a constant 135 or whatever. So we'll see what their plans are as he comes down the hill. Again, that left, right, left combination into that turn 10. And here he is already back turn number 11 to complete a quick lap at Laguna Seca.
Yeah, one of the drivers that Carla just talked to a moment ago talked about this being a momentum track. It is a momentum track. As you go around, you develop a rhythm, which is really critical to consistently turn fast laps at this track.
Well, and we talk about momentum track and how important it is for the lower horsepower cars, but really the momentum is important across the board. It's more important for the low horsepower cars because it takes you a while to build that back up. But again, even in the big horsepower cars, if you're having to bog that machine down, you got all that horsepower. Now you got to get that car to roll through the corners. You're back on the gas quicker. That's going to get you the lowest lap time possible.
Yeah, momentum and rhythm are pretty much interchangeable here. If you just feel good when you get that lap right. It's that left, right swing, the sweeping corners. Gives you a great feeling when you do it all right on one lap.
We are just now at the 30, little past the 30-minute mark in this one, 6.5 hours. So our team still have 6 hours of racing to go as we're at the 31-minute mark here. That race you see right there, that's the 296 machine. That is the Premat Racing team. They're currently second in ES. And then you're also seeing, we saw the Land Yacht machine there in the 66 car, and we'll pick those guys up, see where they're racing. ESR, as we said, is our overall leader, and that is the Intermedia Racing team. Logging laps here in 6.5 hour race, still close to 6 hours to go. And the important part here is finding out all the stuff behind. We're getting the different strategy, what different teams are doing. Carla is going to be joining us in just a moment. As one car, the Audi, comes onto pit road, the 311 on pit road and back off. But let's go back down into the paddock in pit area, and let's check in with Carla. Carla, take it away.
All right, I'm out here in the pits with Dieter. He's a friend of mine. I've driven with him many times before in endurance racing. Dieter, what do you like to call yourself?
It's a pit viper.
All right. He barely speaks English, but he's here. He's a fast driver, I promise. Dieter, what are you driving today?
Yeah, today we're in Team Herafa Racing with Lang Motorsport in the E36 E1 car. And last year we won the championship, so the owner of the car said, let's go for a repeat. But this year it's been a little racing, yeah? So maybe not amazing, but we're working, we're still here, we're trying, and we don't give up.
All right, you don't give up. I like that advice. And what other advice do you have? What's the secret of going fast around here at Laguna Seca?
Yeah, don't go off, don't hit anybody, and don't make the penalty. These are the top 3 things that we're worrying about. And now we went a lap down because of the other guy did these things and now gave us the quasi-penalty. But later when the pro is in the car, then everything is okay. I will drive in the middle and then we wait for checker flag.
I have to say, I really like your sunglasses. Where can I get a pair of those?
Yeah, I purchased these from the pitviper.com, yeah, because I'm like a real chill guy on the racing track, but in the pit lane I get very crazy and agitated. It's very stressful.
All right, well, Dieter, I gotta say, it's always a good time hanging out with you. I wish you the best of luck today. Hopefully you guys are, I think you're gonna make up that lap. Once you get in the car, you'll make up the lap.
Yeah, we have the Matt Powers. He's over there, that guy, and he's very fast and very good, especially in a BMW. I'm a Porsche guy, but we will have fun and he will be good.
All right, well, good luck today, Dieter. Thank you for taking the time to talk with me.
Dankeschön, Dankeschön.
Thank you.
That was the interview of the weekend so far. All right, let's pick up the ES class here. You see on your screen right now, that's the 73 WERC Audi team. Currently leads in ES, 2.4 second lead. In fact, you see the top 3 right there in the shot. You saw the Audi there, and then right behind them, that red and black car we'd seen earlier. That's the 296 Premat. They're second in class right there. So those guys running really close together. That's first and second. The third place car not in the shot, third place in ES, is that blue and black number 21, the Chill Motorsports team. But that is a battle for position. You see the Audi just disappear at the top of the hill, and the 296 Premat team chases them up the Ray Hall Straight. So, Dick, that's nice when you're in the race here and you still got these guys racing side by side for a class win. And it could happen all day long.
Absolutely. I think you're going to see it throughout the field. In the meantime, it looks like the E1 leader is the Evoc Motorsport, car number 61. And second in E1 would be the Edge Motorworks number 37 Enduro car, followed by the Land Yacht Racing car that you mentioned earlier, number 66. That's a Cadillac, you said?
It is indeed, thus the name Land Yacht Racing. All right, the ES leader comes down to put another lap, goes by us right now, and that lap was a 136.365. 136.365, the last lap for the WERC Audi team car number 73. There's a quick shot of your Cadillac there, and now the field is really getting mixed up. Timing and scoring, we can pull it out by class, but then if you pull it up, the overall, Dick, I mean, go through your top 10 there and all the different classes running together in top 10.
All right, your overall leader, of course, is the number 7 Intermediate Racing car. That's first overall, first in ESR. Second is the number 29 PMG Awareness car, also an ESR car. Third overall, number 73, the WERC X45 Audi is the ES leader. Running in fourth, that number 296 Premat HM Road Racing ES car. Second in ES, the Evoc Motorsport, car number 61, fifth overall, leading E1. Then it's the number 21 Chill Motorsports by Strom, car number 21 that's running sixth overall and third in ES. Then it's car number 57 running seventh overall. That's the Cat Racing Strom Motorsports. So two Strom Motorsports cars, one right after the other, 21 and 7, both ES class cars. Eighth overall, the 02X Fast Toys Club ESR entry. And number 9, Speed Racing, 987 is ninth spot. That's EO leader. And then 10th overall, number 37 Edge Motorworks 37 Enduro. That's an E1 car.
So a mix up at the top, and it's exactly what you'd expect in endurance racing. Let's go back down again. She's right on pit road, and Carla Pestotnik, take it away.
Ready? All right, so I found Matt Powers. Dieter was telling me that you're the guy that I need to talk to. You're the shoe behind the wheel. I always thought I was going to talk to you because you have fellow red hair. But Matt, how's your day going for you so far?
It's so far so good. Yeah, we're excited. We lost a lap with that caution, so not ideal. But yeah, we're feeling pretty good. The car's quick, and yeah, we've got Dieter who's about to jump in, and then yeah, I'll take the wheel for the end. Hopefully, yeah, hopefully it does all right.
And were you the one that qualified the car today?
Yeah, I did one lap out there just to try to set us, you know, towards the front and call it a day. So yeah, it was a decent qualifying. A little wet when we went right out at the beginning, but yeah, it was all right.
How'd you do in qualifying?
We ended up P3, which is not bad for just one lap. So we'll take it.
E1 is such a competitive class these days.
Yeah, no, it's really cool. A lot of there. Eric Moore is out in the Edge car right now, that 37 car. They're going to be quick at the end. They have a good tire strategy, so yeah, our eyes are forward, but a lot of good cars out there. It'll be fun.
Do you think you guys are going to have to change tires today, obviously?
Yeah, we're going to have to probably do one or two. Yeah, we're running the Toyo RRs, so they do much better, you know, later in the race. They don't fall off quite as hard, so yeah, fingers crossed we don't have to do more than one or two. So, yeah.
And how long do you guys last on fuel? About an hour and a half, 2 hours?
Not quite two. That first stint, about an hour and a half, and then just over an hour. Laguna's it's a power track, so you end up on throttle a lot. So we use a lot of fuel here for sure.
So we can look for you around maybe 3:30 this afternoon?
Yeah, I think depending on how long Dieter does, I think he might do one or two stints. Yeah, around 3 o'clock and try to take it to the end.
All right, well, good luck, Matt Powers. We wish you the best today. Hopefully you'll get that win. And I know that you're a guy to watch, so make sure you watch around 3:30 for this guy behind the wheel.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll send it back to the boys in the booth.
Thank you. You see that Land Yacht machine right there to the inside, and then there's the 61. That is your leader in E1, the blue and black. Number 61 is the leader in Evoc Motorsports. Now, he's the leader. The Cadillac, as you see the leader coming through there, that Cadillac in front of him is actually in third place, but almost a full lap down. So top of the hill, there's the third place car, the white one, and the EVOC Motorsports team in the 61 is leader, but he's about to come up and put the third place car a lap in arrears.
Now, was that gap that large because someone pitted?
It may have been. I don't see the Lanyard car have it coming down, but you see their lap times are pretty similar. The last lap, the 61 car, a lap of 140.6, and the Lanyard machine a 141.2. So we'll see if somebody indeed made an early stop. We saw another car go in and out of the paddock, or out of the pit road just a moment ago, and I believe it was the 4-2. Yeah. Might have been the 42 car. We'll check back in a second, but he made a quick pit stop. The intermediate racing team is still doing laps under the 130 mark, just barely that last lap, 129.8. But they're still doing some fast laps there. You see that bright yellow-orange machine? That's the Mayshore Racing team. We've seen them with some success here at Laguna Seca, and they just go by and they lead overall in E2. The 24 of Palomar Racing second in E2. And then third, the 72X. You just saw him go by in your picture. And those three cars are pretty close together in E2. In fact, there's only 6 seconds between first and third place. Well, let's go down back and let's put Will Falls to work. And Will is live down on pit road.
Here with Steve Stepanian with Team Thundercock Racing, currently leading E3S class, but on the same lap, not too far ahead. What's the strategy here, Steve?
Long race, 6.5 hours. Just keep the car on track, stay out of trouble, don't overwork the car, take care of the tires, bring it in for the next driver.
You mentioned taking care of tires. Are you guys on a set that's going to go the whole 6 hours, or will you be doing one at a time in the pits, or multiple back paddocks today?
Based on what we've seen out of these Maxxis tires, we believe we're going to need to probably change tires second stop. We're going to have to get one tire. There's 4 right, 7 left, so that right front we got to take care of. First line we'll check it, take a look at pressure, see where the wear is, and make decisions based on that. But I think we're probably going to have to change at least 2 tires.
Right on. Playing it on the fly here, Team Thundercock Racing currently leading E3S. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you very much, Will, and we'll look at that. Interesting on the tire strategy. It's that right front that seems to get the most wear. Everyone's mentioned the right front tire. That's the one that's going to give them the most trouble. That's one for sure that they're going to change.
We've shown the overall leader a lot, but the driver that's chasing him, right there, that number 29 machine you're looking at, that's the PMG awareness car. This is in ESR, and for the battle overall here, and he is a lap behind. Now let's see when he comes across here. Should put him on the same lap, and he does, but he's 1:05 behind the leader.
Yeah, he wasn't a lap down. It was just the timing and scoring hadn't updated yet. Your race leader's been consistently lapping about 5 or 6 seconds a lap faster than the second place car in that class, and he's now got that gap back up to 1:05 seconds, which is where it was before we got the last double standing yellow in the pace car. Then it went down to 0, and now he's opened it back up again and is continuing to do so, setting a very fast pace. That's the intermediate racing number 7 that we're talking about, your overall and ESR leader.
Well, and it shows you how important it is when those full yellows come out as far as what happens with that gap that you've made. Well, let's go back into the pit area, and Will Falls has caught up with another one of our drivers, I believe, from the Palomar team. Go ahead, Will.
Here with Lucas Weisenberg, driver of the Palomar Racing E2 car. They've got 2 entries today. They're currently running in second place. Lucas, talk to us about how you'll be doing 2 stints today. What's the deal there?
Yeah, so they're gonna come in soon and do some fuel, splash and go, 1 more stint, and then they'll stop, and I'll hop in and do 2 fuel stints.
Cool. Do you guys have a tire strategy? Are you on a set that's gonna go the whole 6 hours, or are you guys gonna have to change one at a time here in the pits?
Yeah, so I think the plan is try and make it last, baby him home, but I know this track can be a little hard on tires, so we're ready if we need them.
Nice. Well, good luck to you. There you have it. Another team winging it for the tire strategy. Not quite sure what they're going to do. Look for Palomar Racing to come up near the top of the sheet for E2. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, thank you so much, Will. Dick?
It's interesting that tires are such a discussion point. It's not whether it's rain tires or dry tires, it's tire wear, and particularly the right front that is the weak link for all of these cars. All of them have the same problem, whether it's front drive, rear drive, it's that right front tire that carries most of the load. And again, Laguna is known as a high tire degradation track.
One of the best races right now, and you're looking at it, that's in our ES class. That's the second place car. That's the 296, the Pre-Mat Racing, but only 5 seconds between first and second. The 73, that WERC Audi team that we looked at a little bit earlier, they lead, and that's the second place car. The 296 Pre-Mat HM Road Racing, they're only 5 seconds out of the lead, and then third place, the Chilled Motorsports team. So that's top 3 in ES. There we pick him up again, that beautiful black and red machine. And let's see if he's reeling in. And see a little smoke from one of the prototype cars there at the top. There comes the 296. And let's just follow him for a moment. He was 4.9 seconds behind the leader in the last lap. And let's see if that's something where he is starting to move forward and reel him in, or if that advantage is going to stay for the 73. There it is off turn 9 into turn number 10. And when he comes by, we'll find out what was just about a 5-second gap. Is that 296 machine starting to reel him in? We'll see as they come past.
He's got a bunch of traffic ahead of him, Edwin, and that could be a problem. He gets by one car before they get down into the Andretti hairpin, tucks in behind another back marker that he's going to try and put a lap down.
Yeah, and that gap had already grown back out to about 5.3 seconds. So he's losing a little ground there to the first place car. And, you know, we talked about where do you catch traffic, and that can mean a huge part of getting a good lap here on this racetrack. If you catch him in the right place, you not lose any time at all. You catch him in the wrong place, you can lose a couple seconds.
Good place to catch it is coming out of 11 when you've got that long front straightaway and that very wide entry into the Andretti hairpin where you can gobble up a lot of cars if you've got the horsepower.
So he works through some of the lap traffic, and again, that's second place in ES, and he's about 5 seconds off of the lead. Here comes...
I think that's the closest class battle we have out there.
Yeah, it has been pretty tight.
Your race leader, the Intermediate Racing number 7, is continuing to consistently lap under 1 minute and 30 seconds. 1:29, 1:29 his last lap around, only just about 3.2 seconds off his quick lap.
Tell you another good race right now is the E3S. We're looking at the leader in the 12 car as now we have caution out on the track. But that's the number 12 Thundercock Racing machine who leads in the E3S class, but we do see double yellows displayed.
We're at 48 minutes elapsed.
Occasionally I'll listen in on our in-car radio as well. Looking at our cameras, can't see where that is, the incident. Go for a ride here.
Pace car is out. We'll pick up the leader, which is the number 7 car, the Intermediate Racing. And it seems that every time he gets the gap over the field to a little over a minute, we get a yellow flag.
And I see, looks like a Honda car there. We see the car that's gone off gravel. That's right off of turn number 4.
Looks like 4, yeah. Difficult
So,
to tell from the camera angle, but it looked like 4. He's off driver's left, and he is buried in it. They're going to have to winch him out. You can see he's quite a ways off course. Tow truck and other emergency vehicles have arrived on scene. Looks like Will Falls got someone down in the pits that he can chat with. Go ahead, Will.
I'm here with Mike Donick in the pits, driver for Evoke Racing, currently E1 leaders. They started second place and worked up an amazing 16-second gap over second place, Team Edge Motorworks. And as we're walking up to do an interview, we go full course yellow. Mike, tell us a little bit about how the morning went and how this full course yellow affects your strategy now.
You know, so far we're just running our own race. The car, knock on wood, is running pretty smooth. We got a nice gap in the first stint. The yellow closed that back up. We brought another one out, and it just closed that back up again. We're just going to keep doing it. We're going to keep trying to get a gap, and hopefully we won't lose it with a yellow coming up. DJ's in the car right now. I'll be going in next. Eric Davis is going to be going in after that, and then we'll see where it goes. But fingers crossed for like a clean race. We want the car to be reliable. And we're just keep running our race and try not to, get in our heads or getting too big of a battle or fight for one corner or another.
Nice. Awesome team of solid, long-time NASA racers and specifically NASA endurance racers, too. Can you give us any hints or tips on fuel and tire strategy for the rest of this race?
I can't give away too much, but our team, kind of our big pride point is our pit stops. So if you're around, you want to watch a pit stop, our first one will probably be coming up in 45 minutes or so, half hour, and we're hoping we get a fast one.
There you have it. Evoke Motorsports, fast car, good drivers, and some strategy in the mix. We'll see what they do after we go green here. Back to you guys in the booth.
Well, thank you very much. And now we know that 3 drivers in that ES class leader, 3 different drivers are going to be doing the driving chores in that car over our 6.5-hour race. This is the 2022 WERC Seaside Cup and 6.5-hour endurance race at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna, Seca, presented by Hawk Performance.
And they've just about got that car out. I believe that's the number 2, the Occupy pit lane machine. We're under cautions, so while we have these full course cautions, it's good to check in again. And Troy Lindstrom in the E2, car number 80. Do you copy?
Yeah, we can hear you. We're just turning laps here while they take a Mazda, looks like, out of the gravel pit.
Hey, I heard you guys talking a minute ago. Was this caution good timing for you guys, or was it bad timing?
The leader just passed us, so leader's we're car number 4. So luckily, the car I've been racing also got passed, but the other cars in our class are all going to get a free lap on us. They're going to come around and be back behind us. So it's pretty bad luck for the overall race, but they'll get their turn later.
Yeah, and I had heard you talking back and forth, just saying, man, had the caution come out just a few moments earlier, it would have saved you and basically let you make up almost a full lap on the track. Instead, now your competitors get to do the same.
Yeah, that's right. The leader passed us after the incident, but before the full course yellow, and just a stroke of bad luck.
Troy, when will you come in, and about what time will Sean then jump into the race car?
These yellow flags, we're getting pretty good fuel mileage now, so we probably got another hour and a half, or about a half hour before we take on our 10 gallons of fuel, and then another hour after that. So I got about an hour and a half left. So before you came to me, I was taking a well-needed break, drinking down some water, getting some cool air on me, trying to tighten up for another hour and a half.
Before we let you go back racing, you talk about water. Sky's starting to get dark out there.
Yeah, but when we're headed north, it's the Chamber of Commerce Day, so I don't know where the clouds are. When we're headed south, it looks pretty ugly, so we'll hope it passes us because we're not changing tires. We're going to run these till the end of the race.
You will be the car to watch. Thank you so much. The number 80, the Samson Racing Communications car, and Troy Lindstrom. Man, have a great race.
Yeah, it's great talking to you.
And that number 80 car is running 17th overall now as he's picked up. He started back, I think, 22nd. I believe he's also 3rd or 4th in class in E2. As he's working his way through the field, he talked about lucky dogs. This is his second lucky dog opportunity, although he was able to close up a little bit on the car in front of him in class. As he said, fortunately, the leader passed both him and the car in front of him before the yellow came out, so he didn't get stuck a lap behind.
Again, it's such a break for everybody around you sometimes. Okay, there's the Tazia Otis Racing. I believe that is, the car number 7 on track. And he is currently, where is he? Second in class, second EO. That's the Tazio Otis racing machine, that bright yellow machine going by us right there. And that car number 7, second spot. And the occupied pit lane machine was the driver that we just saw pull out. Let's jump on board here and let's take a ride with that number 7 car, Tazio Otis Racing, currently running second and EO. And boy, you can see the sun. It's exactly what Troy Lindstrom was saying. If you're facing one direction on the racetrack, he said, Chamber of Commerce weather, you come around a corner and look the other way, and it doesn't look quite as inviting, if you will.
Some pretty mean-looking clouds pulling in across from us here. Look like thunderheads. Dark clouds, probably full of moisture, but hopefully they'll just pass on through.
There's the 7 machine down. We see one car coming off of pit road, the 28 machine. And again, that's second place in the EO. There's 987. Speed SF Racing leads. That car right there, the bright yellow machine, he is in second place in the EO class. And what we're going to do here in about 4 minutes, we are going to go and do a full field summary for you from first all the way back. And again, that team, Tazio team, they're out of the Northern California region, so a home race for those guys here. Driving the Honda Civic Type R, and as I mentioned, currently second in class. And we'll ride along. Here he comes down the front straightaway. We'll see him go right by our broadcast position here. And check that. That's actually a different in-car we have now. And I believe, we'll double check. We'll get which car we're in now. He's right behind that number 12 machine and going to make a pass. But we'll do a full field rundown coming up here in just a moment when we get to the 1 hour mark of this race. In car, we've got the drone. We've got all cameras spread around here. We've got Will and Carla down in the paddock area. And this is that Palomar number 24 that we were riding with. They're giving us some great shots in the Palomar machine. Team cars here. One of the cars is in the E1 class, and the 24 was the Palomar in E2, currently running in third place. So that's the car we're riding with. Cars identically painted. One's 24, and one is 25. If we go to E1 now, the EVOC Motorsports team, the 61 is leading. But, Dick, there's the 37 team, the MotorWorks team. They are in second spot, and they're only 5.6 seconds out of the lead. The 37 car in second place right there coming off turn number 11.
Yeah, we're watching that battle and also watching that battle between the 73 WERC 45 Audi and the Premat HM Road Racing car number 296. They're about 3.3 seconds apart. That is the battle for ES.
And here, that E1 second place car working through some traffic there as he get down into turn, off of turn at number 2. Gets by one of those machines. Again, now those aren't for position in class, obviously position on the racetrack, but you're going to deal with a lot of that as you go through. His gap back to first, or up to first place, is 5.4 seconds now. So the EVOC Motorsports team leads in E1, and the 37 car you're seeing right now coming under the bridge, they're currently second spot in E1. And let you know the 712 Giraffe Racing is in third spot. Again, here in just a moment, we're going to do a full field rundown for you in just a little bit. That is funny. He nailed it when Troy was talking about, I look this way, I've got blue skies and a sunny day. If I look the other way, it makes me start thinking about what I might want to do with tires here in a little bit, Dick. And some of them, Troy said, we're not putting any rain tires on. We're on slicks. We're going to race, and we'll see where that gets us at the end of the day. Boy, that 37 car is in a bunch of traffic right now. Here he is into turn number 11, and he's got to kind of tiptoe his way through. Look at that. Off turn number 11. That's a pack of race car 3 wide in front of him.
Yeah, it looks like freeway on-ramp coming up the front straightaway as they come out of turn 11, 3 and 4 wide, jockeying for position. That'll narrow up as they get down into the Andretti hairpin. Remember, turn 1 is deceptive. It's just a little kink past the crest of the hill as you make the descent into the Andretti hairpin. The pretty steep downhill after you crest the hill after start-finish.
You're riding now with the 24 Palomar Racing. He just made a pass and has moved now into second spot in E2. He just got by the 72X, the Moorwood Creative Machine. So your top three now in E2, we knew this was going to be good, is the 615 Mayshore team, the Palomar number 24 that you're riding with right now, and then the 72X of Moorwood. And Palomar and Moorwood, there's only about a 3-second gap there. He's about 10 seconds behind the leader in E2. So now that he's got to second, let's see what he can do in car number 24, one of our in-car cameras currently running second in E2. He's got 10 seconds to try to make up to catch that leader. There he is up the Ray Hall straight. And there he is at the top of the corkscrew.
Yeah, I continue to be astounded by that camera shot up the corkscrew and the cloud bank behind the fence and the WeatherTech sign up there. I'm not sure if it's clouds. It almost looks like the smoke you'd see on TV from these forest fires that are just bedeviling California.
All right, let's go. All right, so the Mayshore car just went by start-finish. The gap was, I believe, 10.4 seconds. Here comes that blue and green machine. Has he cut into that gap? No. It's actually extended now to 11.4. So he actually lost about a second on that lap to the leader. So the gap in E2 is Mayshore. In the 615, he leads the Palomar number 24 team by 11 seconds. And then the Moorwood Creative team, they've dropped back a little bit more. They were about 13 seconds behind. They've lost some ground as well. Let's see, is that, I believe that might have been our leader there. And there's the 46 car running in EO. And he is currently that blue going up the hill. That's the Margaret Martini Motorsports car number 46. He's currently third. Hey, I mentioned that the Moorhead team had dropped back, or Moorwood team dropped back. That's because they just made a pit stop. We see them going out right in front of us. That's in E2. So he was about 3 seconds behind the Palomar car. They made a pit stop and lost some distance. As we pick back up that race in EO, the 46 machine, the blue one coming right at you. Driver's right. That's third place. And he is about to lose a lap. Is that the 9087? Yes, it is. That's the leader in EO, and he's about to lose a lap to the 987 car in turn number 11, and there it is. So you've got first and third on your screen right now in EO, but it's a lap that separates the two. Dick, let's go ahead and let's go overall. And guys, we're going to run through this rather quickly, but we're going to do the overall running. We'll let you know which car it is and which class. And Dick, I'll let you take the first couple rows there.
Well, no question about the fact that the intermediate racing entry number 7 is your overall leader and leader in ESR. Second in that category, and also second overall, another ESR car. That's the number 29 PMG awareness entry. Third overall and first in ES is the WERX 45 Audi, and he's being pursued by the 296 Premat FHM road racing car. That's your fourth place car and second in ES.
Yep, the O2X car leading the Fast Toys car. They're the ESR car. And then it's the number 21, Chill Motorsports. He's sixth overall, third in class. The Cat Racing Machine, that ES car is car number 67, running seventh overall. And then it's the 61 Evoc Motorsports, eighth overall and leads in E1.
Ninth overall is the number 615 Mayshore Auto Body car, and he is an E2 car. Edge Motorworks right behind him, the number 37 Enduro. He is 10th overall. He is in E1 car, I believe your E1 leader. Then 587 Speed Racing, 11th overall in EO car. And the Palomar Racing car that we talked about earlier, number 24, running 12th overall.
Running 13th overall is the number 712, the Giraffe machine. And then 14th, the car that just made that pit stop, the 72X of Morewood Creative. 15th place, the Funduro Racing car, number 46. And then the other Palomar, this is the 25 car. He runs 16th.
Running 17th overall, the number 80 SRC Sampson Race Communications car. That is our camera car, and he is moving up through the field. Tazio Otis right behind him in 18th in the number 7 car. 19th, the number 12 Thundercock Racing car. And 20th, number 221 Kennelly Racing.
And 21st, HQ Autosport car number 28. And then the Cadillac Deland Yacht Racing 66 is 22nd. The Honda Research West 2 team, car number 23. And then his teammate, the number 22, they run 23rd and 24th.
25th overall is the number 27 MF Racing entry, and he is being pursued by the Black Swan Search car. That's number 62. He is running 26th. 27th overall is the Waifu Racing car, number 43, with the number 46 Maghart Martini Motorsports entry right behind him, running in 28th.
The 311 Fast Toys Club car, they're the 29th place car in car 311. And the number 66 SG Motorsports car, he is in 30th. The Occupy Pit Lane car number 2, we saw him go off track. He's currently credited with 31st. And then 32nd, Lang Racing, the 03 car. I believe they are back on track now. Crozet Racing, his car, Valkyrie Autosport. We saw them in the garage area. I'm not sure if they have returned. And then the final two, the Ageless Bio Racing 39 and the other Valkyrie Autosport, the 01. Is that full field. So that is just a little after a full hour and 7 minutes of racing. That is your full field rundown.
In the meantime, intermediate racing continues to consistently lap around 130, 129, which is quite a bit quicker than the second place car, number 29, the PMG Awareness car. I'm not sure if they made a driver change or just went back out. Their last lap was a 142, which was 12 seconds slower than the leader.
And you're talking about him. There he is, the number 7 Intermediate Racing down the corkscrew. Leads overall and in class. Here he is at the bottom of the hill now. There is that 8-9 combination coming down to set you up for, or 9 and 10 combination, setting you up for turn number 11. Beautiful race car and has not made a move wrong all day today. Overall leader is off turn 11.
Yeah, something I'd like to alert our viewers to watch. When we've got that camera shot up to the corkscrew, you see the cars coming in, you'll see a big variance in line. Some of them come in almost in the middle of the racing surface, and some of them are over, as you're looking at the picture, using all the pavement over on the left as they come down the hill, your left as you look at the picture. So it's interesting to watch the different lines up there at the top of the hill.
Yeah, and depending on where you're catching a car and who you're racing against and everything makes a whole difference on how you attack that corner. As we continue to watch that 7 machine, who has led from the drop, and we got one car off.
I believe that's between 3 and 4. I'm guessing it's off in the gravel. Probably got out of 3 too hot, and then went off driver's left. And what they'll usually end up doing when they correct, it shoots them back across the pavement to the other side.
And I'm going to wonder if that, I'm trying to remember, that might be that 03 car. And you see him, he's right there, driver's right. Yeah, I believe you're right. Just past turn 3, and he's not real far in the gravel, but maybe too far to work his way back out. Let's see. Right now they're covering it with just a local yellow, but now here comes the double yellow. I see the pace car turn the lights on, and so we'll have a full field once again. He was just on the edge, and I thought maybe he could get himself out of there, but stuck in the gravel.
You're an optimist.
I am an Since 2002, Toyo Tires has been the official tire of NASA. Season after season, NASA competitors are rewarded with generous contingency awards and unparalleled support. Toyo Tires is committed to supporting NASing competitors for all their tire needs. You can go to DRIVENASA.com for more information.
As the official motorsports supplier of NASA competition, Motorsport has the largest inventory of auto racing safety equipment and accessories in the nation. With an exclusive discount only available to NASA members, Competition Motorsport can get you what you need when you need it. No excuses. Visit DriveNASA.com for more information and make sure to check out the Discovery Parts trailer in the paddock.
We see one of the Palomar Racing's, the number 25, running, and I believe he's in the E1 class. Yep, they came down on pit road just as that double yellow came out. They're getting ready to rejoin the field, so they had come as the right before that double yellow came out.
You know, I'm looking at that number 80 SRC Sampson Racing Communications car that we have communications with the driver. They've moved up to 15th overall and are running, I believe it's third in E2. So they are moving up through the field now, running 15th overall. They started, I believe it was 22nd.
There's our race crew who are getting ready to pick up that car, our track crew. So we'll let them do some work. Well, we've tried to do it as we get to these full course cautions. So while we're behind the pace car once again, we'll check in with Troy Lindstrom. And Troy, you guys kind of got caught out in that last caution. How are you now after our third full course yellow?
Yeah, we're doing good. I think we've picked up a pace. A couple guys have pitted. We are getting some sprinkles on the windshield. That could be interesting. But car's running good. We're having good laps. A lot of guys keep going off into the gravel, but we're keeping it together.
We thank you very much. We're going to watch. We know you'll be making some stops throughout. But you talked about tires for the race. What is your tire plan right now?
So when we looked at the weather, and after watching yesterday, even with some light rain, the guys on Flicks had a pretty good day, with the exception of one race. So I think we're expecting, just a light misty rain, and we'll just muscle through it on Flicks. In our class, we can only change one tire. So going behind the wall and changing 4 tires and coming out is a substantial penalty. We calculated it to be about 10 seconds a lap for an hour. So you got to really need those rain tires before you come in.
We've heard a couple teams talking about just the load on the right front, that if they came in to change one, that it was really that right front that was getting eaten up. A lot of that's based on setup. How's your wear on the right front?
We definitely set our car up for the long run. It costs us some time, but it's, we're set up for the long run. We expect the 20 RRs to last the whole race. We do have tires if it goes away, but the cool weather's sure helping that.
Troy, thank you so much. We're seeing that black machine on screen right now. Beautiful race car. We'll let you get ready to go back to some green flag racing, and if we get another double yellow here, we'll check in on you one more time.
Anytime. We'll see you.
Thank you so much. Troy Lindstrom driving in car number 80, Sampson Racing Communications. And boy, that's given us some insight today. So they're going to go the whole race, and you see it's that black car on screen right now we were just talking about. They're going to go whole race. If it rains, he said, he saw some cars here before. When it gets a little bit of rain, they stayed on the slicks and just kept on rolling. So one car that had some issues earlier today was that blue number 2 machine, and I believe down in the paddock area, Carla's got the story for us. Carla?
All right, so unfortunately, Team Occupy Pit Lane is currently occupying back paddock. They're running an E0 class car. We saw them get towed in earlier. They're just behind me here. They're wrapping up. Looks like they were rebuilding their axle here in the paddock, and I'm quite surprised how quickly they're able to do that. It looks like it took them about 10 minutes to do so. Last thing you want to do is be back paddock during an endurance race, but looks like they're wrapping up the car pretty quickly there considering what they're doing to the car. hopefully we'll see them get back out there real quick. And I have another car that looks like they're going to be retiring the end of the race here. This is Team Morewood Creative. They're running an E2 class, and sounds like their clutch disc exploded for them during this race. One of the worst things that you can say is have to retire the race. I think we're about an hour and a half in. So they're running E2 class today, but they did win their race yesterday in their sprint races. I believe they were running ST5. So some good luck for them this weekend. Unfortunately, some bad luck as well, but hopefully they'll have a better luck in their next endurance race. So for now, that's what I have going on in the back paddock. I'm getting also a little bit of rain spritzels on me. So we'll see if we're going to end up getting some rain here in just a moment. So for now, I'll pass it back to Dick and Edwin in the booth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carla. Boy, some major work going on that one car that's about to go back out, and tough break of retirement for one of the E2 cars. But we are getting a little bit of rain, you're saying, but I don't think it's going to be enough to make a difference. Just a little sprinkle, not really going to get the track wet, because you need quite a bit, and it's just a little spritz passing through. They talked about various light showers passing through the area. I don't think rain is going to be a factor in tires or tire choice, rather, because the track is just not going to get wet enough unless we have a sustained downpour. Don't think that's going to happen, Edwin.
It's not what they're looking for, but we will wait and see as we've gone back to green flag racing. And you're looking right there at the E2 leader. That's the Mayshore Auto Body team, car number 615. Mayshore Racing, they lead in E2, and they've got about a 7-second advantage over the 24 Palomar Racing team. That 37 car in the picture, that's a different class, so he's not racing with the car behind him. That car right there is the leader in E2 with a 7-second gap back to the 24. We've seen that car a bunch today, the Palomar team. That's that bright blue and green machine, and that's the battle for E2. They're off turn number 5 and start climbing up the hill. Now, I was trying to wait for the Palomar car to go by. Let's see. Right there. You just caught him just at the second there. That was the second place car in class. So as the leader will get to the top of the corkscrew, we should see him just somewhere. There's the leader in that class.
This is the shot I was talking about, looking up the hill, but they pulled away from it. You can see the different lines of cars use on entry into the corkscrew. Everybody's got their own idea of how to get through there quickly. And what's comfortable for them.
Yeah, and so the weight of the car, how you got braking set up and everything. Here comes the 615 again. Now, let's stay here and we'll see what the gap was. Last time, it was 7.3 seconds. Again, we're talking about the E2 class, is led right now by that bright yellow machine. He's going to come by. And let's wait for the Palomar team to come by and see what that gap is in E2. We'll follow the leader down into turns number 2. And Palomar number 24 car.
67 car just gone back out after a pit stop.
You know what? Our 24 car may have also gone on to pit road. I did not see him come by. He was about 10 seconds behind. And it looks like maybe the 24 car now has come on to pit road. We already saw his team car, the 25 pit, but we'll look for pit out to see. He was currently running second in E2, as that's the leader on screen now that's going to really extend that lead. And we'll see. We're going to watch pit out here to see when that 24 car rejoins the field, because they were, I think I said last time, they were 10 seconds off the lead. He comes up the back. And remember, if they change tires, if they're doing it on that side of the wall, they can only do one tire at a time. You can take it behind the wall and change all 4 of them, but that's taking it back to the paddock. And so it's a way to kind of help control some costs.
Yeah, it's a severe time penalty you incur.
Yeah, hey, there's a shot of pit road. There is the Palomar team. So that car was second in E2. They have now made their stop, and they're getting ready to come back out. And we didn't see if they did a tire change, but maybe it was just time, Dick, for them to do their fuel and driver change.
Could have been, yeah, because we're about an hour and 20 minutes into this event. I'm looking now to see what happened to the Cat Racing car. That's the one that just went back out a moment ago, number 67, the Strom Motorsports entry, one of the E5 cars, I'm sorry, waiting for the timing and scoring to update. They were running in 12th. They actually picked up a spot. They were 13th. They are in 12th now.
And take a look at this race right here. That gold car coming to you, that's the 12 car. And then the 221, that's first and second in E3S. So that's a battle for position. The kind of gold and black machine and the silver. The 12 is the Thundercock Racing Team. The 221 is Kedley Racing. And so here we are, hour and 20 minutes into this race. That is the battle for the lead in the E3S division.
The 17th and 18th overall. Last time by, they were separated by a half a second.
Here they go into turn number 3. We'll watch him now. Now, the 12 car has led most of the day in class. He's got a mirror full of the 221 Kedley Racing car. They'll stay single file right now. And one thing is, why do you race so hard for the lead at this point? When you're the leader, you then also can kind of control the race from the front. You cannot control the race as much from second or third. And here is the battle. Going to try to get to the inside. He'll do it.
Made the pass.
New leader in E3S will be the Kedley Racing 221 machine. Thundercock Racing number 12. They'll fall back to second spot. So a pass for position in the middle of an endurance race. I'm glad we caught it.
But that could change again before they get back to start finish.
How hard? You want to control the race, but you also, we talked about a couple of the drivers who are trying to be easy so they don't have to change that right front tire. And we heard, Troy Lindstrom in the 80 even said, hey, we've set our car up. It might be just a touch slower per lap, but we've set it up to where we don't think we'll need to change tires. They figured the time we're going to lose on track is better than the time we may lose on pit road making a tire change.
Absolutely. We'll watch that battle as they come down between 121 and 221. Thunder Rock Racing and Kedley Racing. Kedley Racing now leading that E3S class. At least they were when they started up the hill, and they have maintained that lead, and they're starting to open it up as they cross the start-finish line to start another lap.
Yeah, nice run. He's made that now a little over a 1 second gap. So that's the battle first and second, E3S. You are watching live NASA's Western Endurance Racing Championship. It's the Seaside Cup here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, race number 5 of their 6-race series here in 2022. Weather conditions right now, a fully dry racetrack as the Kedley Racing Team, car 221, leads the way in E3S. Here, and we're just not even quite an hour and a half into this one. Still a big chunk of racing to go. And I was surprised we saw early on, Dick, right at the start of this, we had some early attrition. It's settled down now, but right at the start we had a couple cars that did not make it very long in the endurance race.
No, you had one car that had an axle issue that they actually repaired, and they're getting that car back out. A lot of work. They had to go back Paddock to do it, and Carla did a great job of reporting on that and updating on that, and they're going back out. Another car did retire because of a clutch issue. That was one of the BMWs.
Yeah, that was that Morewood Creative team that had
it was a competitive car.
Yes, it was. Dick, you mentioned it, but while we've got a second in the broadcast here, talk about it. There is a major reinvestment coming to this facility.
Yeah, the county has authorized. The county operates this track now. They've got the management contract. It's gone through several different organizations prior to that, but it's going to get some long-needed TLC. County authorized $13 million for improvements for this racetrack, and it's going to close for a 6-month period beginning in November after our last event here, which is a vintage race next month. Repave the entire facility. Whole track's going to get paved, all 2.238 miles, and replace the start-finish bridge, which is almost ready to replace itself by landing on the pavement. So long overdue improvements and some others as well. County has seen the wisdom of what this track offers, not only to the pumps a lot of money into the area. So they're going to reinvest, so to speak, in WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. One of the Palomar cars has got a problem. They're working on the left rear corner. Maybe we can get Will or Carla to find out what exactly is going on.
At first, I thought they were replacing a piece of exhaust, but if they were doing that, he probably wouldn't. He'd probably have some gloves on, but yet sure as heck does look like exhaust. Of course, if that's a new piece, it's not hot yet, but it looks like repairing exhaust. That's the 25 Palomar car. Again, there's two of those cars.
There is a sound limit here at the track. You cannot exceed that sound limit, so they may have had a muffler problem that's forced them to come in and maybe address that.
The 25 car is running in E1 right now, getting credit for 6th spot. And yeah, if that part of that pipe, because they turn the pipes a certain way to control the sound, if that pipe fell off at the very back, it's not controlling where the sound is going, and that could be an issue for those. Let's get another story. We can go back down to the pit area, and Carla is ready to check in. She's got another driver down there in the pit area. Carla, give us an update from pit road.
Weston Walter is driving for Honda Research West, He's driving car number 23, and he just got out of the car. How are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. The car's hooked up out there. I mean, we're a bunch of club-level guys, but it feels like a professional effort out here. So they're, prepared the car well out here in California. We flew in from all over the country, and, car feels good. It's great.
All right, and what do you do at Honda? Do you work for Honda?
Yes, ma'am. I'm actually in financial services, so I'm probably one of the oddballs here. We have a bunch of engineers and designers and that sort of stuff, so I'm one of the only ones in financial services.
All right, so do you do all the fuel calculations and stuff since you work in finance?
I do all the spreadsheets for the driver expenses and all that, we do our costs and that kind of thing, but no, these guys were doing a great job. We have a bunch of data and everything. All the engineers handle all that. They're good, so.
And what's your plan for today? Are you doing one stint or will you be back in the car later today?
I'm thinking just one stint. I just heard that we might not be able to make it till the end, but I'm probably out for the day. But felt good to be out there. My first time here at Laguna Seca. Fantastic track, fantastic organization with NASA. So just very happy to be here.
Well, I'm glad that you're able to get in the car before having to retire the car possibly later today. But what's the issue? What's happening?
I mean, they're pretty reliable. I mean, I don't plan on retiring the car, but we might have an extra fuel stop a little bit later. So we're going to plan our fuel mileage out as long as we can. Hopefully make one less stop than everybody else, but we'll see how it goes.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. I thought you were saying that you didn't think the car was going to make it to the end.
This thing's robust. It's going to make it.
Oh, that's great to hear then. Just fuel economy, that's okay.
Indeed.
That's part of endurance racing. No problems there. All right, well, thank you for taking the time to talk to us. And if you get back in the car today, we wish you luck.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I'll pass this back to the boys in the booth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carla. While we were away, we have a new race leader. The number 29 PMG awareness car is now your overall race leader and leader in ESR. The intermediate racing car still running second. It's the number 7 car. We're assuming he made a pit stop, and that's why he fell out of the lead position. So we'll see how he works his way back up. He had consistently been lapping 5 seconds a lap quicker than the car that had been second place and is now in the lead. So new leader, PMG awareness car number 29.
Now let's see what once that number 7 comes back around, we'll see how much ground he needs to gain to get back in the spot. Now we look here at the number 28 car on the racetrack, as we are now an hour and a half into this race so far. Have had 3 full course cautions, and the 28 car is our HQ Autosport Racing. So the 28 HQ Autosport Racing team right there, they are in 4th spot right now in E2. E2's been very competitive so far, like we thought it would. Mayshore in the 615, the Palomar Racing 24, and then our 80 car. Remember, he had lost a lap to a couple cars in front of him. He now is up to 3rd, and there on your screen you see the overall leader, going under the bridge right now. That currently, car number 29 currently leads overall, and that's the, as Dick was telling you, the PMG awareness team in car number 29. So our leader here at the 90-minute mark. Here he comes through turn number 4. Has been consistently second all day long, and now up into that lead spot. Again, that was a pit stop for the number 7 team, and they're now back out running laps in the 139 bracket. So there is your leader. And let me see what the gap was. When the 7 comes back by, we'll reset the gap for you. He's got some ground still to make up here. There's the leader at the top of the corkscrew. TrackDayTire.com is proud to be the official tire sponsor of NASA. NASA members are able to take advantage of TrackDayTire.com's enormous inventory and technical support team, and they're focused solely on helping members extract the most from their competition tires on the track. If you need more information on Track Day Tire, you can visit DRIVENASA.com. Leader is off turn number 11 to complete another lap here. Early stages of this NASA Western Endurance Racing Championship, the Seaside Cup, and we're coming to you live today, the WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. Beautiful race car into turn number 2 right now. Cars have started making pit stops. We've seen several come down and pit, including our early leader came down. We saw the Palomar 24 and 25. Both of those cars have visited pit lane. We'll see. I'm going to assume that 29 car has not been to pit lane yet. We're into 90 minutes now, so we'll keep an eye. And if we see the 29 car disappear from our leaderboard here in a moment, we'll know that they have jumped onto pit road. But my guess is they are still in their first stint. See another car rolling back out. That's the 712 car that's just come down pit road to rejoin the field. And that is third place in E1, the Giraffa Lang Racing Development. So the 712 car of in E1 just made their pit stop and rejoined the field. Also the 61 car, the Evoc Motorsports 61. He was second in E1, so he too has pitted. So the 61 and the 712 running together in class, whether just by chance or maybe a little communication and they planned it that way, they both pitted on the same lap. There you're looking now at that second place machine, the car number 7. And PMG awareness car still has not made their pit stop. Here comes the pole sitter and our original leader, and he's a full lap, not a lap, but almost a full lap behind. He goes by start finish. The PMG car not far behind him. By the way, I did just see the number 2 car back out there, that blue machine. Earlier, Carla was talking as they were repairing the whole rear axle on that car, and I just saw them come back out. And Carla has now caught up with another driver down on pit road. And Carla, take it away. It's all yours.
All right, I'm here with Kat. She was driving the Brett Strom's car that we were just talking to earlier in ES class. How did you feel after your first stint?
I felt it went really well. I think the track, we had 2 yellows, so besides that, everything else went great.
And Brett Strom was telling me that you just started racing about a year and a half ago, is that correct?
Yeah.
How are you liking it so far?
I really enjoy it. It's so much fun and get to go all these cool tracks and cool places, and Laguna is a legendary track, so it's great to be here.
And how old are you?
I'm 18.
She's 18 and she's just getting started in racing. This is someone that you definitely want to keep an eye on. What car number are you driving for?
67.
67 in ES. Kat, what's your last name?
Lauren.
Kat Lauren. All right, Kat Lauren, we're going to have to keep an eye on this girl. Are you going to get back in the car again today?
Yeah, either next stint or the one after that.
And she's doing full duty today. All right, well, thank you so much, Kat, for following us and letting us talk to you. I know you got a lot of things to do. We caught her in the middle of her lunch, so I'll back to your lunch. Wish you best of luck today.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you so much. I'll pass this back to Dick. Pass this back to the boys in the booth. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla. Well, we had talked about the 29 car had not pitted yet, and they had not pitted yet. They just came off of pit road, so the number 7 Intermedia Racing team, they will retake the overall lead, and the PMG team has now pitted. There are the guys we've been talking to. Troy Lindstrom is down there pitting. Will Falls, give us an update.
Here with the Samson Racing Communications team, here for just a pit stop of fuel. The 5 gallons already in. The second 5 gallons going out. Troy Lindstrom doing an awesome job.
So you see, and Lindstrom had told us on the radio earlier that for this first stop, he would probably stay in the car. So I don't think they made a driver change. I believe that's Lindstrom still in, and that should have been fuel only. And they have 2 5-gallon cans there for the refueling. So I believe Lindstrom has stayed in the car, and he'll roll back out. So you're seeing pit stops occur. Both first and second spot overall have both been onto pit road. And there is Lindstrom. There he is back on track after his first stop. And again, looking at it, I believe that it was fuel only for that machine. And there's the 39 car. We've seen that car on pit road a couple times today. Not sure what the issues were earlier, but he is back out. That's the Ageless Bio Racing team. That's one of the ENP cars, the Endurance NASA prototype cars. So they have been on pit lane some, but back out now in a beautiful race car, car number 39, racing in the prototype category. There's a great shot looking back. You're looking back towards the start-finish line, turn 1 and turn 2, and then that 2-story building you see to the right, one of the hospitality buildings here right in front of turn number 3. And I can imagine a great spot to sit right there and watch some of the racing. 39 car now off that turn number 2. We'll be catching some cars not in class, and we'll be finding a way to get by them as quick as possible. We'll look to driver's left here to set himself up on the inside as he goes by. That's the 615 car. That's the Mayshore creative team. He'll move to the inside and pick up that spot on track, but again, not a position in class. So 39 car making laps here and back out on the racetrack. We'll see him go flashing by here in just a moment on the Ray Hall Straight. Well, and guess what? I said flashing by. He seems like he's off the pace again. Let's look at the top here of the corkscrew. There's the one of the Palomar cars, but there is the 39 car. He lost a couple spots there, and let's see if he's having some issues. He had passed one of those cars and then lost a couple spots as he came up the Ray Hall Straight. Now he seems to be back to full song, so may have had an issue there coming off turn number 6. Dick shared with us all weekend that can be a really, really tricky spot, and may have had some issues there because he's going to pass pit road and stay on track. So whatever incident he had, it was short-lived, and he's back out there on track. Let's see, that lap was, that lap was a 147.4, about 12 seconds off of some of the laps he's been running earlier in the day. Pit stops continue, and the Edge Motorworks car number 37 team, they were in second spot in E1. They have just came on and off pit road, and we pick up that Mayshore Racing team right there in the 615. And the prototype now trying to get up and rolling once again. He's behind the Speed SF Racing car, that black and green Speed F Racing. That is the EO leader right now. The 987 black and green machine leads in EO. Behind Tazio Otis Racing in the 7. And right now, third and fourth place in class. They're both on pit road. You see the shot there both on pit road, the third and fourth place car. So Speed SF Racing, the car 987, leads the way in EO. Let's go for a ride here around WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna, Seca. That is turn at number 4 we're going to right now. We'll set up for turn number 5. And we've shared with you all weekend how important turn number 5 is, because from this point all the way to the corkscrew, you are uphill, uphill. The more speed you can carry off turn number 5 is going to continue to pay dividends as you're climbing here. You come through turn number 6 and you're still going up. Let's go down into the paddock area and let's check in with Carla. Carla, go ahead.
They're going to give me the cue.
All right, we'll go to Carla here in a moment. Carla could give me a wave whenever she's ready. All right, she's all set now. Carla, take it away down on pit road.
Car number 37 in E1 class just stopped for a pit, fuel, and no tires, correct?
Correct. No tires. Tires are running great.
Looks like you guys had a pretty quick fuel stop. How did that go for you? Was it smooth?
Good. Everything was smooth. Car's running great. Qualified P1. We've been able to keep up top. We're within seconds of the lead car. We've been just trading back and forth. We anticipate that they'll stop a little bit more. We have an old S52 engine that'll actually take less fuel, so that's our strategy.
I had the same strategy when I was in E1 class as well with my S52 engine, so I completely understand that. And he's actually going to be driving later today. Are you doing the last stint?
Yeah, so the way that we've been racing all season, my son Eric and I are racing. So Eric is doing the first half of the race, and I'll do the second half. We've each Ironman one. I did a race in Willow Springs, and he did a race in Auto Club, and then we split in Utah. So our goal is to do the entire season, just the two of us driving.
Wow, that's awesome. Father and son as well, Craig?
Correct. We had to repair the car on Saturday. I launched off the corkscrew on Friday, and so we fixed the car, and it's running quick, and we hope it stays together. We're happy.
That's awesome to hear. Are there any quick shout-outs that you like to give on camera?
Sure. It's been great. Edge Motorworks support is excellent. Hoosier Tire has been phenomenal all season. We run Apex wheels. Those guys are here supporting us really good. Tire Paddock has been really great. Generally, NASA is, always got a challenge in front of us. The WERC series has been just phenomenal. We've been at really good tracks with a really good group of people, and so all of our support help has been great. It's just been really, really fun for my son and myself. And he goes back to school tomorrow, so hopefully I can get him back down for the last race in Butt Willow.
Well, hopefully you guys can get in a win before he has to go back to school.
We sure hope so. Absolutely.
Love to see the father and son effort, and you can always tell the first place. Whenever someone's in first place, they're usually calm and collected, and I see that in you.
I hope I stay that way.
I hope so too. Well, good luck today, and we're looking forward to seeing you in the car in a bit.
Great, thank you.
All right, I'll pass this back up to Dick and Edwin in the booth. Thank you.
And thank you, Carla. There's car number 67, currently runs second in the ES class, the Cat Racing Strom Motorsports machine, chasing the 296, the Premat HM team. But that car currently second in class. That's a great shot looking across the way at that car. We'll get a gap for you here in just a little bit between the Premat car. It's a pretty good gap because the leader in this class just went by start finish, and that car just now in turn number 5. So maybe about a 3/4 of a lap lead right now for the 296 Premat team and the Cat Racing team. Now up the hill and on the Ray Hall straight. We'll pick them up as they come by. Here he is. That's that silver and orange machine by. We'll come to the top of the corkscrew. Running right now, as I said, second spot in the ES class. Works the corkscrew perfectly. Down the hill he goes. I'm going to think about a minute 30, probably the gap up to first place. But we'll stay with the 67 car here for a moment. And when he goes past start finish, we'll be able to get that gap for him. In fact, maybe now over a lap down. Let's see. Comes down the front straightaway, and yeah, he may have a lap between himself and the leader, because he goes by now, he picks up 1. So, yeah, it's a full lap that the 296 car has over the second place car of the 67. Now, one thing I'm noticing, the intermediate racing car number 7, he continues to lead. I saw him in the shot in just a moment, but they've really backed off on their lap times now, running lap 137. Again, a lot of the cars will then kind of race to a delta. What's that time we want to race? What's the gap we want to do each lap? And the Strom Motorsports team off turn number 4. Couple cars on pit road. In fact, right now, we were watching the 67 car, and the car he was chasing, the 296, they're on pit road. So that's the Premat Racing team. You see that team refueling. They're setting up for some tire changes. So this is the time now where the 67 car wants to run some of his fastest laps of the day, try to at least get on the same lap. Just great timing there that we happen to be talking about this ES class, and the 296 car is taking on fuel, and the Cat Racing team now is just trying to bang out the fastest lap that they can to cut that gap. My guess is that the 67 car had already done their pit stop. Now let's see what the plan is going to be on tires here. You'll see the air jack. That jack goes right in the car right there, raises the car up. They can change 1 tire at a time. And it looks like they're going to go all 4. I see a sticker tire ready to go up front. Obviously, nobody concerned about rain because those are not rain tires. Those are still the slicks. So this stop is going to take a long time to do. And the Cat Racing team now, I believe, is going to get back on the lead lap as they change 1 tire at a time. So this is where, you'll see a car maybe 2 laps down. You think, oh, that race is over. Well, no, because one car may be on a completely different pit strategy than the other. They changed the front 2, and there that car rolls out. We're going to look for the 67 car and see what that gap was. Remember, they were almost a lap and a half advantage for the 296 car. This is the battle in ES. They roll right past our position here. He'll go by, and that gap that was almost 2 full laps. We'll look for the Cat Racing car to see what that is. There is that leader coming back out. And we'll see, the Cat car may have made a pit stop as well. If we can pick back down on pit road, he may have. No, here he comes right now. I think I just saw him coming off of turn number 11. I'm going to watch that. There he is. Okay, so the 296 car right there leads in ES. That orange and black car we saw earlier, the Cat Racing team, 67 was in second. They were almost 2 full laps down, but after that pit exchange now, that gap is 33 seconds. There's the leader, the red and black up the hill, and so that's a lot of good insight into the ES race here, where it's the 296 Premat HM Road Racing team, the 67 Cat Racing Strom Motorsports car, and the number 73, the WERC Audi. That's the podium right now in the ES class. We are now an hour and 50 minutes into a 6 hour and 30 minute race. But nice job there on pit road, guys, picking up that pit stop of the 296. They did a great job. They got him in, they got him out, still in the lead. He's tucked in now right behind the 287 car, the 987 car. The 987 right there, the black and green car. That is your EO leader. He's going to come by. He's leading the Tazio car right now. He comes by. So let's see if we can go back just 1 car to get that black and green machine, who's done a solid job here. They are, third car there in your shot, the black and green. That is the 97 speed SF racer, and they are leading an EO, and they have almost a full lap over the second place car. Under the bridge, that bridge takes you from the outside campground area and brings you into the infield portion of this racetrack. So all the haulers and everybody that comes in and out will come over that that bridge to get to the inside of the racetrack. There's the EVOC racing car. That's cart number 61. He has now taken over the lead in the E1 class. So that's your E1 leader right there. Cart number 61, EVOC Racing, is the E1 leader. Got a good lead over Edge Motorsports, or excuse me, Edge Motor Works in that class, the cart number 61. Those guys race out of the Arizona region, that BMW M3. So they've come out of the Arizona region and find themselves right now leading, but still early stages of a 6.5-hour race. Car number 712 now on your screen. That car currently runs third in E1. That's the Giraffe Lang Racing development car. And right there, currently third spot in E1. So E1, we showed you the leader, the 61 of EVOC Motorsports. The 37 of Edge Motor Works is second. And there's your third place car right there in E1. Now, I'll tell you, he's close to losing a lap to the 61 team, because the 712 went by start finish, and no more than about 6 seconds later, the EVOC car went behind. So he's almost a full lap down, but again, it's endurance racing. There's a long time to go. You don't know who's on what pit strategy and what people are doing as far as tire strategy and fuel strategy and that type of thing. So even though the gaps might look huge, I mean, we saw a moment ago with that pit stop, one of the drivers went from 2 laps down to the gap down to just 30 seconds after somebody had made a pit stop. I think we'll be checking in Carla here in just a little bit. You see that beautiful run up there. That's a great shot right there, because you're seeing over the ridge and the valley off in the distance. And that's took some time and got up there this morning and took a couple pictures. If you have not been out here before, you hear motorsports fans say it, but you also heard a couple drivers saying that, say, yes, this is my bucket list track that I needed to get to. If you've not made it, you absolutely want to. Again, third place car in E1 there, the Giraffe Lang Racing development car. That is car number 712 on the racetrack right now. And where are they? These guys are out of the Southern California region, and they're currently running third in class. All right, let's go down into the pit area and check in with Carla. Carla, take it away.
So just a little update for car 296 that just came in for the fuel stop that we saw and the 4-tire change. They're running an ES class. They just received a warning for changing the memory stick on their camera while fueling. So fortunately, they didn't get a penalty for it, but it's just a warning. They're not allowed to work on the car at all in any sort of way while fueling. We do that for safety. So just a clarification on that part. But yeah, you get a warning first, but if you do it a second time, then you'll get a penalty for it. So I just got that update from the guys here, 296, and I'll send it back to you guys in the booth. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Carla, for the update. And again, for safety reasons, they do that. We're about to have a battle for the overall lead here on track. You know, we saw the 29 and the 7 car swap places during pit stops, but the 7 car now, last time by, the gap was only 0.7 of a second. So that's a battle for the lead on track, and we're trying to look for that. Going by now, that is that 28 car. We talked about them a little bit earlier. Having a solid day here. currently in 4th spot in E2. That's the HQ Autosport Racing machine, running 4th spot in E2. They go by the start-finish line. I'm going to try again, like I say, pick up our lead cars here in a second, because those guys are battling for the lead on track here now, almost 2 hours into our event. Those guys, cars are hard coming off turn number 3. We see a couple of them, the back end, step out just a little bit. Cloud cover has increased a little bit, but it's not the kind of cloud cover where it doesn't look like it's imminently going to rain, but it is there, and we're keeping our eyes on it. Some teams are ready. They're going to bolt on some rain tires if they need to. Some guys aren't sure what they're going to do, and other guys said, nah, rain or no rain. And I think we're going to get a shot of our leaders here. There they are. So there, in fact, the prototype is your leader, the 7. And then the silver-orange car behind him, that's the 29. That's first and second overall. They worked through a little bit of lap traffic, but here we are 2 hours into the race, and the gap for the lead now is just a half a second. Car number 7 has led, except for an exchange during pit stops, has led from the beginning, but right now that gap has gone away. The PMG Awareness car, number 29, running second there. That's a Porsche GT3 Cup car out of California's southern region. And that gap now maybe about 7 or 8 car lengths. And we'll see. Maybe that gap closes, and I see a waving yellow there at the top of the hill at 6. Waving yellow up there at 6. The drivers will make it safely to the top of the hill. Saw one car kind of slow there, and now you see that gap is opened back up. There's the leader in the prototype. There's the silver GT3 Cup car, and maybe that was just he got into some traffic, something slowed him up because the gap had gotten down to just a half a second, but now it's starting to open back up again. We've talked about it's not where you catch the traffic or when you catch traffic, it's where you catch traffic. And the leader did not have a great clear racetrack going into that final corner number 11. So again, this time by, that's going to be a pretty tight gap between first and second. As they go by, it's still less than a second, 0.933 for the leader. And what's cool is you've got a prototype car followed by a GT3 Cup car running in the same class and running for the overall lead. We've got a double yellow now, and that may be that situation that was up there just past turn number 6. We did see a waving yellow up there as they went up the hill. So we have gone full yellow for, I believe, the 4th time today. And that'll be a break for some drivers who were getting ready. I saw maybe even a driver change coming up. So some of those folks now will take advantage of this and make their pit stop now. I see the double yellows all the way around. Lights are on the pace car, so pace car will come and pick up the field here momentarily. There's the first and second place car on screen right there. Pace car should come out here in just a moment. They will pick up that field so that we can go and pick up the car that's out there that's caused our double yellow. Toyota pace car rolls, and they'll get the leader here in just a moment. Since 2008, Hawk Performance has supported NASA members with the best braking products in the industry, combined with a lucrative contingency program for HPDE. TT, and racers alike. Hawk Performance is dedicated to making sure drivers feel confident no matter what. Again, NASA members rely on the best braking products in the industry, and that is Hawk Performance. Under the double yellow here, and I think we're going to go down to pit. We should have some pit stops coming up and driver changes as well as we're into our full yellow. Look for the number 12 car coming in here in just a moment. We'll go down to pit lane as they come in. Again, under a double yellow. That is the number 12. It's going to be the Thundercock Racing Machine. We're going to cover their stop. They are leading in E3S. Take advantage of this full yellow. Oh, let me check that. All right, so maybe the Black Swan team coming down. We'll see in just a moment. You see the safety trucks going, and I believe we've got somebody off up there in turn number 6. So awaiting pit stops in our E3S class. Yeah, we saw that waving yellow. That was the shot we saw first of the waving yellow at the top of the hill, and then it was about a half lap later that we then saw the full course caution come out. As that pace car, they're just now at the head of the Rahal straight as we ride around with Palomar Racing. But when they get back to pit in, you should see several cars jump onto pit road, a great time to make adjustments, driver changes, and that sort of thing. We ride with the number 24 Palomar team. They've given us some great shots today in the 24 car. And where are they currently? Looking at timing and scoring. See where our 24 guys are racing.
10th.
Currently 10th overall. Thank you, Dick. There you see, there's the car that's off right. And is that? Couldn't tell. That might have been. It was one of those bright yellow cars. I wonder if, it is. It was the 615, the Mayshore Auto Body team sitting up there. I thought it looked like that car, and they're showing that he's dropped some spots. So the Mayshore team that has really been, I won't say dominant, but been very, very competitive in the E2 class. They're now sitting in the gravel up there on turn number 6. And so they're going to have to get pulled out of the gravel there before they can rejoin. And they've been very competitive. Once they get out of the gravel, they can come on back, pit, and get back out there. But it's cost them a lot of time right now.
A ton of time, and they've got a big hill to climb to try and work their way back up into a competitive position.
All right, we should see some cars take advantage right now. I know they're getting ready for a couple pit stops, and let's see if anybody will do it this time by. And I don't believe so. I didn't see anybody dive into there. So they'll get along another single file long lap, and I see them now. They're working at the top of the corkscrew there. So they've got the Mayshore car out of the gravel, and he should be able to, in fact, he will now. He's going to turn and come down the corkscrew. So we're going to take a little break here. We are 2 hours into this event. You are watching live coverage. We're watching NASA's Western Endurance Racing Championship. This is a Seaside Cup coming to you live from WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca.
There are no ones. The person had to find he had a content. He didn't have one. And he had to find 3. Just go over and tell him you're with that. So it was a process just to get this one. Cough drops helping? Yeah. Yeah.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all.
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Haggerty. Let's drive together.
Standard brakes are good for standard jobs. When you want absolute confidence in demanding braking applications, insist on Hawk Performance products. Proudly made in the USA, Hawk Performance far exceeds expectations, delivering clean, precise stopping power up to 40% more than original equipment brakes. So you may be asking, do I really need Hawk Performance brakes? Well, if you're into street performance and bolting on massive horsepower, the extra stopping power is a must. If you drive a truck and pull or carry heavy loads, Hawk will give you the power to safely bring your rig to a stop without breaking a sweat. And if you off-road or crawl in a Jeep, you'll get the toughness and holding power you need on extreme terrain. Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
The more power you have, the more grip you have, the more you push the limits, the more stopping power you need. Get race-proven technology. Hawk Performance.
David Cook, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. So the NASA Teen Mazda Challenge program is a pride point for us, something that we invest in, both resources, kind of tangible and intangible. We see a lot of young talent come the NASA way, and specifically have been excited by what TMC has to offer.
Teen Mazda Challenge is a NASA program for drivers ranging from ages 13 to 20 to develop their on-the-track and off-the-track skills.
It's a lot different. You know, the cars are going a lot faster speed-wise, so it's a lot getting used to that, and also the weight. Cars weigh a lot more than the go-karts, so you got to get used to the weight transfer going from corner to corner.
I'm really finding the support for the young drivers. Every single race they have a coach there, and they're always willing to help the young drivers, and they're doing whatever they can to help us, which just makes it a great program to get up from a kart into a car.
To be a successful race car driver takes more than just being fast on track, but it takes the whole package. Trying to be a great brand representative, so we work with the drivers on what that can look like, about networking, about building relationship skills, communication skills, and a lot more.
So building the community off track is huge. You get involved with people and then they get to know you, and it can only benefit you. And then from that, you get into talking with partners and people who can help you financially or with materials and products to help make racing more affordable for you.
Some advice that I would give to future Team Mazda Challenge drivers is always trust yourself. Anything can happen in racing, just be positive. Try to always have a great mental attitude, because in the end, when you think positive, things can happen. The sky's the limit.
I'm Carter Hunt from Raleigh, North Carolina. I race in NASA Mid-Atlantic, car number 58, Spec E30. The early years of Hyperfest were basically just a few bands and some stages, and that was kind of it. Chris has done a great job growing this event. It's kind of fun to race in front of a crowd. You know, we just don't get to do that very often. Kind of cool seeing people, you know, staring, watching us.
I'm Taylor Johnson. I race with NASA Mid-Atlantic. Racing at Hyperfest is a big, big difference, mainly for the spectators. It's cool because you're having fun with your friends, but you're also sharing it with a bunch of new people.
And we are back just 2 hours, over 2 hours into this event, 6.5 hours. This is the 2022 WERC Seaside Cup 6.5 hour endurance race at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna, Seca, presented by Hawk Performance. Intermediate racing, still the overall leader in car number 7, and leading in ESR, the PMG awareness car number 29, now right behind him, less than 2 seconds, the gap between the top two cars, car number 7 and car number 29. That big gap that we had earlier by the 7 car has disappeared. Perhaps driver change, not quite sure what happened. We'll have our pit reporters check that out. Leading in the ES class is the number 296 Premat HM road racing car. Next up, 4th overall, the 02X Fast Car. That's 3rd in ESR. The Cat Racing entry, number 67, with Strom Motorsports, running 5th overall and 2nd in ES. Eva Motorsport running 6th in car 61. That's your E1 race leader. The WERC 45 Audi, car number 73, running 7th overall and 3rd in ES. Chill Motorsports by Strom, car number 21, running 8th overall, also an ES car. The Edge Motorsports Motorworks number 37 is running 9th overall and 2nd in E1. And completing our top 10, the Palomar Racing WERC number 24, an E2 car. So that's your top 10 and your class leaders in the head of this group, as we are just about 2.25 hours in to this 6.5-hour event. Skies have been threatening, a lot of big clouds overhead, but just a light sprinkle earlier, but not enough to even get the track damp. So everybody pretty much figured out that they're going to stay on the tires that they have as far as switching from rain to dry. They're going to stay with whatever tires they mounted at the start. Of course, they will be replacing tires in pit stops as the wear issue comes up. Seems the right front is the tire that's been taking the most punishment and is the one that needs to be replaced the quickest. You can replace one tire in the racing pit lane, but if you're going to replace all 4 or more than one, you have to go to the back paddock, which is very costly from a time standpoint, and you can lose a lot of real estate on the track. Top 2 cars circulating at just about the same lap time, both in the 135s. We're talking about the Intermedia Racing number 7 and the PMG Awareness number 29, both ESR cars. 2.1 seconds separating those two as they go by us here at start finish. ES battle a little more spread out. We'll wait for our computer to update. Currently leading ES is that number 296 Premat HM Road Racing entry. Then it's the Fast Toys Club ESR car that's running behind them. Second in the ES category is the Strom Motorsports Cat Racing entry, number 67. And it works Audi right behind them. Further down in the field, as we look at the other cars, Palomar Racing is doing well. The Lang Racing Development car, Speed Racing, and the Samson Racing Communications car, who we have contact with, was the driver's got a radio. When he gets a moment, we will chat with him. Running 14th overall on car number 80, and right now he's running 3rd in the E2 category. Working his way through the field, started back in 22nd, now running 14th overall. Palomar Racing WERC on the screen now. That's the number 24 car. That's the car that's running 10th overall. Sunny but cloudy day here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. Your E1 leader is that Palomar Racing car number 25. We'll make that the number 12 car. Is the Edge Motorsports entry is in E1. Gap between the two lead cars has closed again. Now it's down to less than 0.8 of a second. So keep your eye on 29 and number 7. Those are your two race leaders and class leaders in ESR. A battle going on for the overall and class lead at the head of this field. 79 laps have been completed. And we're coming up on 2 hours and 20 minutes of the 6.5 hours in this endurance race. Number 296, Premat, pretty comfortable leading in the ES category, running third overall. Second car in the ES category is the Cat Racing Strom Motorsports entry, number 67. He's being pursued by the WERC Audi, number 71. It's your top 6. And further back in the class, look at some of our other leaders. E35 leader is the Thundercock Racing car, number 12. He was battling earlier with the Kennelly Racing car, number 221. They had a great battle for several laps. Kennelly Racing had been leading the category before Thundercock Racing made the pass and took over the lead in E35. He is now running 18th overall. Kennelly Racing down to 20th. Couple of retirements, couple of cars down a bunch of laps. The Morewood Creative white car, I believe one of the cars that did go off course, 72X, is now down 19 laps. 11 laps down for the Lang Racing Development car, number 03. And 14 laps down for Aegis Bio Racing car, number 39. Looking to pick up some battles, and the best one right now seems to be for the lead between 29 and 7, your overall and ESR leaders. They're 1.2 seconds apart when they cross the start-finish line. See if we can pick them up around the course. Great shot of the cars as they come down through the corkscrew. This is a shot that I referenced earlier. When you see them head on, you see drivers taking different entry lines into that corner. Some are on the left side of your picture. Some are more toward the center of the pavement as they come down that hill. Pretty impressive. Cameras don't do it justice. It is almost a 100-foot drop from turn 7 down to turn 9. They come through 7, a left-hander, then they turn right at 8, left again at 8A, and another left down the bottom of the hill, turn 9, which is a reverse camber corner. Good racing going on through the field. And pick up the number. That car just made a pass down in the Andretti hairpin. I think that's the PMG awareness car. That's your race leader, car number 29. Watching for them as they come through now. Shot of the Ray Hall straight as the cars crest the hill just before they start down the corkscrew. All of a sudden, the PMG awareness car has picked up the pace. Your race leader has lowered his lap times and has now opened the gap between himself and the second place car to 4 full seconds, lapping about 3 seconds a lap quicker last time by. That's the number 29 car, the PMG awareness car we're talking about, who is your overall and class leader in ESR. Lots of good races going on throughout the pack, but the field a little spread out now. That battle for the overall lead is starting to dissipate a bit as the 29 car turns ever quicker laps and increases the gap between himself and the 7 car. ESR third place car is the 02 Fast Toys Club car. Good battle in E5 with the number 296 Premat car is your race leader. And behind them is the Cat Racing Strom Motorsports 67 and the 73 WERC Audi. They're very close together, running for second and third in the ES category. E1 leader is the Evo Motorsports, car number 61, running 7th overall. Weather is holding off. I don't think we'll see any rain of any substance. We might get a light sprinkle or a little drizzle, but that's going to be it. We should have pretty much a dry day here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. Since 2002, Toyo Tires has been the official tire of NASA. Season after season, NASA competitors are rewarded with generous contingency awards and unparalleled support. Toyo Tires is committed to supporting NASA competitors for all their tire needs. Visit DRIVENASA.com for more information. Mixes of cars here, 6 different classes competing, a lot of different speed potential of these cars, so there's lots of passing as the faster classes work their way through the field, and as cars make pit stops, they fall back behind traffic, so you are always in traffic around this 2.238 mile road course. Comfortable weather outside, actually shirt sleeve weather. It's probably in the low 70s, I would guess, even though it is overcast. Bit of humidity in the air. We continue to work our way through this Enduro, the Western Endurance Racing Championship 2022 WERC Seaside Cup. 6 Enduros in the WERC series this year. This is race number 5 of the 6. One more set for Buttonwillow next month. And this is the longest of the Enduros that are scheduled for this year's championship at 6.5 hours. Field's starting to string out, looking for any drama in the pits. If that does happen, we will bring it to you as we have 2 excellent pit reporters, Carla Postotnik and Will Falls, are wandering the pits in search of stories that we can share with you as part of our live coverage here at this event in Monterey, California. "39 cars have entered this event. I think we actually started about 35. Looking now down on our sheet. No, 39 were scheduled to start. I believe that 34 did take the green flag for this event. And of those, probably 27 are still running on track. And we're starting to see some attrition. We had some incidents that one car had to retire because of clutch issues. Oh, there is a crash out there now. Looking, it's down at the bottom of the corkscrew. It's right at the entrance to turn 9, and that car is perpendicular to the track. He's in a dangerous spot. I would not be surprised to see a double stand in yellow come out. Hasn't done it yet. That car really needs to move out of it. There is room for traffic to get by on the left side of that car, but it's kind of narrow. Watching for it now. Can't make out the number of the car from our vantage point. Just sitting there unable to move. Waving yellow flag up at the top of the hill to alert the drivers to the danger lurking down at the bottom as they head toward turns 9. Cars continue to go by, but they really do need to move that car out of there and get it to a safe position. He's got it started. It's moving now. He's backed it up, and now the field is slowed down as he backs out of the way, and now he gets it pointed in the right direction and starts to head down the hill. So it has become a self-clearing problem. That car will probably be coming into the pits after that spin up there. See if we can pick up a number on him as he comes through turn 10. He's going to stay out, so we should be able to pick up the number of that car as he comes up the start-finish straightaway. Coming up through start-finish now, should be by our position momentarily. He's too close to the wall, I couldn't read the number. A white car with green trim. Now proceeding safely on course, but had a moment up there at the bottom of the corkscrew as he lost it. Ended up partially blocking the course, was able to finally get the car restarted and move it away under his own power. They were just about ready to launch the pace car. Say again. No change at the front. The gap has shrunk again between our two lead cars, 28 and 7. The PMG awareness car and the intermediate racing entry. Still a PMG awareness car, number 29 out front. Last time by, he lapped the same speed as the second place car, so that battle is tightening up. Pit activity down there. We'll see if we can get Carla up, and she's got someone to chat to, I hope. I think the leader is being scheduled for a pit stop, should be in within the next 5 minutes or so. That would be just past the 2.5 hour mark. More cars calling at the pits, changing tires, looking for driver changes down there as well. Let's see, one of the cars going by out there that came back in and had to change the entire rear end. He is back out on track and running again as well. Cars are settling into a routine and routine pace and routine position. Leader lapping 135s, which was slower than he was earlier this morning. He was consistently lapping under 1 minute and 30 seconds, so he has slowed his pace about 5 seconds a lap. Intermediate racing still in pursuit, about 12.8 seconds back now as that gap between the first two cars is continuing to increase. Your ES leader, car number 296, the Premat HM Road Racing entry, being pursued by the 67 Cat Racing Strom Motorsports car. Those are your first and second place ES cars. Fast Toys Club ESR, 5th overall. That's the number 02 car. That's your third car in ESR. So you missed some fun, Ed, when we had a car that lost it at the bottom of the corkscrew, ended up parked perpendicular to the track with just enough room off the nose of his cars for everybody to go by and continue down into turn 9. He sat there for about a lap and a half. I was expecting him to launch the safety car, and just when they were about to do that, he was able to get it fired up and move it under his own power, but he didn't come into the pits. He continued around.
I bet he had a few tension-filled moments.
Yeah, he got a couple of shudders as he looked to his left and saw these cars screaming down the hill toward him.
Tell you one thing, like I said, stepped outside for a little bit. With the cloud cover and all, it has gotten chilly outside. The temperature has really dropped, and you've got this overcast. I don't know what's going to happen here. Lose a lot of track temperature here, but no rain, so we'll take it.
No rain yet, and I don't think you lose that much track temperature. You might lose some, but which is going to affect handling, obviously. You can look across the track and see those flags waving. Not quite as windy as it was yesterday at this time. They did have a wind advisory forecast, but they canceled it.
Yeah, that was good. sometimes, and I've learned here just in a couple days, very unpredictable weather-wise. There's the 426 car coming by. Just put a lap on the board in front of us. We get to see them here just as they come across that timing line and set their lap. So he just went by in front of us in the 426 car. And I believe that's one of the ESR cars. That trio now comes off turn at number 4. A couple of mixed class cars, the BMWs, their nose to tail. And I see that our 29 cars remained up front. In fact, has that gap now 27 seconds between first and second. The PMG number 29 and the 7 Intermedia Racing. And interesting to see also as we get into this part of the race now, we're not even halfway.
Team Evoque Motorsport currently leading the E1 class. Looks like driver change and fuel only planned for this stop. No, they're getting the car jacked up. Looks like they'll either be checking something. Also, they've got an impact gun and a wheel and tire ready to go. Looks like the left front wheel and tire will be getting swapped out. As Mike Donick, who we talked to earlier, gets in the car here. 10 gallons of fuel, flawless job. Front left wheel and tire getting a fresh, looks like a scrubbed Hoosier put back on. Team Evoque Motorsport, in and out, good stop here at the Seaside Cup, presented by.
That is your E1 leader, the number 67, or I'm sorry, 61 Evo Motorsports entry. Making a pit stop.
Yeah, one thing I've got, when they do the single tire change like that, you wonder how much does it change the balance of the car when you're changing a single tire like that? That's done because those are what the rules are, only a single tire change at a time. But I wonder about, resetting and what's the balance. It's got to give the car a very different feel when you go out, and you probably have to be very careful that out lap and the first couple laps till, you're going to have tire pressure. And we've got one car in the gravel there at turn 5. That's the 426 who we just saw a moment ago, and that one's kind of buried. That's a great shot. You talked about how deep these gravel traps are.
Look at the pile of gravel on the outside of the wheel. He really plowed that field. The thing that confused me about that pit stop, they changed the left front, where everybody was talking about the right front as the tire that gets the heaviest wear.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, most of the teams earlier had talked about all of the load going on that right front. So I imagine we are going to see our NASA pace car come out on track.
Looking over at the starter, I think he's looking at his flag bag. And, yeah, he's got the yellow flags in hand. I can see the flash of color. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. Pace car is parked just down below us. And when we see the lights come on atop the pace car, we know that the operating stewards have ordered a full course yellow for this situation. It hasn't happened yet, but we expect it to. Several cars go out, including the number 24 Palomar entry, just went out through the racing pit lane after they completed their pit stop.
Yeah, where he's sitting, he's not going to get out on his own, and in a spot where they're probably going to want to move him. We're keeping our eye on the pace car to see if the lights come on and they begin to move. Right now, though, they're just covering that with a local yellow. But if they just cover it with the local yellow, that's a long time for that driver to sit there in the car for the next 4 hours waiting for the race to end.
If they decide to leave it, they'll motion the driver to get out of the car and walk over to the workers at the wall. Still watching to see what develops here. Right now it's covered under a local yellow. Well, boy, that rear wheel is buried just about up to the hub, too, on that car.
Yeah, he's definitely not getting out of there on his own. If he's going to get out, it'll take some help. All right, we got a pit stop down on pit road. The 67 car is on pit road. It looks like they've just made a driver change.
That's the Cat Racing Strom Motorsports entry that has been running second in ES and fourth overall. So they're well placed in that. They've got the front end up in the air, changing that left front on that car.
Down here with the second place in ES, car number 67, Cat Racing Strom Motorsports. Just watching them drop down to third while they're sitting here in the pits. But fresh, brand new sticker rubber going on this car. Taking fuel. And they're going to get back out there and see what they can do with fresh rubber. Looks like a clean pit stop overall. Sounds like one side. Nope, doing all four here in the pits. Now remember, we talked about earlier that some classes can only do one tire at a time. ES and ESR are excluded from that. So they can have full-blown professional teams do 4 tire stops down here. 4 fresh Yokohama slicks going on the Cat Racing Strom Motorsports number 67 as we watch them drop to 4th in ES. Really quick team though, and we'll look to see them make up some time here going out on brand new sticker rubber with a full tank of fuel. Back to you guys.
And there goes the pace car back out, double standing yellow. We're under a safety car situation for that incident over in turn 5, I'm sorry, where that car has buried itself in the gravel. It's going to have to be winched out. They can't just leave it there because it is an impact zone and it is hazardous to anyone that might go off course, and of course the car that's sitting there as well. So the pace car picks up the leader, should be the number 29 PMG awareness car. Leader overall, leader in ESR.
Well, and you figure if one car can get there, another car could get there.
Absolutely.
All right, we've got a full course yellow. Let's check back in our race communication. Here I'm talking to the driver. All right, and very quick, let's cover this pit stop. Changing drivers there. You see the fuel going in. That's one of the E1 cars getting refueled and a driver change. Take advantage of this full course yellow. If it's in your pit window, it's a good chance to make that change. Helping the driver get all buckled in. They're just about done with that one. We hear some traffic communication. Good job down in the pits. Well, that pit stop's making change. I want to jump in here in just a moment. They're chatting with our driver, Bareem Sean Sampson, in the car now. And so we'll check in just a second. It's going to take a little while. Get that car pulled out. That pit stop just about done. We see the crews there. All right, under full course yellow, let's see if we can check in. Our Sampson Racing Communications car running in the E2, the 80 car, and I believe now Sean Sampson in the race car. Sean, how is this stint going for you?
Well, all these full course yellows have been so long, we haven't got Sean in the car yet. We're still running our second load of fuel. We're about maybe 5 minutes away from that next pit stop.
You guys have made up some ground. You guys got to be feeling pretty good where you are. You had one of those yellows kind of catch you guys out, but you fought back. You're doing a great job now, guys.
Yeah, thanks a lot. You know, it's part of basically our strategy. We got a long-run car for a big, long race. We get reasonable fuel mileage, so we'll see how it plays out. Looking forward to getting out, actually, and getting Sean in.
All right, thank you so much, buddy, and hopefully you guys get some long green flag runs coming up. Have a good rest of the afternoon.
He shows 12th overall and second in class.
They just need a long green flag section.
Yeah.
That's what they've not had. And like he said from the start here, the
long run car.
Yeah, we've set this car up to be a long run car, and right now we've not had many of those long run sessions. Sounds like Troy's ready for a little break. He said, look, I'm ready to get out of this thing and let Sean get in the car.
I think he indicated he was low on fuel, maybe 5 or 10 minutes, and he's going to need to come in.
Yeah, you know, he said to get good fuel mileage, so they've not been a need for it yet, but at some point you run out. So there, that car, as soon as they get it back to the pavement, it can continue on its own. Guys are doing great, speedy work down there.
Car's back out on course, and believe me, he is going to leave a trail of gravel and rocks behind him as he proceeds on course. All of that stuff got buried up in the chassis when he plowed a new line through turn 5.
Comes flying out of the wheels and off the rain. Yeah, it'll be a mess for a few laps there. Looking here, you still have, you know, we mentioned we missed, dropped a few cars early in this race, but right now you still have a good chunk of these cars still out there running right now. So we have, trying to see how many laps. It doesn't show the number of laps that have been, yes, 94 laps now have been completed. And you look at maybe a 20-lap gap, you still have 27 cars that are still there within a 20-lap gap of the leaders here. And then anybody more than that has probably spent long periods of time in the Paddock area. We saw that 39 prototype kind of off and on several times today. They've only been able to run about, 15 laps so far today. That car is going to come down on pit road. That was just in the gravel.
Carrying a lot of extra weight.
Yeah, he'll definitely make weight now after this one. So, but might as well check that out and make sure he's good to go. Pace car goes by us right here at start finish. We'll let the safety cars get back in, and we should be able to go back to a full course screen here in just a moment. Actually, the 426 car has turned and gone straight into the paddock, so they're going to, whatever they need to do, it's more than what they can do on the pit lane. So they're going to go back to the paddock and try to figure it out and get him back out. The field works through turn 2 and head for 3, and everybody's off. They've got almost a full lap to do, so we should be in a position where we'll see a pace car come in. We'll find out here in just a moment. A couple cars catching up to the tail end of the field as the pace car is in turn 3. Well, Carla has caught up with some folks down in the paddock area. We'll go with her in just a second to get an update from a couple of our teams. There's the 426 car. Looks like they don't look like they're in a big hurry as we look into the paddock.
No, they're just kind of walking around the car, looking at it a little bit. No one is attacking it, so to speak, with a wrench or anything. Just got it parked and giving it a casual inspection.
Yes.
Will's down there. He may be able to catch up to him and see what their plans are as well. Driver just got out of the car.
Out of the race car. Well, let's go down there and check in with Carla. She's got an interview. Carla, take it away.
For many years, and actually when I was getting my race license, he was one of my instructors. Steve, how's it going today? You're racing.
We're having a great time. We're fortunate enough to be in P1 and E3S. Great battle. It's going to come down to pit stops, I think, because it's tight. We're having a wonderful time, though. The racing is outstanding.
Have you driven yet today?
Not yet. I'm the closer.
Oh, they're saving the best for last. First place in E3.
E3S.
E3S. Guess I didn't eat enough food today.
No, I don't say best for last, just the one who's had the longest rest.
All right, fair enough. And you're crew chiefing until then?
Until then, I'm calling the shots.
He is the boss man. What else do you do for NASA?
I'm the chief instructor for the Southern California Region's Competition License School and the Spec E46 series leader. And for the 25-hour, I race direct for whatever my stints are.
And do you yell at the new students like you yell at me?
Well, anger management, Steve we try and keep him under wraps, but when it's necessary.
And that was a joke, of course. He's a nice guy, funny guy. Now friends with him, and it's great to see you here racing the endurance race. He is one of the fastest guys here in the paddock, so make sure you watch him for the last race of the day. What's the car number so that they can watch you?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
What's your car number so that your fans can watch you?
I'm in the number 12 Thundercock, the golden black E30.
All right, thank you so much for your time, Steve. We'll pass this back to the boys in the booth. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Carla. And just before you ended your interview, the pace car pulled in. We're back to green flag racing, and everybody is away again at speed. The PMG awareness car leads the field to the green and is already trying to open up that gap between their competitor and racer, number 7, the intermediate racing car that is trying to close up on them.
And there's the 12 car. That's the car he's going to get into in just a little bit. The current leader in E3S, Thundercock Racing. The 12 car, they're leading over the 221 car of Kennelly Racing. We saw those two guys running nose to tail earlier. Right now that gap's gotten a little bit bigger. Well, I think we're going to go down here. Will has caught up with that 426 car that we saw go in the gravel. So, Will, take it away. Give us an update on the pit area. Will?
Down here with Leo driving the 426 Spec E30. We saw you stuck in the gravel trap, went full course yellow. Tell us what happened.
Yeah, honestly, at this time, I'm not really certain what happened. The car, it just came into a braking zone, and as I tapped the brake, it locked up, and I looped it. So glad there was no impact, no contact, just came to a stop at a gravel pit, and the car took me for a ride.
Nice. So you guys going to get the car jacked up, take a look at it, see what's the plan for the rest of the day?
At the moment, we need to find out what's wrong with it so we could figure out if we either can fix it or be out there and limp it along in a safe condition.
Right on. Good luck to you guys. 426 went for a ride into the gravel trap. We'll look to see if they get back out. Back to you guys up in the booth.
Thank you very much, Will. Yeah, if you lock up your brakes going into 5, you can turn your wheel to the left, but the car is not going to go to the left. It's going to go straight, which is exactly what that car did, right into the gravel trap. And then it's, Katie, bar the door. You're done for the day. There's no way you're going to get out of there.
Just saw the 80 car come off pit road. We had talked earlier. Those are the guys we're talking to in car. They said they were getting pretty doggone close to the end of their fuel window. They just made a pit stop. Not sure if they did a driver change. I'm going to assume that they went ahead and did a driver change, but they were to the end of their fuel window. You're looking right there at the 615 machine. That is the Mayshore Racing team. Remember, they were off track a little bit earlier today, and they're back now in 6th spot. But they had gone off track somewhere up there, I believe, on the Ray Hall Straight.
Yeah, up near the top of the hill. I think they went straight at the end of the Ray Hall Straight instead of turning left to go down the corkscrew.
So they are back out. They're a couple laps behind, but in 6th spot, and the car's back out on track. That's the most important thing. There you see them right there. That bright yellow machine, car number 615. They currently run 6th spot in E2 and back on track after some challenges earlier in the day.
Shadowing someone down through the bottom of the corkscrew. I don't know if that is for a class position change or just a car that he wants to get around. But coming out of turn 10 now, good battle. You see him going down into turn 11. The yellow car is the Mayshore car that we were talking about, and he's going to run into a whole bunch of traffic on this front straightaway. Let's see if he can dispose of this car in front of him. Not going to be able to, as that car out-drags him out of the corner and gets a faster speed and continues in front on the way into 1.
And that car, that number 2 car, that's an EO car. That's the Occupy Pit Lane car. Remember, they were
that's
the Paddock.
The one that had the rear axle.
They replaced a rear axle in that 2 car and back out. So they're back in 4th place in EO, but they've had an extensive time in the Paddock area.
Now the Mayshore car has gotten around him and another car as he continues to try and work his way back up into contention in class.
So just because you go behind the wall does not mean your day is over. There is more that you can do and get out there, especially for those teams that are using this as a test session. That can be very, very difficult. You're like, what are we racing for? Well, you heard a couple of guys saying, hey, we're getting ready for either the last race of the season in this series, or we're getting ready for the 25-hour race, which comes up in December. So even though now you may not be racing for a podium finish. What you're doing now is getting data for the next time you race.
And getting your car dialed in for these long runs. Again, as part of the WERC, the WERC Enduro Series, this is race 5 of 6 this year and the longest of the 6 races. Next month's season finale at Buttonwillow, 6-hour race, I believe, October 15th.
As the official motorsports supplier of NASA, Competition Motorsport has the largest inventory of auto racing safety equipment and accessories in the nation. With an exclusive discount only available to NASA members, Competition Motorsport can get you what you need, when you need it, no excuses. Visit DRIVENASA.com for more information.
Boy, watching that battle for the lead between the two ESR cars, and lap times are just kind of jumping wildly around. Last time by, the leader was 7 seconds slower than the second place car, waiting for the computer to update to see what the gap is between those two. So you may have a good battle going on at the front of the field. Gap looked like a minute and 22, not what I thought. So it's still the number 29 car well out front, followed by the number 7 car. The number 296 Premat is your ES leader. The first and second place cars, both ESR cars. Second in ES is the number 73 WERC Audi, followed by the number 21 Chill Motorsports by Strom. Those are your top 3 ES cars. ESR cars first and second, ES cars third, fourth, and fifth.
Tell you what, that's the battle. You're looking at that right there. You're just talking about the Chill Motorsports. That is the 21 car. He is running third, and then right in front of him is the WERC Motorsports car. So that's actually second and third. in that class. Let's see him off turn number into 4 now. The 21 car, he runs third, and that black and green machine in front of him. That's all the gap that separates second and third here in the ES class. And we may have another, I see double yellows. Yeah, we got double yellows out again, Dick.
Yeah, and the lights are on the pace car down in at the head of the racing pit lane. They got to wait and try and pick up the leader, the number 29 car, and pull out on track far enough ahead so they can pick him up on the entrance to the Andretti hairpin.
Not only Samson Racing Communications, who we talked to, but any of the teams that have set up to be a distance, get good mileage, they set the car up for the long run. This definitely has not been the day that kind of matched what they had hoped their strategy would be, because
does it ever?
Back to back. Well, it always works out for somebody, but it just seems when you've committed yourself to a plan, you're going to need a little bit of luck. So under the full yellow, again, you look at second and third, the WERC Audi team and the Chill Motorsports by Strom team. And again, those guys are on the same lap and battling for position in ES. So we're going to have to send some trucks out there and pick somebody up somewhere. I don't see on any of our cameras where that car has gone off, but I know our guys will find him. There we are. We're riding with the 80 car right now. In fact, let's see if Sean did make that change.
So Sean, probably you noticed just like yesterday that oftentimes
all right, we'll give him a second. I hear their crew talking, and it does sound like Sean Sampson, excuse me, has gotten into the car. So we'll give him a second to talk to his driver. Sean Sampson has just gotten in. They made that pit stop, I don't know, maybe 5 minutes ago. So almost at the 3-hour mark before Sean gets in. And let's see if we can catch with him now. Nope, still chatting with the crew, so give me a second. We'll get with him. He's getting some insight.
Yeah, they're running third in class and 15th overall after the pit stop.
And that's been done well for them. We see our safety crews on there, even though the strategy hasn't followed to them. All right, let's see if we can. Let's see, 1 second, we can figure out.
Watching the tow truck, he's heading toward turn 5. Let's see if we can pick up where the incident is, where someone has gone off. They've gone through turn 5 and started to head up the hill. We had a lot of cars go off at the end of the Rahal Straight.
Wrecker's going up the hill. Yeah, they're coming through 10 now. And he's got an average.
Give me 1 second here. Okay, let's try to jump in now under the double yellow, and we'll reach out and talk to Sean Sampson. Sean, this is Edwin Pardue in the broadcast, and you guys have just jumped into the car and immediately another double yellow. How's it feel?
Well, honestly, I wish I'd have got a couple more laps under my belt, but it's good. The car's good, which is awesome. Troy always does a good job of handing me a good car that's raceable, feels good, and I think we just picked up one of the breaks we needed, which is we're going to pick up a lap right here. Not necessarily on our competition, but we'll get all bunched up, which will be helpful.
Well, and Sean, you touch on it. That's what people have to watch in endurance racing like this. You guys get a bad break with the way a caution comes out hours ago, and you can't throw in the towel because something's going to come back your way later in the race, and now you've got it, and you guys are in a good position to look at a podium finish here.
Oh, I wish that was the case. I mean, yes, we're in a position right now, but I think we have, 3.5, 4 hours. When you're endurance racing, anything can happen. So I'm happy where we're at right now. We're not having to fight really hard to get to where we need to be. We just got to run smooth and stay out of trouble.
All right, real quick before I let you go, Sean, you guys, Troy said earlier, you guys are set up for a longer run, not these short stints. What do you need to do to get that longer run? How do you set that car up a little bit differently to get the max out of it for a long run?
We give up some of the sprint style speed, but we end up with good tires that'll last. And fortunately with these Toyota or ours, they do, hold on a second. Coming through turn 11, it's tough to talk and twist the steering wheel. They do a good job of maintaining a nice consistent feel all the way through the run. So as long as I don't overheat them and they just run them hard and I'm easy on them and I don't flat spot them, and they'll make the run, which is what we need. So I'm excited where we're at. All the planning's put together and we're in the right spot for an opportunity.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, and we will check in with you if we get another full course yellow. So thanks for joining us, buddy.
Thanks for having us on, you guys. Great job, NASA and endurance racing. And I think Troy mentioned it as well. Having the opportunity to race at this facility is just a pleasure. Really fortunate. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you so much. And we're lucky because, we're listening to him and we're riding along in the car. So excellent stuff. We're still under double yellow. I think we've got, in fact, let's go check. Carla has found somebody with a very interesting hat. Carla, take it away.
Since we have a few moments of silence here, I was able to pull one of the marshals here. Other than Conehead, what do you go by?
My name's Tony Lukoski. I'm out of the Great Lakes region.
Right on. And Tony, what do you do here for NASA?
Normally, during the national championships, I am the lead dyno director. But today I'm filling in and helping out with the event today as a pit marshal.
And what are you looking for in the pits?
There's a rule set specifically for the pit road. We're looking for violations of that. Too many men over the wall, spilling fuel, improper procedures, sort of things like that.
All right, and have you caught anyone yet today?
They could do a little better today. We'll put it that way.
All right, well, hopefully they get their act together. And we thank you for joining us and helping out with this event, keeping us all safe here, you and your cone as well.
Sure. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
I'll let you get back to your job, Tony. Thank you so much. Back to the guys in the booth. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla. He's working hard, but having a little bit of fun with it as well. We did see a shot from one of the cameras, Dick, of the car they had to go get. Now, I believe it was, again, up there. It was at turn 6. Again, bites us.
Yeah, 6 or 7. Those have been problems all weekend long, particularly in the Enduro. We've had about 3 cars up at 7 that have gone straight at the end of the Rahal Straight instead of turning left to go down the hill through the corkscrew.
Well, and you're going uphill, so you're thinking, that sense of speed has a different feel. And that's why I think having some laps here is such a big advantage. And the drivers, I think, who've come from out of the region here for the first time, first of all, you hear them talk about what a honor and what a bucket list moment it is to race here. then you see that they've really come up to speed pretty quickly in learning this racetrack. So I think for so many people, yes, there'll be a lot of folks that go home after this 6.5-hour endurance race disappointed, but there'll be a whole lot of people who are very excited and very pleased with the opportunity that they got to experience here. And we're still not halfway. So we're still 10 minutes shy of halfway. So a lot of races. And you've already seen, we talked with Troy and Sean driving the 80 car. They've had this race swing two ways for us. They had one swing where it kind of went against them, and then another swing that went in their favor. So get in a little bit. We'll close in on the halfway point. But I think, Carla has caught up with somebody else. So, Carla, go ahead. Take it away.
All right. So I'm here with the person that we were actually trying to catch before you started the race. You're driving for Team Palomar Racing. How did your first stint go?
It was quite interesting. There was a lot of moving around and a lot of restarts, which navigated pretty well in spite of a lot of carnage, especially weirdly under safety car. There was also carnage during that, which I had to avoid. There's a lot of spins, and it was just the first stint was literally just surviving. And then once the carnage was gone, just clicking off laps, and I felt at home.
Very nice. And where are you guys currently as far as the overall position in E1, correct?
Yes. Oh, sorry. Well, we were E2 in this case, number 24. And when I got out of the car, we were already about 2 to 3 laps up, from what I understand.
All right. Well, seems like you're the shoe behind the wheel there. Did you also qualify the car?
No, that was actually the national champion behind me, ST5, Matt Millian, which drove that very same car literally yesterday. And the car is we're still basking in its glory on this beautiful Monterey Bay day.
Very nice. It is a beautiful day, and I'm glad that the rain has held off a bit. Were you guys ready with rain tires?
Yeah, we have them ready, but it seems like the rain has gone away a little bit, and it's been a little on and on with sprinkles, but nothing sticking. So, but that said, our drivers are really, really good at adapting, and we just adjust, and we're just soldier on and just clicking off laps.
Very nice. Are you going to get back in the car today?
Yes, I will. I will then now be in the E1 car, number 25, and we'll be finishing off. That's basically going to the checkered with it.
So same team, different car, correct?
That is correct. I'm double duty for the same team.
Very nice. Well, good luck today. We'll be watching for you in your second stint in the second car. Any quick shout outs that you'd like to give to the camera?
Yeah, Palomar Racing, they are really, really good at just like being on top of things, being diligent. Just everyone has a great attitude. That's what we really, I really respect this team. There's not a lot of teams that really work well together, and I've been racing with NASA for 10 years, and there's very few teams that click and just jive really well. And shout out to my boss at 949 Racing. He allowed me to be here on my day off, for one day, and just being through nationals, which we won a national championship as well. So hopefully we win today as well.
Awesome. So 10 years of racing at NASA. Is that the SoCal region, I'm assuming, since 949 Racing is out there?
Yes, that is correct. And I haven't seen a team like this who's gunning for the 25 since we've won it in 2011, 2012. So I'm hoping to go back there and repeat that.
A seasoned veteran in endurance racing. Well, we wish you luck, Sonny, again, and thank you for taking the time to talk with us. I'll pass this back to the guys in the booth. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Carla, thank you. Back up here in the booth as we are nearing the midpoint of this event. We're at 3 hours and looks like 8 minutes, so almost halfway. Interesting to me to note that when she was interviewing me, he is actually driving in 2 different cars, same team, but he's had stints in 2 different automobiles.
And we'd asked earlier, can a driver do that? And we got the answer.
That answered the question.
Here's the car. I thought it was. So we talked about the axle and rear end that got rebuilt on the 2 car. it must not have held up because they had to put him on the flatbed to get him back in.
Well, it could have been another problem. You don't know. It maybe it locked up. You have no idea. But at any rate, he's out again.
Out again. That's
probably this time for good.
Yeah, that's not the way you want to ride back into the paddock area. Good news is that's the last of the safety vehicles, so they just went by start finish. Should be plenty of time to get the lights off and go green. And once we get into that, we'll do a little midway recap for you here in a little bit. Just give you the whole list of everybody as they run in the overall position.
At the halfway point of this 6.5-hour enduro.
Yeah, and you've had, with endurance racing like this, you've got different twists and turns that can occur, and we've seen it kind of weave back and forth. There are some really good races here that are still super tight across the board. The tightest right now is E1. The first two cars on the same lap, and that's the Edge Motor Works car and the Evoc Motorsports 61 car. Those guys are on the same lap, battling for first and second. You go back to E3S. We talked to the Thundercock team, car number 12. They've got just a one-lap advantage over the 221 of Kinley Racing. That's a close one as well. And then you still have the top two cars, ESR. They're both still on the lead lap. But we go to halfway, we're going to give you the full rundown as they run in their overall running order. Hopefully lights off this time by.
We'll keep our eye on the pace car as he starts down through the corkscrew with the field in tow behind him, single file, coming under the Wayne Rainey Bridge now, down through turn 9. You'll see him pop into view if you're down here at start finish. If you look up towards the corkscrew, lights appear to be out on the pace car. They're entering turn 10 now. We'll watch the pace car. If he takes the exit driver left, that means we're going to go green flag racing, and that is exactly what happens. Edwin, let's get this party restarted.
Yep, just closing in on the halfway point, and it is car number 29, the PMG Awareness Team. They come down, we hear the roar, and they flash by green flag racing once again. And let's see, for those drivers who are on that long race strategy, let's see if we can get a big chunk of green flag racing in for them. Different cars on different strategies here today. The 29 car leads them off turn number 2, the GT3 Cup car.
To the best of my knowledge, I don't believe anyone is going to try and do this as an Ironman and solo drive the 6.5 hours.
I have not heard anybody. I know there's several two-driver pairings. That's pretty common, but I've not heard anybody who's going to try to do it on their own. Which, again, you could do it, but that's quite an undertaking, and you better be in good shape before the day starts.
Someone that would obviously be more fit than I am.
And me as well. Holy mackerel, that would be a workout. Lead cars are up on the Ray Hall straight now. Hear them flash by. And now you're also thinking, the drivers now, here's the other thing after running about a half of this race, a lot of it under yellow, so you don't exactly know also what your pit window is for fuel, because you're like, well, we ran whatever. Let's say we ran 2 hours and 15 minutes on fuel. Well, how many of those laps were under the yellow, which, of course, you're making a lot better fuel mileage under a double yellow. There's one car that's come onto pit road and will return, I believe, the 03 machine. Yep, that's the Lang Racing development. That's the ESR1, running right now in 5th spot overall in ESR.
Yeah, I quit keeping track. I'm assuming we're at about 5 yellows somewhere in that vicinity. And as you'd mentioned, this changes obviously the fuel mileage, also changes the tire wear as well. And because of the yellows, some of the cars that were planning to come in and pit weren't able to do so because you are not allowed to pit under a full course yellow.
It changes your strategy, and boy, that could really catch you out if you're
right low on fuel.
Oh my gosh, you're right at the end of your fuel window, and all of a sudden here comes an extended full course yellow. That can change everything. Let's go on board and go for a ride. There is Sean Sampson behind the wheel now of the number 80 machine, driving in E2, and they've had some brakes fall their way. They're back now up to 2nd spot in class as they come now into turn number 3 You see Sean right there in the tire tracks, the car in front of him. And they're now actually in third in class. And they're chasing the 28 car, the HQ Autosport racing car, and they are both on the same lap, so we'll keep an eye on them.
Third in class, about 15th overall.
There you go. Well, you know, Sean, when we had him on the radio, I'm like, hey, you guys are in good shape. You're looking like you've got a shot for a podium. And he was like, way too early to even think about that. He's like, it's so much more racing to go. We've been up, we've been down. Let's just see where we are in another 2 hours.
He was looking for a long green flag run, and hopefully it'll happen to him, as we are about 30 seconds away from the midpoint of this race. Probably time to jump in and give you the rundown at the halfway mark of this WERC 6.5-hour race here at Weathertech Raceway, Laguna, Seca. PMG awareness car number 29 is first overall and first in ESR. Second overall, second in ESR is the number 7 intermediate car. The Premat HIM road racing car, number 296, is third overall, leading ES. Second in ES, fourth overall, the number 73 WERC X45 Audi.
Running in fifth in ES is the number 21 Chill Motorsports by Strom Team. And then the 67 Cat Racing Strom Motorsports. He is in sixth spot. Seventh is the 37 Edge Motorworks. They lead in E1, seventh overall. And then the Evoque number 61 Motorsport Team. They are eighth overall.
Ninth overall, and number 24 Palomar Racing WERC car and E2 car. And 10th overall, the number 712 Irafa Lang Racing Development car. Running in the 11th spot, 987 is Speed SF Racing. And 12th, the Palomar Racing WERC 2 car, number 25.
Running in 13th is the O2X, the Fast Toys Club ESR machine. And then car number 28, the HQ Auto Sport Racing car. 15th is our number 80, the SRC Samson Racing Communication, followed by the 22. That's the Honda Research car number 22, Honda Research 1.
17th is car number 66, the Land Yacht Racing entry, and he's followed by the number 12 Thundercock Racing car, who's an E3S car. We had a chat with the driver that'll do the final stint in that car just a moment ago. Carla did. Next up would be car number 7, Tazi Otis Racing. He's 19th. 20th is the 221 Kennelly Racing car, also an E3S car.
Car number 62, the Black Swan Search car, is running 21st. 22nd is MF Racing. That's the number 27 car, followed then by the 46, the Mag Hart Martini Motorsports, and Waifu Racing. Car number 43, they're 24th.
Looks like they'll be going back
25th is the number 23 Honda Research West 2 car, followed by the Funduro Racing entry, number 46. They're running in the 26th spot. Number 27, the 66 SPG Motorsports entry. 28th overall, the number 615 Mayshore Auto Body car.
The Fast Toys Club car, the 311, they're 29th in Occupy Pit Lane. We just saw him come in a little while ago, the number 2. That's the Occupy Pit Lane car, and they are credited with 30th. Preset Racing in the 426 is 31st, and 32nd now is the Morewood Creative car.
33rd is the number 03 Lang Racing Development ESR1, and car number 39 is your 34th place car, the Ageless Bio Racing entry. That is your field at the midpoint of this 6.5-hour enduro.
And we've got the, we saw the 46 car on pit road, and I see a car stopped on the racetrack. Yep, right out in front of us here on the main drag. The 22 car is sitting here while some cars are pitting. We saw the 46 car pit. He's back out, but that car is come to stop right on the main straightaway. You see him in the shot there. That ES car getting refueled, and you see the car sitting there waiting to roll. That's that Audi that we've been watching in ES, and it's, again, the 22 car. It's an odd spot, just kind of come to a stop, but when it breaks for sure. And that may be another double yellow if they've got to go get him.
Well, we'll keep our eye on that. He's off. He's still on the pavement, but he's off the racing line. There's a white line that delineates the boundary of the course. Driver's right coming out of that corner. He is on the other side of that white line, but he's still in a position where it could cause a problem. Watching some of the cars pitting, they just dumped 2 cans of fuel into that car that's on pit road right now, and they're changing both front tires on the car as well. So extensive work being done on that car. Green and black car, I can't make out the number from here. Maybe you can.
Yeah, that's one of the Audis in the ES3 series. So we'll try to see which car that is here where he's parked. He's hard to pick. That might be, or could that be, nope, it's not the WERC car. We'll look once he pulls out. We'll get the number for you there, just the angle. I can't read it where it is. And meanwhile, that car, and here is the double yellow, Dick, for that car that is on the front straightaway. He couldn't get it moving, and that just, even though that's not a place where you'd go off and hit, if the cars are running 2 or 3 wide coming to the line, that's not a good place to be.
Well, they changed all the tires on that car. He's going to come up the racing pit lane now. Let's see if we can figure out the number on it as he comes by.
Catch the 73 car.
73 is what I saw as well, yeah. Kind of hard to tell. The graphics are kind of muddled.
Well, and I guess it's a break. If you're already on pit road when the double yellow comes out, I'm assuming at that point you can go ahead and finish, and that is the ES car, the WERC Audi team, car number 73. They're running an ES. So if you've already started your service on pit lane and the double yellow comes out, I'm assuming at that point you can finish that service, but what a benefit that is to you, because now you're finishing it while the cars are somewhat slower, although we've seen some pretty fast double yellow speeds out here.
Yeah, we really have. It shouldn't take too long to get that car out of there that's on the front straightaway. But we are under a double standing yellow pace car situation because of a car parked in a hazardous position on the front straightaway. Emergency vehicles have arrived at that car. Tow truck is backing up to it. There's another emergency vehicle that is parked behind it to act as kind of a shield. One of the workers gets out, going to look for the tow truck, drop that hook and drop a cable and attach it to the hook in the front of the car so that they can pull that car out of the way. In the meantime, in program, you can see the cars heading up the hill toward the corkscrew. Everybody single file as they are behind the pace car. Tow truck starting to move now, taking the slack out of that line on the car that is parked here just below start finish on the front straight. Line's taut, the car is starting to roll. They'll pull that out of the way. I don't know if they'll try and make a U-turn past start finish and send it into the back paddock or try and pull it all the way around. That would make it a very long haul. That is the number 22 car that was stalled up there on the front straight. They're holding a car in the racing pit lane probably to allow that tow truck to make the turn and bring that car into the paddock at re-entry just beyond start finish. And that's exactly what they have done. They've gotten that car off the track rather quickly and released the car that was in the racing pit lane that they had to hold so those cars could turn in front of them to go to the back paddock. Granted, great shot looking up the corkscrew. No cars up there. You see nothing but sky behind that chain link fence. Looking now at turn 3 in our program camera. Pace car continues to lead the field around, now leading them down into, through turn 1, down into the Andretti hairpin. All lined up single file, waiting to go green flag racing, and pretty much a sure bet that that's going to happen the next time they come back around to start finish, because the car that caused that yellow flag incident has been removed from the track. It's gone to the back paddock as the pace car leads the field through the infield. Looking at the front, those two ESR cars, your race leader, the intermediate racing car number 7, being pursued by the PMG Awareness number 29. They are 6.8 seconds apart. So that's the gap between first and second overall and first and second in class. Pace car leads them out of the turn 4 straight up into 5 now. They start their climb up the hill, going to that VP Fuels bridge and up to the Rahal straight after they complete turn 6. Good in-camera view of car going through the infield. That's the SRC Sampson Racing car, car number 80 that we were talking about earlier. They made some pit stops. Things haven't gone quite their way. They were looking for a long green flag. Didn't happen. But they're still out there running their 14th overall now and 3rd in the E2 class. That's the number 80 SRC Sampson Racing Communications entry. You're watching through the windshield of that car as they head up the hill. Pace car's now already down into turn 10. Going to take the exit. Driver's left. There he goes, diving into the paddock. So here comes your lead car, which should be the number 7 car, coming up the front straightaway. Green flag waves. And away we go one more time. Field all bunched up all over again, so all those gaps that you'd worked so hard to create over pursuing cars have disappeared as they're all of a sudden right on your bumper again. Getting racy coming out of turn 11. Cars coming up the start-finish straightaway side by side, 2 abreast. Now going through the infield area. This was the section of track that was added to lengthen Laguna Seca to FIA specs. It used to be a 9-turn, 1.9 mile track. Then just past that turn 1, they added 2, 3, 4, and 5, that infield portion, that brought it up to 2.238. Actually added that for MotoGP so they could run here, and that was a few years back. But a great facility. 11 turns now instead of the original 9 that the course was built with in 1957 when it opened. Boy, that race leader, that number 7 intermediate racing car, really putting his foot down, starting to open up a considerable gap on the rest of the field as he gets down into turn 11. He's going to complete his first lap under green since the restart. We'll give you a lap time on him when he comes by. A 1:25.919. That's as quick as he was running earlier. He has been the quickest car on track all day long and lapping 4 to 5 seconds a lap faster than the second place car in his class, which would be the number 29 PMG Awareness entry. Beautiful car, just flawlessly driven, very, very smooth through the infield portion of the course now. You see him come out of 4, now going to make that left-hander through turn 5 and head on up the hill to start that climb to the corkscrew. Great shot of him. You'll see him disappear to the left in turn 6 and go out of that camera shot. Got a picture of him as they crest the hill. There he is going up the end of the Rahal straight, heading up to turn 7. Down through the corkscrew. Left, right, left. Pops back into view as he comes back into 9. Down into turn 10, that banked right-hander. Short straightaway. You'll see some passing there between 10 and 11 occasionally. Someone will outbrake going into 11, and they'll end up going double wide through there and sometimes successfully complete a pass. That's another lap with your race leader. 127.580. The 116th lap that car has completed. Rest of the field starting to spread out, looking for some of those other battles. Two ES cars, 296 and 21. The Premont HM Road Racing car and the Chilled Motorsports. But that's the battle for ES. And a 296 car, pretty comfortable lead for him.
Team PMG awareness, second ESL, second overall.
The F1, E1 car rather, the Evo Motorsport entry. Car number 61 running 4th overall. He's got a big lead over his next competitor, who's running in 11th overall. He too pretty competitive as we look at those cars as well. E2 leader Palomar Racing number 24. Running in 9th overall. Second in E2 is the HO Motorsport car number 28, 13th overall, followed by the Samson Racing Communications car, third in E2, 14th overall. That's car number 80. He's got a car made a pit stop, car number 29. That's your PMC awareness car, your second place car. Just now coming out of the racing pit lane, getting ready to rejoin the field. We're 3 hours and 31 minutes in to a 6 hour and 30-minute race. This is the WERC Western Endurance Championship Seaside Cup at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. Is the official motorsports supplier of NASA Competitive Motorsport, as the largest inventory of auto racing, safety equipment, and accessories in the nation. With an exclusive discount of only available to NASA members, Competition Motorsport can get you what you need when you need it. No excuses. Visit DRIVENASA.com for more information. Cars continuing to circulate here in the back half of this 6.5 hour endurance race. Still a lot of cars running. The last time we checked, I believe we started 35 cars, I believe. Make that 34. And we've still got at least 29 cars that are within 3 laps of your race leader. When you go back to 30th, that occupied pit lane car number 2, an EO car, is 17 laps off the pace, and everyone behind him, another 4 cars, are pretty much retired or certainly out of competition. A lot of racing coming out of turn 11 as you've got cars 2 and 3 abreast coming up the start-finish straightaway. Big traffic jam as quicker cars try and work their way through the slower cars in this field. So you'll see a lot of racing action going down into turn 1. You can see them 2 and 3 abreast as they get into the Andretti hairpin. You can go through that Andretti hairpin too wide if you can stay on the outside at the entrance to that turn and stay there all the way through. You will be in the ideal spot for turn 3. You'll be on the inside of that turn, and that will allow you to complete a pass and improve your position. But it's also going to rely on the driver that's alongside you to give you enough racing room to stay there without forcing you off the pavement into the dirt. No sign of rain yet, still cloudy skies out there, but had a couple of sprinkles, but not enough moisture to get the track damp. But looking up through the corkscrew, there's a pretty ominous looking sky in the hills beyond us over in the Salinas area. But it's pretty decent here at the track, just puffy clouds overhead and no precipitation. Wind seems to have calmed as well as I look across the track and look at the flags. They're moving, but certainly not fluttering as hard as they had been earlier. Now it looks like we've got a car that spun off track. Not sure where that is. I think it could be turn 4 or 5. He's sitting off driver's right. He's done a 180-degree loop facing oncoming traffic. We'll have to keep your eye on the pace car and the starter to see if they're going to deem this a safety. No, he's got the car refired and he is back out on track. Great job of keeping things green. Appreciate that. Makes it a lot easier for everybody else. Coming down off the hill. I believe it was down in turn 10, out of turn 10 that he lost it. Finally got it pointed in the right direction. Difficult to tell from the camera angle that we did have. Again, you got a picture of the end of the Ray Hall Straight as the cars crest the hill. They actually get very light when they get up there, carrying a lot of speed, light on the suspension, and it can make it a little difficult to turn in to that corner. Again, you can see the different lines on the entrance to the corkscrew. Some of the drivers are way off to the right, others more toward the middle of the track as they enter that corner to come on down. You see some side-by-side racing through that corkscrew as well. Good group of cars coming down through turn 9 now, side by side. These cars all fighting for position, trying to improve their position in class. The overall leader, the intermediate racing number 7, very comfortable lead, lapping about 5 seconds per lap quicker than the second place car. Continues to build that lead. The ES leader still comfortably in first place in his class. He's followed by the E1 leader. The ES leader is the 296 Prematt HM road racing car. The Evo Motorsport car, number 61, runs 4th overall. He is the E1 leader. So ESR car is first and second. The ES car running 3rd overall, first in class, and first in class E1 is 4th overall, and ES car of the WERC 45 Audi car number 73 is 5th overall and second in ES. That's your top 5 as we get that shot of the cars going up the hill out of 5 toward turn 6. Make that left-hander and puts them on the Ray Hall Straight. You can see him cresting that hill just before they get to the corkscrew. It's a pretty good flat level spot when you come to the end of the Ray Hall Straight. Carry a lot of speed up there and you need to scrub it off. Fortunately, if you carry too much speed up there, there is a pretty good sized runoff area if you go straight and decide not to go down through the corkscrew. And several cars have exercised that option throughout the course of the day here. Once again, this is the 2022 WERC Seaside Cup. 6.5 hour endurance race. Haven't seen a lot of pit activity or anything interesting down there. I'm sure Carla and Will are still wandering around trying to find some additional stories for us. In the meantime, action continues on the track. Let's scroll down a little further in this group. Talk about some of the other leaders. Third place in ESR is 13th overall. That's the number 02 X-Fast Toys Club car. Tracking the same shot of those cars going up the hill, looking for some closer battles in class. I said a pretty good gap between first and second overall, and your E5 leader, very comfortable lead over his closest pursuer. E5 leader is the number 296 Premat HM road racing entry, being pursued by the WERC 45 Audi car number 73. Your ES leader is third overall. Your ES second place car is fifth overall. Palomar Racing leads the E2 category in that number 24 BMW, running 8th overall. Got some pit activity now. Got a car in the pits. Looks like a driver change too. Several cars in the racing pit lane being attended to. Crew members standing on the wall with air hoses and guns, handing them to the crew that are over the wall. They're servicing a car down there. And looks like we got a car off again. This one appears over in, I believe it was turn 4. We'll have to confirm that. Parked over to the right. It's the 296 that had all the activity. That's your Premat racing car, third overall, and your ES leader that's getting all the work done to it during the pit stop. Critical for them to get out as quickly as they can and maintain their lead and overall position. WERC 45 Audi car number 73 that is second in class may try and take advantage of that and take the lead in the ES category. The Evo Motorsport entry number 61 is your E1 leader, running 4th overall. .296 is back out. Looks like he may have maintained position during that pit stop, has not lost track position at all. And we've got a full course yellow. Full course yellow, double standing yellow, pace car lights activate. He'll pick up the leader, which should be the number 7 car when they come back around. That's where that car parked driver's right. Just barely off the pavement, but in an impact area. It's a left-hand corner. Car's off driver's right. Pace car is on hold in the racing pit lane, getting ready to come back out and pick up the leader. Starting to move now. will pick up the leader as he comes up the start-finish straightaway. Emergency vehicles have arrived at that car that is off the track. Well, the pace car has picked up the leader and has started leading the cars through the infield area. Working on it, trying to get a tow on that car to pull it out of there. They will pull it straight out, I believe. There's the pace car in the infield area with your leaders behind. They move that car out of harm's way. As they start up the hill, it looks like. Making that right-hander going through the infield area. Pace car leading the field by the parade of emergency vehicles with that car that was off. Driver's right in that corner. I believe it was turn 3 as they're pulling those cars out of turn 4 now down that short straight. That'll take them over to turn 5. Emergency vehicles staying on the right side of the course, allowing the field to go by them, and they take that exit out behind turn 5 at the entrance to pull that car that was parked in the gravel off the track, and the emergency vehicles themselves will now leave the track. Here comes the pace car up the start-finish straightaway. Going to be one more lap minimum under the yellow flag and double standing yellow safety car before they go back to green, but I think they've cleared the last of the problems, which was over in turn 3. And we'll keep our eye on the pace car. Should turn those lights off when they come down the hill past the corkscrew and go down into turn 9, and we'll be looking for a green flag at that time.
3 hours and 45 minutes into this event. We've still got a ways to go, and again, we've seen flips and flops and changes. A lot of double yellow time here, so if you think you're in a good position, don't think too soon. And if you think you're out of luck, wait, because that luck may come back around in just a little bit. But a lot of time spent behind the pace car.
One of the things constant in endurance racing is change.
Yeah, and it's you get into, or you try to get into a groove, I should say, and then something happens on track or something happens with your car. I talked to a couple folks today that said, hey, we were ready to go racing, and all of a sudden we had trouble this morning that we hadn't expected. We've got a second. Let's check in. There's Sean Sampson. We're riding around with him. Hey, under the double yellow here, Sean Sampson in the 80 car with us live on air. And Sean, you guys keep getting these short little runs before another double yellow comes out.
Yeah, that's okay, actually. Working hard, but, you know, we got great competition out here. Whether you're in class or out of class, there's a lot of good, talented drivers. So working hard to pick up every little car you can. So I could use a little breather right now. I wouldn't say it's cold outside. I wouldn't say it's hot, but I can put my hand out the window and get some fresh air right now.
I understand that. Hey, we're also watching your in-car camera. Tell me, how do you get this corkscrew just perfect as you hit it right now?
The entry is the biggest thing, and then just being as fast and as comfortable as you can, especially this particular off-camber exit turn right here. Boy, if you miss that, it's going to be ugly, but it's a fast corner. There's a lot of G-loads in the car.
Well, it looks like the pace car is going to pull off the track, so we're going to let you go racing. Have a good stint here, buddy.
Thank you.
So,
And
pace
that
car.
I was going to say, that car running 12th overall, second in E2 at the present time.
And again, a couple hours ago, they thought, we've messed it all up. And so you just got to be patient as we're green flag once again. And still a bunch of racing to go as our leader, the 7 Intermediate Racing car, takes the green once again. He and the 29 have kind of swapped back and forth today. Field goes by. You see he's going to catch that car in front of him. That car came off of pit road just before the green came back, so that's why he catches that car so quickly. They had enough time. They went ahead and waved that car off of pit road as he was coming out, so the leader catches him quickly. And the sun is out on most of the track right now. A few little puffy clouds out, but for the most part, sunny, and it's been really a picture-perfect day as far as track conditions all day long. We got here this morning. There'd been some rain overnight, and there was still some areas of the track that had some moisture. I wouldn't call them wet. They were just damp enough where you could see the asphalt had turned a bit darker. But we've had nothing since then, and track conditions have been fantastic.
Yeah, we had a light spritz, not even enough to use your wipers or anything like that. Certainly not enough to affect the track surface. Just a light sprinkle or sprints, and so far we've been fortunate. We've got a couple hours to go. We're 10 minutes shy of 4 hours, so we've got roughly 2.5 hours to go, or 2 hours and 40 minutes left in this 6.5 hour endurance race. Race 5 of 6 in the Western Endurance Racing Championship.
And you mentioned it's their longest one in this series all year long. There is the long 25-hour race that comes up in December, but that's not actually part of this Seaside Cup series. There is the Mayshore machine coming down into turn number 2, and right behind him, there's that 311. That's the car that came off of pit road right as we went back to green. And so he's still trying to feel his way out. He is currently 4th in the EO division, 4th in EO. Let's see where Mayshore, remember the Mayshore cars, those guys had gone off track earlier. They're racing in E2. And they're back up to 6th spot. But, you know, 2 of the cars that we thought were really going to battle for the E2, 615 Mayshore, and also the 72X, the Morewood Creative. And the Morewood car, I believe, is now in the paddock for the day. I've not seen him come back out. And then the 615 car, again, he went off track and had some time and some ground to make up. But he's up there pounding out some laps, currently 6th in class. Leader goes by once again, 130 laps complete. So they have covered some mileage here today, despite the fact that much of it has been behind the pace car. And again, nothing serious. It's just been a bunch of one-offs, and then either in the gravel or the car can't refire, and they have to give it a little bit of help to get it rolling. So otherwise, it's been a relatively safe race. Just some of those little annoying go pick them up type of thing. So that shot you see right there, that's coming down the hill. That's finally at the bottom of the corkscrew drop, and that is 10 and 11 right there, which brings you back out to the main straightaway. Since 2002, Toyo Tires has been the official tire of NASA. Season after season, NASA competitors reward with generous contingency awards and unparalleled support. Toyo Tires is committed to supporting NASA competitors for all their tire needs. DRIVENASA.com. Go there and you'll get more information. Well, we got one car around, and that is the Audi. That's I believe the Audi WERC car. I'd said how it'd been fairly clean. I couldn't tell if he had some help there, or if the back end just broke away. Ooh, kind of a tough return back on track. That could have gotten a little interesting there for a second. And I believe that is, I believe it was the number 73. I'll check a number for him in a second, but I believe, yeah, it's the WERC Audi team, car number 73. They were second in ES. They got going pretty quickly, may not have actually lost a position there as he heads back up the hill and makes the turn into 6. So a quick spin. Again, may have just been on his own, or may have gotten into the braking zone hard and somebody didn't brake quite as quickly as he did. You see him right there in the corkscrew. So car is rolling along, no damage to that machine. There's the 987 car. They've had a pretty successful day for most of the day here. Still lead in EO. That's the Speed SF Racing team. They've got big gap back to the second place car, the Tazio Otis Racing team. They currently run second in EO. And then the 46 car, Maghart Martini Motorsports. That's third. That's in your EO class. And you see the leader right there, the 987 Speed SF Racing car. Little over 90 minutes to go in this race. And now, of course, you put the car, like you said, leaders have done over 130 laps, and that's where stress and strain on the cars start to show. We saw a few cars drop out very early in the race, and then it settled down. And then you expect in the last 45 minutes or an hour for some other mechanical issues to start cropping up for these race cars. We'll keep an eye on them. Yes, you've got to go fast. Like we said, 6.5 hour, yes, it's an endurance race, but you almost have to treat it like a sprint race because everybody else is going to treat it as, the only way I'm going to win this thing or podium or make my goal is to run all out from the start. A couple of the EO cars now come on to pit road. 7 and 46, both getting those cars serviced. Beautiful bright sunshine as they come to the bottom of the hill, and you pick up that car right there. That is the 296 machine. We've been talking about them a bunch today because they've had so far a pretty successful day in ES. I mentioned the 73, the WERC Audi team. They're second in ES, and that 926, the red and black machine right there, they're currently your leader in the ES class. It's the 296 of Privat HM Road Racing, the 73 of the WERC 45 Audi team, and then the Chill Motorsports team, the 21 car, Chill Motorsports by Strom. That's your top 3 in ES as we've got about 90 minutes to go in this event. '03 car, the Lang Racing Development machine, going to come back out on track after being serviced on pit road. In the ESR class, the 7 car intermediate racing, or excuse me, not that class, let's go to the other. Reset my board here. Tazio Otis Racing. There's 2 7 cars. The Tazio Otis Racing car, they just serviced their car and went back out. As I mentioned, they're second in EO. Most of the teams, it looked like, are doing a 2-driver share on the race car. A couple drivers were actually doing duty in 2 different cars during the day, so they'll make a double stint, but in 2 race cars. Let's look at the gap between our ESR leaders now, and the intermediate racing team is taking that out. A couple lap advantage now ahead of the 29, the PMG awareness machine. So that had been a very, very tight race, and now it's extended itself out to a couple of laps, 2 laps, I believe, between those 2 cars. There is Bayshore Racing, the 615. Like I said, they're still trying to dig their way back in after going off track earlier in the day. got back in, and now they're trying to, again, get themselves back into it. And we've got double yellows one more time here.
Gee, I can't step away for a minute, and you get us into trouble, Edwin.
I know. You can't leave me in charge of anything. Can't leave me in charge of anything. We're looking at our cameras trying to pick up where that may be. I don't see it quite yet, but obviously there is a car sitting in a place that they don't like, and they're going to go get it. There's your second place car overall, the 29 machine. 2 laps down to the leader. So let's see, it may be down here somewhere in 1 and 2. Yep, there's the, we see a service vehicle go down there into turn number 2. So that's where a car went off kind of at the end of the straightaway. And we're going to now red flag all. So these cars have come to a stop. And red flag, looks like one car down there, maybe a couple others involved. Oh, no, those are the cars. The other cars I thought were involved were just ones who have now stopped for red flag. So we are under a red flag situation. Cars have stopped. And we got them stopped here. So those cars, a red flag all, just a safety situation. They get everybody stopped exactly where they are. The idea is when you see the red flag, don't jam on the brakes. See the nearest flag station, pull up to that nearest flag station, and then stop. And that way it allows, if there's a situation, for the service and emergency vehicles to get there safely and as quickly as possible. And so that's what they've done now. And those 2 cars, those 5 cars or 6 cars you see sitting there, they've just stopped there so that the service vehicles can get where they need to be. So that's what we are, a red flag all right now here with just under 90 minutes to go in this event.
Just stepped outside for a moment. Comfortable weather out there. It was kind of sunny, and then we get the overcast again. It drops the temps as the sun gets blocked, but we're holding until we can retrieve whatever car has created this incident. It's not just a double standing yellow, but it is a red flag situation. Whereas Edwin had explained, all cars must come to a complete safe stop wherever they are on track and wait for other instructions before they can proceed. So everybody comes to a halt, and we try and figure out what the situation is here. We'll do our best as we get information as to what incident created this stoppage of the race. Got a couple of cars parked over in turn 5 that are not on the racing surface. I'm not sure if they just pulled off there to be well out of the way or what. We'll just have to wait and see as we get more information from the course marshals and safety personnel. Looks like we're ready to go down to Carla. She's got someone that she would like to talk to. Let's go pass it down to Carla and see who she's got for an interview. Carla?
He just got out of one of the brand new Civic SIs from Team Honda Research West. How did your first stint go?
First stint went great. We had no issues with the car until the very end where we had another car in the pit, and we just kind of ran out of fuel with that. And then we had a little bit of an electrical gremlins getting the fuel pump started back up, but we're back out on track and slamming down some more laps.
Nice. And I mean, this is nearly a brand new car, 2 new builds for you guys. I'm sure you have a lot of things to sort out. And so how's that going for you other than the electrical issue? Both cars seem to be okay other than that?
Yeah, we've been racing a couple other races on the East Coast, and now we're kind of just dialing it in, getting them ready for the next 25 hours coming up here in December. And, every race, we learn a couple new things, so I hope to get them all worked out.
And that's part of endurance racing and also part of building a new chassis as well, a new race car. What else you guys got going on? Are you running any other series other than NASA?
We tried some WRL races, and we continue to race, the full WERC series for the 6 hour and a half. And then I think the next one is basically the 25 from this in December.
Right on. And are you going to drive any other stints this weekend?
There might be one more left. I think we have like 3 hours and a half left, and then that'll be it for the day, and we'll pack it up.
So are you pretty much sticking to one of the 2 cars, or are you driving both of them?
Yeah, today we just have 3 drivers in each car, so we're just doing 3 and 3 and keeping to that strategy.
And do you also work for Honda?
I do work for Honda. Yep, the Honda Power Sports in Alpharetta, Georgia, but this is our West Coast Honda Research West team. So.
And what do you do for Honda?
I'm in the field sales for Honda Power Sports, and I manage all the motorcycle dealers in Georgia.
Very nice. Well, Corey, thank you for taking the time to talk to us. And hopefully you guys are able to get everything sorted out and get ready for the 25-hour later this year.
Thanks for having us. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I'll send it back to the guys in the booth. Thank you.
Carla, thank you so much. TrackDayTire.com is proud to be the official tire supplier of NASA. NASA members are able to take advantage of TrackDayTire.com's enormous inventory and technical support. Team focused solely on helping members extract the most from their competition tires on the track. And for more information, you can visit DriveNASA.com. So here's a good scene. They have now thrown the double yellow, which means the cars now may begin moving again. Again, a situation where they want to get service and emergency vehicles there as quick as possible. They'll do a red flag all. That way it helps them get to the area a little bit quicker, start working on it, and we should have an idea of how long it'll be before we go back to green flag racing conditions. See the pace car begin to move there. There's the leader, picking up the leader.
No, the cars can move again, but they cannot pit under double standing yellow. The pits are closed.
So pace car will lead them down there. In a couple laps, this will take a little bit first just to get the field back bunched up together, and then any of track repair that may need to be done, they'll work on that as well. So you'll see the cars pack in behind the pace car.
Were you able to determine where on the track the incident took place?
Yeah, so it happened. If you go all the way deep, if I'm looking, it's kind of that deepest corner right there at turn number 2, and they kind of went through the gravel and into the barrier right there in turn number 2. Again, that's carrying, it's a long straightaway. If you get that turn 11 right, you are really hauling the mail through there. There's a nice area runoff there, but the car just used up all the runoff and got into the corner, the barrier there in the corner of turn number 2, and that's where they're working to, if there's any fence or tire barrier damage, they've got to repair that before we go back to full-on racing conditions.
You are right. That is a big runoff area, a lot of gravel, a lot of room for you to make a mistake, and it needs to be because you're carrying a lot of speed up over the hill going down into turn 1, and if you don't make 2 and sail off into the distance, there's plenty of gravel to scrub off speed and drop the inertia of that car, but some cars still skate through it and do come into contact with that tire wall at the extreme end of the area.
They're going to do some work on that. So we're going to take a little break here, and we'll be back in a little bit. We have got now, just about 90, a little less than 90 minutes to go in this. You are watching NASA's Western Endurance Racing Championship. It's the Seaside Cup for WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Haggerty. Let's drive together.
Standard brakes are good for standard jobs. When you want absolute confidence in demanding braking applications, insist on Hawk Performance products. Proudly made in the USA, Hawk Performance far exceeds expectations, delivering clean, precise stopping power up to 40% more than original equipment brakes. So you may be asking, do I really need Hawk Performance brakes? Well, if you're into street performance and bolting on massive horsepower, the extra stopping power is a must. If you drive a truck and pull or carry heavy loads, Hawk will give you the power to safely bring your rig to a stop without breaking a sweat. And if you off-road or crawl in a Jeep, you'll get the toughness and holding power you need on extreme terrain. Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
The more power you have, the more grip you have, the more you push the limits, the more stopping power you need. Get race-proven technology. Hawk Performance.
David Cook, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. So the NASA Teen Mazda Challenge program is a pride point for us, something that we invest in, both resources, kind of tangible and intangible. We see a lot of young talent come the NASA way, and specifically have been excited by what TMC has to offer.
Mazda Challenge is a NASA program for drivers ranging from ages 13 to 20 to develop their on-the-track and off-the-track skills.
It is a lot different. You know, the cars are going a lot faster speed-wise, So it's a lot getting used to that, and also the weight. Cars weigh a lot more than the go-karts. So you got to get used to the weight transfer, going from corner to corner.
I'm really finding the support for the young drivers. Every single race they have a coach there, and they're always willing to help the young drivers, and they're doing whatever they can to help us, which just makes it a great program to get up from a kart into a car.
To be a successful race car driver takes more than just being fast on track, but it takes the whole package. Trying to be a great brand representative, so we work with the drivers on what that can look like, about networking, about building relationship skills, communication skills, and a lot more.
So building the community off track is huge. You get involved with people and then they get to know you, and it can only benefit you. And then from that, you get into talking with partners and people who can help you financially or with materials and products to help make racing more affordable for you.
Some advice that I would give to future Team Mazda Challenge drivers is always trust yourself. Anything can happen in racing, just be positive. Try to always have a great mental attitude, because in the end, when you think positive, things can happen. The sky's the limit.
I'm Carter Hunt from Raleigh, North Carolina. I race in NASA Mid-Atlantic, car number 58, Spec E30. The early years of Hyperfest were basically just a few bands and some stages, and that was kind of it. Chris has done a great job growing this event. It's kind of fun to race in front of a crowd. You know, we just don't get to do that very often. Kind of cool seeing people, you know, staring, watching us.
I'm Taylor Johnson. I race with NASA Mid-Atlantic. Racing at Hyperfest is a big difference, mainly for the spectators. It's cool because you're having fun with your friends, but you're also sharing it with a bunch of new people.
We are back. We are under the yellow flag here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. On the 6.5-hour enduro that is underway, pace car is still leading the field around. We had a car that did go off over in the turn 2 Andretti hairpin complex and skated across the gravel and impacted the tire wall and rearranged the tires. So the delay now is for us to complete repairs to that tire wall to make it safe so that it can absorb any other impact of a car that might skate off in that direction. See, some of the heavy equipment is moving new sets of banded tires over into that area to reinforce that position and repair any damage or shift that has taken place. In the meantime, the safety car does continue to lead the field around and circulate under yellow. I think this is about the 6th or 7th yellow flag we have had. There is No change, of course, in the order. When the yellow flag is out, you cannot pass. But this could catch some people out that may have been at the end of their fuel window, because the pits are closed while there is a full course yellow flag out. You cannot come in and service your car. Obviously no change in the order. It's still the Intermediate Racing number 7 car that is out front with a margin of about 2 laps over the second place car overall and second place in class, which is the number 29 PMG Awareness car. So we continue to circulate at a rather sedate pace while repairs are being made over in the turn 2 area to the track structure. Everyone goes around single file, and we are at 4 hours and 19 minutes. So 2 hours and 11 minutes to go in this Enduro. Plenty of racing still left, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned, because the action will be resuming shortly.
Yeah, I'd gotten ahead of us. I had us within like 90 minutes. I'm like, wait a minute, let me redo that math there. So we got it straight now. Thank you, sir. Yeah, when I saw the big green machine going down there, I said, oh, they've got a couple tire bundles and a few other things that they need to move and get back into position, just in case somebody were to go off in the exact same spot. You want it reset to the same standard that it was when the race began. And so everybody deserves the same safe facility. And again, you go, well, what's the chance of a car getting there? Well, if a car got there once, a car will get there again.
So it looks like that big piece of green equipment has moved out of the way. So they've restacked the tires that were dislodged by the car that went off in that area, and modified the tire wall, I guess you could say.
Yes.
That car has been removed. It's been towed back out of the way as well. And
you mentioned there's a good amount of runoff down there, but you're carrying so much speed.
Yeah,
that
it's a long, deep runoff area. In fact, it's so deep that it sometimes stretch the amount of cable on the front of a tow truck that you can winch out to pull someone out of there, because the tow truck is going to stay on the pavement. If they're going to haul you out, they'll unreel that cable on that power winch on the front bumper of the truck, attach it to the car, and slowly drag you out back onto the pavement.
Yeah. Otherwise, you have a race car and a tow truck all stuck in the gravel. So.
Not good. Not good.
So it will be a few more minutes. He's still doing a little bit of work down there, and as soon as we'll keep watching our pace car, and as soon as we see the lights go on that, we'll be able to go. Now, this also changes for some people what their fuel strategy will be, because this is a long time under this double yellow. You're burning a lot less fuel, and so it may change the when you're going to pit, or as you get down to the end of it, may change whether or not you have to make one more additional stop or not. A couple of these cars get an amazing amount of time on track without refueling. That was impressive.
Some of the teams that were perhaps ready to go for a 3 pit stop strategy may cut it back to 2, because there have been lots of yellows there. And I think they're allowed to dump as many as 2 5-gallon cans of fuel in the car during a pit stop. That's 10 gallons of fuel. For some of these cars, that's a lot of laps around WeatherTech Raceway.
Well, and you mentioned also it not only saves you on fuel, but on tires as well. It's not putting as much, as much as a stress on the tires. So maybe you thought, hey, we're going to change tires. Gosh, we've run so much under yellow. We've got some time now where we don't need to change tires, because we've done a whole lot less hard racing. As we see the star of the show right now down there moving tires for us.
Yeah, it's the big green machine reassembling the tire wall.
Boy, I've talked to people before. They're like, tires, why do people use tires? You know what? It is one of the most effective things you can use. People talk about foam barriers and everything. The problem with those, a heavy car, a foam barrier simply just explodes. And that's the energy absorbing material works pretty doggone well. A good stack of tire, if they're properly bolted together or banded together, that can make a big difference as well. So it takes a little while to get that corner back together. I know Carla and Will are staying busy down there. Carla's caught up with another one of the drivers. So let's go down there. Carla's with the driver, so let's check in. Carla, take it away down on pit road. Carla?
All right, so I found one of the drivers, and he's racing in E3S this weekend, or today actually. What's your name and what's the car number?
I'm Aaron Canelli. We're running the 221 in E3S.
All right, and how's your day going so far for you?
Well, it's great. I mean, this has been a crazy, week for me. We prepped a car for E2, spent a bunch of money, spent a bunch of time, bunch of sleepless nights, and then I tested it at Buttonwillow up on the way here, and the engine blew up. So I thought I was done, but then my buddy Pete right over there, who races a Spec E30, said, hey, because he was going to race with us in E2, he said, well, let's just race the E30 in ES3. So we got it together. So instead of weeks of planning, we have hours of planning. We led for a little in the beginning. We're in P3 right now, but I think one of the teams ahead of us has to stop for gas. I'm hoping we can get up to P2, and who knows what can happen. I'm excited.
And we still have a few hours left too, so anything can really happen as you know in endurance racing. And wow, I'm so glad that I actually caught you because I didn't realize you had such a cool story to tell everyone.
Yeah, it was crazy. I was in the dumps. It was rough. I mean, we put so much. All the club racers put so much time into this, and when things go bad, they go bad. But you gotta pay your dues. It just happens sometimes.
Well, we wish you the luck, and hopefully you can actually move up to the P2 position, like you said. And all couple more hours left, and fingers crossed for you.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, I'll send it back to the booth. Thank you again.
Thanks a lot.
All right, thank you so much, Carla. Thank you, guys. Again, those guys running an E3S and having a pretty decent day here. Work continues down there in turn number 2. I'm going to say pretty significant hit down there, so they're having to restack. And that looks like a spot that you can open up and get in and out of down there, Dick, at least where a driver can get through.
Yeah, a driver can get through. You can get a vehicle through there, but you can't drive across that gravel, except if you've got a piece of heavy equipment like that big green hole with the big tires that spreads out the weight so you don't bury yourself in that gravel.
So a little bit more work to do down there in the corner, but if we go back green, and we're coming up now on the 4.5 hour mark, which means 2 hours to go. See, I can get my math right eventually. Of course, it's been sort of a rough day when the vehicles you feature most is there, the pace car, and then the 2 big forklifts to move tires. Those are not the vehicles you should be spotlighting, but it happens sometimes. So,
there are some series that have more yellow flags than others. I remember one particular series that brought out so many yellow flags that the running joke was that the pace car had to stop and refuel.
And for some people, we talked earlier about race strategy. For some people, it can be an advantage. For other people, it just throws their whole day into disarray because that's not what they had hoped for. So appreciate your patience as we work through it. Now, endurance racing, just because they're out there rolling around under that yellow flag, the clock keeps ticking.
Clock keeps ticking. It never stops, and the laps keep getting clicked off, even though they are at a slower speed. So we have now completed 142 laps, and we're at 4 hours and 27 minutes of the 6 hour and 30 minute scheduled time.
Watch it on camera now. They may just about be done down there. I see that big forklift moving out of the way. The tires all look like they're back to where they were in their original configuration. That looks like we're pretty close to getting back to action.
Well, the other telltale indicator is going to be if you see cars behind the pace car starting to scrub tires as they start going left, right, trying to get some heat into that rubber so they'll stick the first time they go into that first corner at speed. Yeah, there goes a big piece of heavy equipment. It is motoring out of the area, so to speak.
We may see lights out here, Dick. We may be close enough to lights out and go racing again.
We'll look for him. Pace car leading him now down through Wayne Rainey Curve, down the bottom of the hill through 9 and 10. Keep our eye on that pace car. They're going to dive in. Yes, they are. You were right. They're going to go green. going back to green flag racing, and that intermediate racing number 7 will lead them up to the flag.
Here they come, they're back green, and it may seem strange that you saw several cars dive onto pit road. Well, the reason is they probably desperately needed fuel. They haven't been able to pit during the double yellow, so we saw 4 or 5 cars pit as soon as the pace car came in because they were probably desperate for a drink. And I'm not talking about a water or a Gatorade. I'm talking about some petrol in there. You see them right there. There's a 987 car coming on. I want to say, Dick, it was probably 6 cars came down pit road as soon as pit road was open, and they needed fuel, and they needed it badly, as the leaders are now heading to turn number 5. They're sitting there. So there we see one of the Palomar cars, one of the cars that had to come in for fuel. And can you imagine, you're just thinking, please, 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 let's get the green going, not so I can race, so I can come to the pits and get some fuel. There it is, the 24 car. So 24 car getting fuel.
They're currently scored as 7th and leading in E2. That is your E2 leader, 7th overall, the 24 Palomar Racing WERC car.
See, that's a great example of how something weird can mess up your whole day in this. They're leading. It's not their fault there was a long double yellow. They very easily could have gotten
finish
in a long pit session, or excuse me, a long yellow session. They're going to come back out now. They'll continue. Car in front of them now, you see, getting fuel as well. So several cars needed that pit road to come in because they were going to run out of fuel. In fact, there's the leader right now in for fuel as well. He did 1 lap under the green, and they're going to switch drivers. You saw that piece that came out. That's the seat insert.
Yeah.
Tom Hope getting into the number 7 ESR Intermedia Racing team, leading overall. Driver change, fuel for brand new Michelin slicks going on to this ESR entry. See if they can get in and out and maintain the overall lead here. There it is, number 7 Intermediate Racing, ESR overall leaders just getting passed by PMG Awareness. We'll see how this sorts out the next cycle of pit stops.
It's a second place car in the class just now going through the infield area. And your race leader is being held in the racing pit lane, waiting for traffic to go by. Now he's released.
And he still has, you had it exactly right, he has a little over a 1 lap gap over the 29 car. So the PMG Awareness car you see on your screen still runs second in class. And that's why the 7 team, they could make a, I don't want to say leisurely stop, but they could be very careful. You've got time. You don't want to do anything that's going to jeopardize the race car. So if you've got time in hand, take your time. Do a very controlled pit stop, get your driver in, be sure the radio gets plugged in. All those things when you're swapping out drivers. When you put the wheels on, be sure you got wheels on. So you got your time, take that time. As you see the second place car in the corkscrew now.
Be careful, be deliberate, don't rush and make a mistake.
Absolutely.
Ooh, that's a mean looking cloud passing overhead now. That one looks like it could spill some water on us.
And then that would take everybody's plans and throw them right out the window. So you could be out there right now, have a 2-lap lead over the next car in your class, and here comes the rain, and you decide, I'm going to stay on these slicks. That could make a total change to what you're doing for the day. So we'll keep an eye on the sky.
So it's intermediate racing. Number 7 maintains his lead overall and ESR, being pursued by the number 29 PMG awareness car. Then it's the 296 that is your ES leader, running 3rd overall. 2nd in ES, 4th overall, the WERC 45 Audi, car number 73. Those cars have been 1-2 in class for most of this event. Next up is your E1 leader, the Evo Motorsport, number 61, and they are running 5th overall.
The 29 car used all of turn number 5 right there, put the right rear just in the dirt off of the turn number 5. Used the cushion and used all of the rumble strips and all of the curbing and then some to get the car quickly off of that turn number 5. When you're running an endurance race like this, it's sort of a different mindset, but we joke, and I'm joked with some of the guys, some of the other races here. You can't win it on the first lap, but by golly, a lot of people will try, won't they?
Yeah, that's true. And they overcook it, sometimes going into turn 1 or lose it before they go into the first corner. There's an old adage that I believe in: to win, you must first finish.
And then there's that other piece, the exact opposite, where the guys are like, drive it till it breaks kind of thing. And those are two opposite ends of the spectrum. And you've got some of the drivers who, this is through all disciplines of motorsports, but they're known as a tactician behind the car. And another one are known kind of as these really hard charger people. So 2 different ways to go at it, and you can have your view as to whether you think which one works the best.
Some of those hard chargers turned out to be crowd favorites. They'd go out and it looked like they were shot from a cannon at the beginning and just go out and burn up the track, and invariably they'd either blow it up or crash it or something like that, but they certainly pleased the crowd because they did put on a show.
Well, and they drive their mechanics and their engineers insane, but you're right, they are fun. They're fun to watch. I think Carla's getting ready to catch up with another one of our drivers here today, so let's go down into the paddock area. Let's check in with Carla. Carla, take it away down there.
All right, I'm here with Matt Millian. He's having a very busy weekend. He's has a great record. You started the race. You did 2 stints. You did double stints. You were in the car for about 3 hours in E2. Currently leading the class and won ST5 championship yesterday.
Yeah, thank you. It's been a hectic weekend for us at Palomar Racing. It's been a lot of fun. It's been some long nights, some tiring nights, but we made it to Monday. We're halfway through the inaugural Seaside Cup here, and we're looking good, especially in the E2 car. My co-driver, Sonny, started that car this morning and got it to a really good position. I did the first hours in our E1 car in the ST4 number 25. And wow, yeah, we went through a lot of troubles. We had some sound issues, we had some hood issues, but ultimately we're still in the fight. I think we're still P2 with that car and leading with the other ones. So we're looking forward to what comes next. And I'll jump in the E2 car in about an hour.
All right, and I saw you guys just did a double pit stop, and wow, I gotta say that you guys are really on point. Team Palomar Racing, they're very clean pit stops. Last minute tire change, knocked it out really quick. Any shout outs that you'd like to give?
I mean, really just this whole team at Palomar Racing. We're based in Escondido, California. This entire year has been such an unbelievable experience for me to be a part of this program. I mean, 9 months ago, we didn't really have our cars built. We had no program. We kind of had this plan and this idea of what we wanted to do this season. And to get here to win ST5 yesterday and be here leading the points in E2 and trying to defend and win that championship is really, really cool.
It's a lot to say about the team and the driver, Matt Millian. If you don't know who he is, definitely check him out. He is a young shoe, bright future ahead of you. What's next for you in racing?
I mean, up next is about 2 weeks in NASA SoCal at Buttonwillow Raceway. That's where we'll be next for ST5 and also the Enduro there as well. So don't know what the future holds in terms of next year. We got to work through that as a team, but we're having a great time this year.
All right. Well, thank you again, Matt Millian, and good luck in your last stint today.
Gotcha. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll pass it back to Edwin and Dick in the booth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carla. Great job. That's a busy young man.
Well, we noticed a couple of the Palomar guys, one of their other drivers earlier said, yeah, we're going to swap. I'm going to be in the 24 and then the 25. And so several of those drivers are doing a double duty. Let's go back down into the paddock area because Will Falls is down there live. Will, take it away, buddy.
Here with Tom Hawker, Team PMG Awareness, had an awesome run all day today, fighting for the overall lead here at the Seaside Cup. Fresh off a big win at the NASA 6-hour at Utah Motorsports Park. You're going to be jumping in here at the last hour. Talk to us a little bit about the strategy for the last hour here, going for it all.
Well, there's been some long yellows in here, which has eliminated one pit stop, which should get us, a little bit closer at the end, although all the other teams got to employ that also. So I think we're about a lap down to the intermediate car, the Leger, and we're just going to continue to push until we can see what happens, and we'll hope it'll come to us, but they seem to be running strong today, so we might have to settle in for second, but we're trying to get up to the front.
Tom Hawker, Team PMG Awareness, near the front, ready for whatever happens here as we approach the last couple hours of the race. Back to you guys up in the booth.
Thank you very much, Will. It's interesting. Edwin and I had speculated off mic earlier on whether or not all these cautions have possibly canceled the plans for one of the scheduled pit stops. And in fact, you just heard it. He's got one less pit stop that he's going to be making because of all the yellow flag laps and the fuel and tire wear that they have saved.
That kind of bronze goldish color car. Car number 12, that's Thundercock Racing. Second car in your picture there. They currently lead in E3S. They've got a 2-lap advantage over Kennelly Racing in the 221. So you're watching your E3S leader right now in turn number 4. I'm not sure exactly what you call that color. It's not quite gold.
Bronze?
Bronze, maybe. We'll go with bronze. It sounds good.
Ugly? No.
What's that?
No. Never mind.
Drivers work up the hill, and then they go down the big corkscrew as they get to the top of the hill. Always moving in 3 dimensions here. You're moving forward and back, and you're moving up and down constantly on this racetrack. There is the 296 machine. He currently leads in ES. Premat HM Road Racing Team, car number 296, they're leading the way in ES. And they have right now a 2-lap advantage on the 73, the WERC 45 Audi car. So they've got a little cushion to work with. But again, for the first time today, we now have some clouds over the track that look like they want to share their contents with us. We'll wait and see. But again, that could make a big difference. And as we touched on, and you heard one of the drivers say there, all the yellows have changed our pit windows a little bit. We're able to drop one of our pit stops. We said some of our competitors will as well. So there's a time when probably the lower horsepower car may be with an advantage because they'll maybe get away with one less pit stop, and the yellows have helped them a ton with that.
I've been looking at that E3S battle, and it's Thundercock Racing is the leader in that class in the 12 car. The car he's battling with earlier, Kennelly Racing, in 221, second in that class, but he's a full lap behind. So comfortable margin for them. As you go back up and look at the leaders, that still the intermediate racing lapping quicker than all the competition. He's lapping 5 seconds a lap quicker than the second place car. He's back up to his sub 1 minute and 30 laps.
Yeah, and at this point now, we've talked about it a bunch, but what you want to do is kind of find a spot where you can feel comfortable and you can ride, and especially if you're in a position where you've got a nice lead. Now we're watching our 26 car out there. And I think you've been very impressed this week on watching some of the drone flights, have you not?
Oh, absolutely. The drone flights, the shots are absolutely beautiful. Nothing looks quite as nice as that corkscrew as you take it and from an aerial view. The other good drone shot to me is the one as the car's coming out of 11, up the start-finish straightaway and going down into one in the Andretti hairpin.
Well, let's see how good our drone pilot is, because guess what? There he is, the black car just on your screen. That's our drone pilot. He's gotten off the drone and into the race car. So you know about some drivers doing double duty driving 2 cars this weekend. Well, Roman's driven, I don't know if you drive a drone. He's flown a drone, and right now there he is driving a race car out at Laguna Seca.
Flown a drone, driven a race car, and ridden a bicycle with his kids behind him.
That's
Don't
right.
forget that part.
We saw him riding around here on a bike with the little kid trailer behind him as well. So bikes, planes, trains, and automobiles for Roman this weekend. So there he is, and get a shout out. He does a great job. He is part of the technical crew that puts all this together. There, again, you've got all the cameramen. You got people like Roman who do the other technical, fly in the drone. You've got all of our directors, camera operators, the guys doing the camera switching over there. There's a whole room next to us that put all of the picture and audio together. And, you know, when you and I sit here, it looks seamless and easy, and it's like a NASA launch in the room next door.
Well, they work hard to make us sound good, and that's a never-ending chore.
That's full-time work.
That's why there's so many of them in there.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so Roman brings the 26 car down into turn number 5, and that's fun. That's what makes these weekends enjoyable, where you get out here, you work hard, but you play hard as well. So tip of the cap to him, Aldrin, everybody who's put it together. We'll look at the top of the corkscrew there, and we pick up the number 67 machine. That's the Cat Racing Strom Motorsports, currently running 4th in the ES class. And ES class is really close right now because the leader has about a 1-lap advantage, then 3 back to the 41 car, or 21 car, and then back to the 67 car. So even though they're a couple different laps, they're in good shape. So puts another lap on. So we had a extended delay a little while ago. We had a short red flag, and then we had a long double yellow session so that we could repair some tire damage. Hats off again. We talked about the technical crew. Round of applause also for the track crew here at Laguna Seca. They did a great job because it was quite a bit of repair to do down there, and they got it all done in a pretty timely manner.
They certainly did, and also to all the turn and course workers, timing and scoring, that they help make all the racing possible.
And we do have, I believe, an update on that driver. So we'll check in here with Carla in just a second and get an update on the driver. In fact, there she is. She's now got a report for us. So, Carla, take it away. Let us know how our driver's doing.
Just wanted to give a quick update. I was able to talk to the driver of car number 37 in E1. He's the one that crashed in turn 2. He's doing okay in case any of his family members are watching. He's feeling all right. He's a little sore. He went to medical, was checked out. We do have the full medical here, so whenever there's an incident on track, the driver is immediately taken to medical so that they can do a full check over on him to make sure he's okay. He's just feeling a little bit sore, a little bit sad, of course, but overall he's doing all right. So I'll pass it back to the guys in the booth. Just wanted to let everyone know that he's okay.
Oh, man, thank you very much, Carla, for that
Very,
report.
very good news.
Here's the thing. Now, he'll be okay. If he thinks he's sore
today,
yeah,
wait until tomorrow.
By tomorrow, he'll be feeling it even more. So, Carla, thank you so much for letting us know what's going on there. There is Thundercock Racing Machine. Just go on the other screen there, and then we'll pick up these 2 cars in turn number 5. Actually, he took a pretty good ride down there, so glad he's okay and updated on his situation. Glad to see that part.
I think that other car was that 02X. That was that third ESR car, I believe, the green and white car. It was just in the picture a moment ago.
One of the Palomar cars there. They've got such a unique paint scheme. They're easy to pick out here at the racetrack. And again, that team's been very, very busy. 2 cars running in 2 classes, swapping drivers back and forth between the 2 cars. So well done by those guys and well orchestrated there. There's the 311 car. Beautiful, beautiful machine there. And we find him on my timing and scoring here. There he is, currently 3rd in EO. So he's right now on the podium. That's the 311 car, the Fast Toys Club car in EO, running 3rd overall. The 02 machine makes a pass on the inside. They're currently in 3rd place. The 02X, Fast Toys Club ESR, they're currently 3rd in class of ESR. So they're settled in for a good position. And there's a view inside of one of our prototype machines.
Looking out through the windscreen as he's getting ready to overtake a car. They go through the infield area. Looking at, you see nothing but clouds in front of him as you look through that large bubble windshield on that car.
Yeah, that's our 03 machine. That's the Lang Racing. They're currently in 5th spot in ESR and several laps down. But the Lang Racing development car, and you see him working to the outside there. That is now turn number 4. I believe they're getting ready to go through right there. We see the 80 car just made a pit stop. Sean Sampson behind the wheel of the Sampson Racing Communications machine. And there's the 221 car. We were talking about those guys just a moment ago. And I think they are still in position for a podium position. Let's see, the 221. Oh, I think they're the E3S car. Yes, they are. That's Kenley Racing 221, the car we just saw, currently 2nd in class.
Yeah, they were 2nd to the, what was it? Thundercock Racing entry, car number 12.
They're 2 laps behind, but again, we don't know who's on which pit strategy. One driver may have or one team, I should say, may already have one of the pit stops banked in their pocket. So we'll see. Right there it is, the 221 car running 2nd in class. Very proper looking endurance race car right there. For a second there, that's actually our camera down in turn 1. For a second, I thought it was the drone, and I thought, wait a minute, is Roman in the race car and doing the drone at the same time? But he is not. That's a different shot. 2nd place in front of you right now in E3S.
It has been a dry race for the first 4 hours, 4+ hours, coming up on 5 in less than 10 minutes. Good afternoon here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca for the Seaside Cup, round 5 of the Western Endurance Racing Championship. WERC, as it is pronounced, WERC, W-E-R-C, the acronym.
So, Dick, this time of year we've heard Will and Carla as they talk to people down there say, okay, we're kind of getting towards the end of a season, and they're talking about what are your plans for next year. And also I'll ask you, what are your plans for next year as kind of the voice of road racing in this region?
Well, my plans are always to kind of wait for a phone call if I still feel that I'm capable of doing the job, and somebody calls me up and say, hey, we want you to work this event, Dick. Will you come down? Sure, I'll be there.
I imagine you'll be busy for many, many years to come, my friend.
Well, not many, maybe many.
All right, we'll do at least a many. The orange.
How about you, Edwin?
So I'll be headed back taking the red eye back to my home track, the Summit Point Motorsports Park, about 70 miles west of Washington, D.C. And we still have a lot of stuff on our schedule before this season is out. In fact, we actually still have another NASA weekend coming up at Summit. That's an HPDE and time trial weekend, not a race weekend, but that comes up in October. And then our final big event of the year is we do a vintage race with the VRG, the Vintage Racer Group. That's the weekend before Thanksgiving, and that's our annual Turkey Bowl. And that'll kind of wrap up the main part of our season right there at the end of November. And then 2023, Katie bar the door. The schedule is packed, which speaks volumes in a very positive way of where this industry is. I think there's good things ahead.
I've got one more race on my calendar for 2022, and that's a vintage event at Sonoma Raceway the first weekend of October with Classic Sports Racing Group, CSRG. I work a couple of events for them. The first weekend of April is their season opener, and they close their season at Sonoma in the first weekend of October. They ran it to Laguna this year, too, for the first time.
We'll do a couple of vintage events each year, and what I always say is a good vintage event, it's like going to a car museum, except our cars are moving.
Yeah, it's a museum in motion.
That is exactly what it is, and they're fun. If you've never been to a vintage racing event, do it, because if you want to talk to people about cars, if you start walking around the paddock, you'll never get out, because those drivers and those owners will talk about their cars all day, and they're super unique.
Yeah, I do the Rolex event here, and that is probably the granddaddy of all vintage car races. Just a fantastic event. Draws beautiful cars, and they have to limit the entry because they're always oversubscribed. Next year will be my 50th Rolex. Congratulations, sir. That is an achievement. You saw our 7 car, the leader. He was kind of tied up in some traffic there. He was patient, tiptoed his way through, and so a little bit hairy for him there for a moment or so. Quick aside, fun thing for me at some of the vintage races, I can look down and say, I remember those cars when they were new. That's a buddy of mine, worked in radio. He works at an oldies station. He goes, wait a minute, these can't be oldies. I played these songs when they first came out. Here we come, cars off of turn at number 3. That machine's going to get to the inside, the 02 car going by, and the 02 is the Fast Toys Club ESR machine. Your race leader, Intermediate Racing car number 7, has a full lap and change on the second place car overall and in the ESR, which is the 29 PMG awareness entry. Still leading ES is the number 296 Premat HM Road Racing entry. Second in that class is the WERC 45 Audi, car number 73. And actually the next 3 cars, third, 4th, and 5th are all ES cars. The 5th of those and 3rd in the class is the number 21 Chill Motorsports by Strom. Strom's a name we've been talking about all week. Yeah, they've got a couple cars in this race this weekend and have been consistently, it's somebody we've used the name a lot, which means they're doing good things. There's that Otis machine. They're running second in class. I just saw that bright yellow car, the Tazio Otis Racing, currently second in EO. Got a couple laps trying to get up to that 987 car, but they'll consider that a super successful day. We'll end up in second spot. Well, this is the time of the day also where the garages start getting busy because cars will begin falling out. We are now just about into that 90-minute window. I got ahead of us a little bit earlier, but we'll get some updates now and who has kind of given it up for the day. Let's go down there and check in with Carla. She's with a couple of them now. Carla?
All right, so unfortunately I have 2 cars here back in the garages. They have seen the garages multiple times today. That would be car number 426. They're running an E2 class, and also car number 39. Given the energy in the garages here, I think it's safe to assume that both cars are likely to retire the race. If I get any other information on what happened, I'll be sure to report back. But for now, I'll push it back to the guys in the booth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carla. Yeah, frequent garage visits do not bode well at any time, but particularly in an enduro.
Yeah, and we saw the 39 car had issues early in the day, and sometimes you'll say, well, why even go back out there? Well, because they may be testing. They may be trying to get ready for, there's one more race in this series. There's the 25 at the end of the year we talked about. So even though you might be in a position where, okay, we're not going to have any success as far as the finish goes today, but what can we learn for the last couple races of the year?
You're already at the track. The car's here. Your crew's here. Let's see what we can do to alleviate this situation, fix it. Can we change it? And you can use it as a tune and test session or a practice day, development day, even if you're not being competitive.
Yeah, and it's better than waiting and you know, spending a ton of money and bringing all your crew back to do a test day or something like that. And we saw several of the cars doing that here today. Under that bridge one more time and down the hill, and we now are right in the 90-minute window.
I see one car coming down there. It looks a little bit like a bathtub Porsche.
That is, I believe, is that the 46 car, I believe. Let me catch him here in the corner. Yep, car number 46 on the racetrack right now, and we'll see where he runs in class. Give me 1 minute. I'll scroll up through my guys here. Currently 5th in the E1. That's the Funduro Racing car, and that black and green one you just saw go by, that car is 2nd in E1. That's the Giraffe Racing Development Machine, car number 712, and they are 2nd in the E1 class.
That car looks like a Porsche because it is a Porsche. It's a 911.
There you go. The eyes don't lie.
It's the Maghart Martini Motorsports entry from the California Northern region.
I think you might have seen, I believe it was our 21 car who was way off driver's right coming up the hill. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure it was that Chill Motorsports by Strom team. He was coming up the hill, headed for turn number 6, and he used a whole lot of racetrack, but kept it going. I just saw a big cloud of dust.
That's a Porsche GT4.
Well, now the track is totally covered in cloud cover, covers the entire track. It was all sunny before. Those are the clouds we've been a little bit concerned about, but they've kind of stabilized. And you popped out a little bit. You said it's almost cool in the air. We heard Sean Sampson say in the 80 car that it was feeling pretty good out there right now. There's the 21 I mentioned. He just a moment ago, as he came off turn number 5, probably put at least 2 wheels off driver's right. We saw a big cloud of dust. He goes by the Thundercock team there, and it was right about here as he comes off the corner. I believe in that spot. You see, he's not the only one that's done it today.
Yeah, he's coming out of 5, going up the hill now toward turn 6.
Well, we noticed when I was out on track yesterday morning, one of the things the track crew does is all of those curbing areas, they're going to go back and they're going to rake that gravel and pull it forward, because during the race, it gets pushed away and creates this little drop-off. And so they're going to take each morning, get the rake out there and drag that gravel back right up trackside so that the cars don't have a drop-off to deal with. There is the 21 car. And let me get him again on where he is racing in class for you. Give me 1 moment. ES car, 3rd in ES. So 30, in fact, he just went by. ES is pretty good right now. The 296 car has a 1-lap advantage over the number 73, the WERC 45 Audi, and then 3rd place is that car you're looking at right now, the black and blue Machine.
5 hours and 2 minutes in the books, less than 90 minutes to go.
E1, the Evoque Motorsports car number 61 team, they continue to lead out here. They've been pretty solid. They've got a 2-lap advantage over the next car in line, the number 712 Giraffe Racing Development Machine. And is that the Audi Yep, that's that WERC machine, the Audi car number 73. They are now second in ES. So the WERC car, WERC 45 Audi team, car number 23, second. And they are currently on the same lap with the leader, the 296 Premat racing car. So that might be one of our better races as we get into the closing stages, as you've got the 296 and the 73 on the same lap right now. And for some of these teams that were just using two drivers, you split this up, some in the middle, you're still going to be in the car over 3 hours in those stints. So nothing easy there.
Although you could have one driver do the first two, the other driver do the middle two, and the first driver go back and do the final two. You don't have to split it evenly.
Good point, yeah, where you guys could split it up, gives you a break every couple hours.
2-hour shifts, or some will drive a double stint.
Yep. Well, and then we heard them talk about how with all the WLs, some of the strategy, your engineers are going to sit there, okay, if the race goes green the whole way, here are the laps we're going to pit. And that's our plan until probably, 10 laps into the race, and then it's gotten changed. There is the leader of the ES class right now. And that gap now is down to 36 seconds. So that's one we're going to want to watch here. ES, the 296 and the 73 car. That's probably the tightest race we've got in any of the classes right now. I'm going to look real quick. Everybody's got, at least somebody else has a lap or so advantage. And absolutely, that's the closest one right now, and that is ES. And that's your leader, the black and red machine, car number 296.
They're running third and fourth overall.
Solid day. But still nearly 90 minutes to go in this. In fact, now the 296 car is going to come onto pit road. So we're going to have a change in the lead in ES as the 296 car is on pit road. And let's see if we can follow that car, what they're going to do there.
Yeah, if we can keep eyes on 296, see if they do a driver change or if it's just fuel and or tires or exactly what they do to that car.
And let's go down there to the pits. Guys, take it away. There's just 296 on pit road.
Kyle, you might get hit there. You might want to go a little bit forward or, to that way. Go further to your right because he might hit you.
For change. And they're going to change at least 2 tires.
Right side.
Yep. That's that right front that so many of the teams talked about as being a real challenge for them. The Audi has gone by to take the lead. You would assume that this should be the final pit stop for the 296 car. And what we don't know is, does that Audi need to pit again? We don't know. That might be something we could let Will or Carla try to see, is to get with the number 73 team and see. And by the way, it'll be a 4-tire change.
It is a 4-tire change for 296, who is now second in that class. The leader when he came in off the track for his pit stop, which we're assuming will be the final. Dropped it off the jacks, doors slammed, and away they go.
Rather tidy pit stop and driver change. So they change drivers, refuel.
Changed all 4 tires.
Changed 4 tires. Well done. Now we'll see what the gap is as he comes back out onto the track. He passes our position right now. Pit out, driver or flagger sends him out. And it's about a minute gap now. So somewhere about a minute up the road from that 296 car is the leader in class. We're talking about this one because it is the best race right now on the racetrack. Both first and second on the same lap here. The leaders have completed 167 laps here today. There is that Thundercock car number 12. They lead still in the E3S class. A Kennelly Racing, the 221, is a lap or 2 down. We'll see if that might just remedy itself when he comes by and hits timing and scoring, but he's at least a lap down and maybe 2 laps down to that your class leader in the 12.
Yeah, in the early stages, those two cars had a great battle for the lead in the class, and now the Thundercock car has opened up a gap, you say, of over a lap on that and leads the class handily.
That car is off turn number 2 right now. Very neat and clean lap. And that's what you need to do now it's, if you hammered it early on and you've got yourself a couple lap gap right now it's time to say, okay, I need to turn. Let's see what's he turning right now. His last lap was a 151. So they're setting up. Let's do every lap. Go 150 every lap. That's our mark we want to hit. And the driver then adjusts his braking point, his acceleration point. And they know that if we can do this lap the rest of the race, we're going to be in good shape unless the unpredictable happens, which you can't. You cannot predict the unpredictable.
Profound.
It's deep. That was very, very deep. Cars at the top of the corkscrew.
Looked almost like a battle for position. They were really having at it.
There was our 80 car. Sean Sampson went by. We've been chatting with Sean and with Troy throughout the day. If we have another full course caution, we will check in with Sean, just get his final thoughts as we get into the closing stages of this race here today.
Yeah, Sean Sampson still running 3rd in E2 and 14th overall in that number 80 car.
Down into turn number 2. Once again, there is Sean Sampson in the 80. That's been fun to ride along with those guys today, be able to talk with them and see the in-car camera, and so you can get both. That's been some real insight, I think, Dick. And here they are in the middle of competition, and we're able to jump in and chat with them, although we've been very kind, and we've waited till they were under double yellow.
Chatted with them is under double yellow, exactly,
yes.
In a pace car situation.
Well, they brought the radio in, and they're like, just hit them on the radio anytime. I said, well, we'll do that when they're not racing.
Well, if we hit him on the wrong time, he's not going to answer us.
Exactly. Still clouds looking back towards the east there, but they have kept the surface dry. So we're going to see some action in the pits now, the final stops of the day. With under 90 minutes, the final stops of the day. And guess what? Is that the 73? I believe it is. Let's see.
Let's open the door on the driver's side. There is going to be a driver's change. The driver that is in the car is about to get out, and his replacement is standing by helping to unbuckle him so he can get out. Car's on air jacks. It's up in the air. The driver that just completed that stint is out of the car, and his replacement is getting in. The one that got out will help him strap in and tighten up all those belts.
Remember, we just saw him take the lead when the 296 car pitted. We assumed the 73 still had a pit stop to make.
Yeah, we speculated, and we were right.
And I'm watching timing and scoring to see if the 296 is going to get back by. And
they're dumping the second can of fuel in. Looks like they are not touching the wheel, not changing tires.
And that may be done for time, just to try to get them out back in front of.
Just I say that, they changed tires.
Well, I thought possibly it was strategy, because now the 296 car has gone by, that maybe they said, hey, let's finish on this set of tires. At least we'll be in front of him. He can catch us, but then we're going to make it very difficult for him to pass. And I guess they thought at this point, we just can't risk running the rest of the race on the same set of tires.
They are out of grip. Again, a reminder that this is a high degradation track for tire wear.
Well, it's going to be funny now next year when folks come back with the new paving, you probably can throw most of your notes in the garbage as far as how long we can run on a set of tire, and a lot of the stuff will change for the good when they first get back here.
Yeah, but it's going to be a green track. There's no rubber
Well,
in
that's
it.
true too. That'll chew them up in
All new
in a
pavement,
different
probably
way.
a different compound. You don't know quite what to expect until you actually start running on it. I think the first big series that will run on it will be IMSA when they pay their annual visit here to Monterey in the spring, usually late May.
That'll be the fun to be the first one.
Well, that Audi is away finally. New driver, new tires, new load of fuel. Back out ready to go till the end of the race, which is an hour and 16 minutes from now.
And at this point, the crew's done all they can. They've given you whatever car you've got now. That's what you've got till the end.
Yeah, I would think that for the most part, all of the remaining pit stops are done. I don't think anyone's going to stop inside the last hour.
Yeah, I would say if anything this late, it would be unplanned.
Unplanned,
yes.
yeah. To take care of an issue that you had not anticipated.
61 car. We've talked about the Devote team a bunch today, and the reason why is they lead in E1. They have a 2-lap advantage over the 712 car, the Giraffe Racing development car, and then they've got 4 laps over one of those Palomar teams. It's the 25 Palomar Racing car that's running in E1. Their sister car is running E2, the number 24 Palomar team, and they are leading in E2. But that is your E1 leader right there down the hill, and the sun is peaked back out on parts of the racetrack, and there's some areas of this track that it's absolutely so scenic, it's breathtaking, and it just makes such a naturally beautiful place for a racetrack.
Pits are empty. That long shot we had of the camera, there's not a single car in the racing pit lane being worked upon.
So the Evoque Motorsports team just go by, and he's completed 161 laps as the E1 leader. So nice job there. And they've been super consistent today. In fact, here's very interesting. Here's the Evoque. Their best lap of the day is a 139. Their last lap was a 144. They've been super consistent. Well, we've had, I believe, a couple of driver changes down there, and Carla's with one of the drivers. So, Carla, give us an update. Take it away.
Just got out of that Audi R8 that's in first place in ES class. Tell us your name and how are you feeling?
My name is Nick Schaefer. I'm feeling really good. Just had to catch up to that first place guy. We had the pace on him. I just kept doing my thing and we caught him down. Hopefully we can keep it going.
Hopefully. We've got about an hour left. You think you're good on fuel, good on pit stops? This guy's ready to finish the race?
Yeah, we got a great driver in there, one of the best. You know, I think if he just keeps doing what we've been doing, keep dialing in the pit stops, we'll be good to go.
How can people keep an eye on you? I know you're young. You probably have a bright future ahead of you. Any way that people can follow you on Instagram or anything like that?
Yeah, you can follow me on Instagram. My handle's at @jaboynick_Nick.
Very nice. I like the Instagram handle. Well, I'll let you catch your breath. I just wanted to catch you now that you just got out of the car. Congratulations on your excellent stint. I heard you're a madman behind the wheel.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
All right. Thanks again. I'll pass this back to Edwin and Dick in the booth.
All right. Thank you so much, Carla. And I believe that was the number 12 Thundercock team, because we saw him just come back out onto the racetrack. And they had a pretty good gap there. So their gap now still is about a lap. That's that number 12, our bronze-colored car. That is E3S over the 221 of Kennelly Racing. And number 62, Black Swan Search. That's first, second, and third in our E3S division. 46 car. That's the Maghart Martini Motorsports car, and they are currently fourth in the EO class. The car coming at you right now, 4th in EO.
This live broadcast is brought to you in part by Hawk Performance, supporting NASA members since 2008. Hawk Performance has provided NASA members with the best braking products in the industry.
And there are a couple places around this racetrack where you greatly rely on that Hawk Performance to get you woed down in the right corners, because as we've seen, there's a couple places you can blow the corner here, get yourself in trouble real hurry. And everything's been very, very safe today, though. We've had the one off down there in turn number 2, but we got a report the driver was okay. We did a little wall repair, and he'll take a few aspirin in the morning, I'm sure.
Aspirin, Advil, whatever works.
Hot salt bath. Car number 7, you got a quick view of your leader. So the overall leader is going to come by and put another lap on the leader of ES3, and he goes by in a hurry. 175 laps that car has completed. And those guys have been pretty flawless. They had that one section in kind of the middle of the race where the 29 car was putting some pressure on them. Then once they cycled through another series of pit stops, then the 7 car kind of took its dominance back over and has held the top spot since then. We may have a few more cars still to make their final pit stop. And that's why we want to kind of keep an eye on pit road and see if that changes any of the major running orders here. The race we were watching, Titus, was the ES class, and that was, both cars were on the same lap, and I think they still are. We're waiting for the 75 to go across timing and scoring and see what that gap is. Intermediate racing in the 7. Down the hill. Here he comes. And through turn number 11. He's going to put lap number 176 up on the board here today. And they've been 176 almost flawless laps, which is what you need to do. Down the front straightaway, you see another one of those Palomar racing cars. From here, I can't tell if it's the E2 or the E1 car. Let's see. It is the 24. That is the E2 leader, Palomar Racing. They've got a 5-lap advantage over the number 28, the HQ Autosport Racing, and then third place, car number 80, one of our camera, and we've been talking to him all day, the SRC, the Samson Racing Communications Machine. And Troy Lindstrom took the first shift, and Sean Sampson now in the second shift. And at one point in the race, they looked like to forget about a podium, and now they've worked their way back into a good position. But there is your E2 leader, and we've got a car on a bit.
All right, everybody, we're live down here in the hot pits with Team PMG Awareness. Tom Hawker getting in the car. This should be their last fuel stop. I'm not sure how intermediate racing, our overall leaders, are going to slot into either staying out or having another pit stop. But PMG, the 29 car here, second overall, second in ESR, claiming this is their last stop. Looks like they're going to get some scrub, Pirelli slicks, and fuel, and a fresh driver to get them through to the end. Can't wait to see how this folds out in the last hour of the Seaside Cup here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca.
Stop.
I was surprised to see them stop because they stopped after the race leader made their pit stop. I thought both cars had made their final pit stop of the race.
Yeah,
so
we'll
when he
see.
came in, I thought maybe there's a mechanical issue or problem. But it's tires and driver change.
And maybe they got to a point just kind of with the timing with the double yellows, it changed what they had originally planned, because now you're coming in, we're almost to the final hour. That was a pretty clean and tidy pit stop as well there. If you're used to, a 3.1 second Formula One pit stop, these are very, very different than that. So what we call a quick pit stop is relative to compared to what everybody else is doing.
3.1 would be long in Formula One.
Yeah, it is now. There you can see like a 2.3 second stop.
Crazy.
It's crazy.
Crazy. Of course, they've got, looks like half the people that are in the grandstand over the wall working on the car. It's amazing that no one gets run over.
Now, the orchestration is quite amazing there. So 29 car going to rejoin the field. The question is, does the number 7 car have to come back in? Now, if he does, he's got a pretty good gap right now. He should be able to come in, even just a refuel or whatever. He should be able to come in, make those changes, get back out, and retain the lead.
Gap is showing at 4 laps.
Yeah.
He could take a nap.
So get a driver out, stretch a little bit.
Do some aerobics.
Well, E3S now all of a sudden, as we go through the pit stops, has just got my attention because the 12, the 221, and the 62 car are now all on the same lap. There was a couple laps difference just a little while ago, and now as they all have cycled through their pit stops, that one has become really good. The number 12 Thundercock Racing car is the leader. 32 seconds back to the Kennelly Racing 221, and then the 62 Black Swan Search car. He's on the same lap now. In fact, he's only 4 seconds out of second place. So that has become good. In fact, the 12 car just goes by us right now. That is a great race. And what was the other one you thought was so good? Go back. Oh, yeah, the ES race. Let's see where Primat Racing is. They still have a 1-lap advantage on the WERC 45 Audi, just barely. All right, there's the 12 car. Let's stay with these guys for a moment here. The Evoque team just came onto pit road. They've been leading here in the E1 class. They'll hang on to that. But let's talk about car number 12. There it is. They just made the driver change. And there's the car that's chasing them, the 221 car. And they are within 32 seconds of each other. This is the race for E3S. There's the second place car. And I believe that's the Black Swan car right behind them in the 60. Yes, it is. That's second and third. Here we are almost 5.5 hours into this race. Those cars running for position second and third, and they're within a few seconds of each other in turn number 5. Up the hill they go. This is really good to watch right now. In E2, the Samson Racing Communication car number 80, they've jumped up to second spot. We'll look and see. It may have been, we'll see if the 28 car came in for a pit stop. They may have. And look at that gap between second and third. Now it's only 2 car lengths. You're watching the E3S battle. That is for second place. And a little wiggle by the 221 car. A little dust from the 62, the Black Swan. Tries to cut to the inside at turn at number 10. Dick, we've got a battle on our hands.
221 and 62. This is the battle you're talking about. They're just coming up out of turn 11 up the front straightaway.
Battle for second place, E3S. Less than a half a second separating the two of them. They're both trying to reel in the leader, but he's out about 30 seconds ahead of them. But this is for second and third place in E3S. The 24 Palomar car, they had a lead. They came in, should be their final pit stop of the day. But this race, they're off turn at number 4. this time maybe 3 car lengths. In turn number 5, the 67 car just goes back out. So some late pit stops here in the final stages of this one, and we are closing in on the 1 hour mark. And there's the battle we're watching there at the top of the corkscrew, and a little bit of breathing room now. This time down the hill, it may be 5 car length advantage for the Kennelly Racing car.
That's a battle between a BMW Super E 30, that's the 62 car, and the 22 car is a Honda Civic.
Nice mixer. And there he jumps onto pit road. So the 221 car has come onto pit road for what should be his final stop. He gives up second spot in E3S, turning it over to the 62 Black Swan search machine. And so he is on pit road, what we hope would be his final time. And then the question is, do we know does the 221 need to pit again? I think the 221, if I remember correctly, Dick, I seem to remember him pitting here fairly recently, but I can't. Been so many cars in and out of pit road, it's hard to remember who did what.
It's hard to tell. Yeah, the 221 is the BMW.
So they're working on that machine for his final stop of the day. And right here, here's the 73 car. The WERC Audi car, I believe, just unlapped himself from the 296. He got by him, or is it the 296 trying to put him down another lap? We'll be able to see real quick when they come by here. But if he just got by, that would put them on the same lap. And, yeah, so the 296 leads, but the 73 Audi has to come all the way around to catch him. So he's almost a full lap behind, and that is in the ES class.
As we move into the final hour, we are now 5 hours and 30 minutes in the books, 60 minutes to go.
And you remember yesterday, the race, the regular sprint race alone was only 45 minutes. They've got a whole race still to go here. There is Premat HM Road Racing. They lead. And the car that's chasing them is the car that's currently in front of them, if you can follow all that.
So you've got an hour to go all the way around and catch them and pass them again.
Absolutely. So basically, if this track is 2.238, he's 2.231 miles behind him. But he got past him, and he's extending that gap. So we're going to watch that. So the Kennelly Racing car, the 221 that came into pit, he did come back out in third spot because he had a big gap back to the fourth place machine. There is the second place ES car. But I want to see here in a second how far Kennelly is behind the second place, the 62 Black Swan search machine. The Audi definitely is starting to put a gap between himself and the 296. But as you said, he's got an hour to make up 2 miles of racing.
All of a sudden, that Black Swan car is really, really flying. He's last lap was a 1:50, and the class leader, the Thundercock Racing car, was a 1:54. So
ooh, hard impact there. The 28 car
backed into the tires,
and he's going to continue. Wow, that's impressive. That was a hard lick there for the 28 car, and just kept on trucking. I was thinking we were looking at an extended yellow, and the car doesn't look that bad.
No, actually, the wing is high enough so that when he backed into the tires, I don't think it touched the wing. It doesn't look like as much body damage to the rear end of that BMW as he's proceeding now up the hill into turn 6.
He's third place right now in E2, and I think, he's got a gap. That car you just saw right there, he may still end up on the podium after what looked like a really crazy incident. And here he comes through the corkscrew. Dick, I don't see a lot of damage to it.
No, I didn't either. He hit it at a 90-degree angle. He could not have hit it at a more perfect angle. If he would hit it at a corner, he could have bent some bodywork that would rub on a tire, or he could have damaged that rear wing, none of which happened. It was just a clean hit. Is that the race leader?
Yes, it is. The race leader just came back down pit road, but he's got a couple lap gap advantage, so he should be okay here. He's on pit road, but he's got time, again, to do one of those neat, tidy pit stops, make sure everything's buttoned up properly, and then go back out, because they had 3 laps over the 29 car.
Yeah, nobody seemed to be rushing, and they were not using fuel dump cans. They had a fuel hose, so they must have a tank on a stand in the paddock area.
And we've got the 311 car, and that may be a full course yellow, because he has exploded a right front tire.
Yeah, you can see smoke coming off that from the brakes that are really, really hot. That is the entrance to the Andretti hairpin.
That driver was sitting in 3rd place, the Fast Toys Club car, 3rd place in EO, and you know he may still hang on to it because he's got a huge gap back to 4th. In fact, the 4th place car's in the pits right now, but they're going to have to go get him. Now this is a break kind of for the 7. They can do their work under the double
yellow flag. Yeah.
Yep. So we're going to watch the 7 cars on pit road. In fact, there he is. There's your leader right now. But we're going to have a situation. In fact, there's the double yellow.
Double yellow just out. We're waiting for the pace car. The pace car can, and also.
Overall leader, Intermedia Racing, came in for a routine stop, driver change, and fuel, and had some sort of clunk of something getting on the hot exhaust, catch a lip.
Well, was reporting that the driver of that 7 car is just coming out. There's something thumping on his exhaust under the car.
It's in the booth.
All right. Caught the tail end of it there, so didn't catch all that from Will, but the pit stop for the 7 was not flawless, but he had enough gap to make it work. So here we are at one more double yellow, and while we're in it, let's see if we can catch up. Well, Sean's talking with his crew right now, but that 80 car, they've had such an interesting day here. They're currently in 2nd spot in E2. It's going to be a little while, Dick, because they're sending the flatbed out there to pick up that 311. I would imagine there's a lot of damage underneath the car.
Yeah, it won't roll either, I don't think so, because it's sitting so low with that tire out. Basically, the chassis is almost on the pavement.
All right. So they're talking with him on the radio. See if we can jump in here. All right, under what we hope is our final double yellow of the day. And Sean Sampson, you guys have had a interesting day to say the least, but here you are sitting in 2nd. There's less than an hour to go. How are you feeling?
Really good right now. Our strategy's played out really well, and we just need a couple more cars to fall. We're really low on fuel right now. If we can make this last little bit, we should be able to finish in 2nd. So fingers are crossed. Good run, and the weather's been nice, so I can't say enough about that.
Sean, we just saw you go by our spot here right at the start-finish line looking at fuel. Do you guys need to come in? Are you guys going to need a splash to get to the finish?
We're really close, and we're just going to roll the dice. It's going to be what it is at this stage. So we got HQ right behind us. They got caught out on this yellow. Unfortunately, they've lost 3/4 of a lap, which is helpful for us. And it'll be a fun run to the end. I think we'll probably end up pretty close to being on the same lap at the end of this whole deal. And that says a lot after 6.5 hours.
Well, and the incredible thing, that 28 car took a wild ride out here and did a spin. We thought there was some damage, but the car looks in relatively good shape.
They're suffering from the same thing we are. Our tires are completely used up, our fronts. So, for instance, on turn 2, I literally have to kind of pitch the back end around to drive it. I can't steer with the front. It'll just slide off the track. So they're dealing with the same thing. We're both doing some pretty handling. I'm not doing handling those cars right now, but we're both going to push it to the end.
Well, good. We'll just put it in the driver's hands. Great job. Have a good run to the end, and we really appreciate both you and Troy talking with us here today. So thank you very much, Sean.
Oh, it's been a pleasure. Thank you guys as well. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. That's the driver of the number 80 car. Let's go down to pit road, and Will Falls has another driver for us. Will, take it away, buddy.
Here with HQ Autosport in the pits, currently running third in E2, split up by the pace car with this last full course yellow. Well into the last hour of the race, about 40 minutes now left. What's the plan here?
At this point, we because we now are almost a lap down on Samson, we know that we're going to need a little bit more fuel. So once the yellow's over, we're going to bring it back in. We're going to take another can and just give a visual. We had a spin and a bump on the wall in coming out of turn 3 just a little while ago. We were within 13 seconds of Samson. Then that happened. And then the yellow came out for that other incident, and then we got separated. So we went from having a shot at second place to knowing for sure we've got a great chance we're going to get third. So, that's racing. I mean, it's been a great race with Samson all day today. Both Samson and Troy drove a great race, and we're just really happy that we were able to come out and get a podium. So. At least that's what we think is going to happen, so we'll keep our fingers crossed.
Yeah, a lot can happen still here in the last 40 minutes of the race. HQ Autosport looking to do a splash of fuel. Could be a little drama here for the second and third place spots in E2. Samson talking about having another stop this race too. We'll see how these pit stops play out and what happens here in the last hour of the race. Best of luck to you guys.
Thank you.
Back to you guys up in the booth.
Boy, did we get a lot of insight there. So we talked to Sean Sampson in the car. He says, we're going to be close on fuel, but I don't think we're coming in.
No, he said he's going to roll the dice.
But now then we hear the HQ Autosport guys saying, we're going to come in and take a splash of gas just to make sure because we don't think now we can catch Samson. And that's after the 28 car spun, had some pretty good contact with the wall. And I didn't realize he was that close. He said they had gotten up to within 13 seconds of the number 80 car. So real great drama here in the class with the Palomar Racing 24 out front, then the 80 Samson car in second, and we just heard from one of the drivers in the 28 HQ Autosport team, and it comes down to, it's funny, you'd think with all the caution we've had that it wouldn't come down to fuel, but remember some folks said, hey, we may be able now to do one less fuel stop. So all the strategy playing in here. We see the Thundercock team going up the hill in E3S. Time will tell.
When we talked to the crew of the Sansom car before, they said they needed to be lucky dogs. They needed yellow flags. Maybe it was so they could extend their fuel range and blow off that final pit stop, and that's what they're hoping for. They got that yellow flag again. Now we're probably up to about 7 or 8, and all this works in their favor as they're saving fuel under the yellow flag situation.
The EO is led by the 987, the Speed SF Racing. They've got a multi-lap gap. E1, the 61 Evoque Motorsport. They have a couple laps over that 712 car, the Giraffe Lang Racing Development. E2, that's the one we've been talking a bunch about, 24 of Palomar Racing, and they're in good shape for the win, but there's still a question on the number 80 Samson Racing and the number 28, the HQ Autosport. E3S, Thundercock Racing leads, but guess what? The Black Swan 62 car is right there behind him. We may have a battle for the win in E3S, and the Primat Racing team, remember that, this is huge for that Audi, Dick, because remember the Audi was just ahead? The
right.
Audi gets to come all the way back around as we're back under green.
We were talking about the fact that he was 2.231 miles he had to go to catch that car. He had unlapped himself, and now he's worked his way back up. He got a lot of gain on that yellow flag situation, able to make up a lot of track space.
Hey, remember I said, right, you're going to run to a certain time. Throw that out the window as we're back to green in the final stages. Big pack of cars going into turn number 3 there. And I think Carla's caught up with one of the drivers who just got out of a race car. So in just a second, we'll catch up with Carla down there on pit road. But one of the drivers, I believe the Evo team, who just got out. All right, let's go to Carla down on pit road. Carla, take it away.
All right, I'm here with DJ Quinn. He is one of the main shoes of the paddock here. He is the shoe behind the wheel of the Evoque Motorsports E36. They're leading E1 right now. All smiles in your guys' paddock so far. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Yeah, it's been smooth to this point. Just needed to stay that way.
That's usually the case. Hopefully it smooths out for the last couple minutes here. Man, I have a lot of stories with this guy. I mean, a little bit of background story. I'll hype you up if you don't mind.
Okay. I'm sure half of it's true.
So, yeah, racing in E1 class. This guy is the guy that I'm trying to beat in qualifying usually. Back in 2018, our cars were somewhat similar, and so we'd go back and forth in qualifying, and usually pretty close. Most of the time he would beat me, but I was usually right there.
No. I always had a great time racing you guys, and I love racing in the WERC series in general. It's really exciting to finally be at Laguna. I moved out west in like 2011, started racing at 14, and always thought we would race at Laguna. I kept waiting for that to happen. I've never been here. Today is the first day I've ever been at Laguna. So it's like huge check box for me. I'm kind of upset we never did it in the past, but I'm really thankful that we're here now. It's super fun. I really enjoy the track. It's obviously everybody drives it in video games and everything else, but it's not the same thing.
I could totally relate. I'm yet to drive Laguna. I'm from California, and I don't know.
Okay. I'm really glad to hear that you're in the same boat, because I know you drive cars often. You get a lot of opportunities, and I'm like, what am I doing wrong? Why are we not going to Laguna? So really happy this is happening. Really happy it's going well. And you need to get back in a car so we can race you.
I'm waiting. I'm just looking for something to drive, and I'll be right there as soon as I can.
I'll tell my guys they better speed up, otherwise I'm gonna give you a call.
Looks like they're on the hot seat. All right. Well, I know that Will's actually waiting for an interview, so I'll go ahead and pass it to him. But DJ, I just wanted to wish you guys luck in the remainder of the race, and great to see you out here.
Thank you very much.
Right on. I'll pass it to Will.
We'll take it back up in the booth for a minute before we pick up with Will. Carla, nice job with that. If that's his first day ever at Laguna, imagine what his second day will be like. He's having a great first day.
What we thought was going to work out in this has not worked out as well as the Audi had hoped. What had happened was, with the way they picked up the cars, the Audi was not able to come around and make up that full lap. So what's happened now is you see the 296 red and black car, he now is a full lap again ahead of the car. So the way the lap cars got picked up by the pace car, the 73 could not come all the way around and get to the tail end of the field. So they still run 1 and 2, but he's still now a lap and just a little bit down. So had he been in front of the race leader and the pace car picked up a little bit differently, could have worked out
he could have closed that
differently.
Gap.
Yep.
But unfortunately, he's a lap and change back. But it's not over, as they say.
Now, there's still a bunch of racing to go here. I mean, you're still almost 45 minutes of racing. And I want to check in on our Simpson guys. So we saw while Carla was talking, the 28 crew had said they were going to come in. They were going to do a little kind of a splash and go. They did come in, and now they're 2 laps behind the 80 team. So they've kind of said, you know what? Where we are right now, we don't think we can catch the 80 for second, but we know if we come in and take some fuel, we'll make it to the end and we can get ourselves a podium. And so kind of a risk-reward scenario there. It wasn't worth the risk to try to go to the end on fuel.
Yeah, because the 80 it could be iffy on fuel, so that could pay dividends for him if the 80 runs into a fuel problem, if they run out, or if they have to come in for a splash right at the end.
Well, it makes sense, yeah. For the 28th car, HQ Autosport, their best opportunity to finish third was to take fuel. Also, their best opportunity to take a spot and finish second was also to come in and get fuel. So it wasn't really a tough decision. They had to do it. Now they'll just have to wait and see what happens with the Samson Racing team in front of them. That's been great racing in the E2 class. And there we see again that racing for a position on the track. But again, it wouldn't be changing position in the scoring pylon. That sounds crazy, but that 296 car is a whole lap ahead of the 73 Audi that's behind them. And again, this Audi would need to get by him and come all the way around. There's the Black Swan car in the 62 right there. And that machine, let's see where he now is racing. Is he still in third place? So it's the 12 that Thundercock Racing still leading, but that Black Swan, the 62 team, is in third.
There is a Black Swan team that runs Porsches in another series. I wonder if this is the same team.
This one is listed actually as the Black Swan Search, so
the other is Black Swan Racing.
Could be different. We saw a quick shot of the Evoque Motorsports team, car number 61. They've got a real good handle. There he goes by in E1. A real good handle there because they've got at least 2 laps on the 712 of Giraffe Lang Racing Development.
And your overall and ESR leader has a 2-lap margin over the second place car and the second place car in class. They are one and the same. So intermediate racing number 7, your race leader, and ESR leader PMG Awareness second in the class in car 29 and second overall. And your ES leader is the 296 Premat HM Road Racing, followed by the 73 Audi, also in ES. And then the Chill Motorsports by Strom, car 21, third in ES. So first 2 are ESR cars, third, fourth, and fifth are first, second, and third in ES.
There is the number 24, Palomar Racing Works machine. They are leading in E2, in fact, a very comfortable lead in E2, and they're about to come up to their sister car, which is running in E1, and it's third in E1. So those guys are having a very successful day. They're going to, right now, looking at a first in one class and a third in the other class. Well, our Land Yacht team is in for a pit stop, the 66 car. There's the Cadillac on pit road in car number 66.
So the Palomar cars you're talking about are set up for 2 podium finishes. We had one driver that drove both cars, which would mean that he would be on the podium twice.
Hey, that's true. He'd have to do this podium and then go back and do the other podium. That's a good day. If it ended like it does right now, he'd be on the podium one time as third place and then back on the podium again as first place as they continue servicing the number 66 Cadillac on pit road.
I think you got to look out for on the podium. Some of the drivers and reps there are not eligible to drink champagne yet.
I was talking to one of the NASA folks, the countless number of NASA folks behind the scenes who put so many of this stuff together, and they were talking about, yes, I got to stand here and look to say, okay, if this one wins, I don't bring champagne. If this one wins, there's different contingency sponsors. If this one, but yes, that was a concern when they're looking at some of these young drivers to go, okay, need to be sure that this one doesn't get the champagne to spray at the end of the race.
That Cadillac is a large car. You look at it in the pits there, undergoing its final service.
Yeah, they've had a solid day. They're fourth in their class, running in the E1. They're not going to end up with a podium today, but they are fourth in class, and they've been very, very solid out there. There's the 221 machine. And let me see here. There's the 221 of Kenley Racing and the Thundercock team, and he's about to go down another lap, I believe. Let's look at time and score, and there's the second place car overall goes by. Yeah, so that is the first place car is in second place, getting ready to lap the second place car, if you can follow that.
Making an inside pass, or trying to make an inside pass out of the hairpin, and not going to work as they go into turn 3. Come out of there pretty much nose to tail, go under the tire bridge in the infield, heading to turn 4, that right-hander. Takes him on a straight, got a little kink in it, and that'll take him to turn 5, which is that bank left-hander that sends him up the hill on that long climb to the corkscrew.
Well, one of the last questions we have, and we still got some time to go here, is the number 80 SRC car in E2. Do they have time to, or not time, but do they have enough fuel to make it to the end of this timed event? And we will see. They were concerned. No, they didn't even seem really concerned. They're like, it's going to be close, but, we'll roll the dice and see. So that's probably the right attitude to have in this event. We'll let the, what does it say, let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah, the 80 car had some concerns on fuel, too.
Here they come down the corkscrew one more time. Ooh, that could be a little tight right there. Probably not the best place to try to make that move. That's the 21 running in a different class trying to get by.
There are probably other cars that may be tight on fuel that we are unaware of.
Well, I thought that was a smart. The HQ Autosport guys just said, you know what? We are tight, but let's go ahead and try to make a stop here. At 21, the Chill Motorsports by Strom team, they're still third place in ES, so they needed to get by those guys, and they'll head for a podium here if they can hang on. And again, first and second there going by in E3S, the 12 Thundercock Racing, and the 221, that's Kennelly Racing, and separated by about a lap here this afternoon.
Having a grand old battle out there as they go through the infield. There's another car that's overtaking them and has come up behind them. Looks like one of the BMWs is passing them both now as they go into turn 4.
Yeah, that's the Cat Racing Strom machine that gets by them. And that's one of the tough things in class racing is you're right in the middle of a great battle with somebody in class, and then you got to kind of put it on hold for a second, let the traffic go through, pick that battle back up. So it can be, sometimes it can be frustrating because you're just about to make the move and now you got somebody trying to come through in a different class. Takes some patience sometimes.
Yeah, that Strom car that just went by it is 4th in the ES class.
Boy, that shot up over the hill, looking at the top of the corkscrew, all day we've seen dark clouds up there. And, as they get closer, they just kind of dissipate and separate, and so we've appreciated that.
They head over towards Salinas.
Well, if they can do that for another 34 minutes, we'll appreciate it.
But those cloud formations are spectacular if you look up at the sky. Just beautiful as long as they stay where they are and they decide not to dump their contents.
I got up early this morning and went by and got myself a little breakfast and came here to the track and actually pulled up on top of the hill into one of the campground areas and sat there at one of the picnic tables to eat breakfast. And you're right, as you're looking back from here, if you're looking back to the east, you're looking across to that valley to Salinas and all the agriculture in that area. And then if you turn and look the other way, you can see almost to the ocean and to Monterey. And it was a great place to sit and eat a bite of breakfast before we started this 6.5-hour race today.
Yeah, great campgrounds here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. It is actually a county park, the property. Now, originally, it was a military base. Now it's a county park.
Number 296 leads the way. That is the Pre-Bat HM Road Racing car and leads the way in ES. And so a couple of the battles that had gotten close once we kind of worked through our pit stop sequence settled down a little bit. The best one right now still is that Thundercock in the E3S and Kennelly Racing and Black Swan Search. Those top 3 cars are all within 2 laps of each other. So think about that. You've run almost 200 laps, which gets you over 400 miles, and those guys are within just a couple miles of each other after running for 400 miles. That's pretty close racing. And there he is again, the 296. leading the way in class in ES.
Hats off to the competitors, too. They're doing a pretty good job of watching their mirrors as faster cars come up behind them and give them plenty of racing room and make sure they're staying out of the way.
Yeah, we've only had the one incident down in turn number 2 that really required the crews to go out there and do anything other than pull some cars out of the gravel. We saw the 28 car take kind of a wild ride, but not much damage to the vehicle. In fact, it's still going to end up on the podium here today, probably 3rd place in class. So we've had a lot of good stuff happening as far as a lot of bad stuff happening as far as a lot of double yellows, but the incidents have not been severe in any way.
Don't say double yellow. We don't need another one of those.
No, we've had,
the number 80 car probably wouldn't be too unhappy if one came out.
He'd like it,
that
yeah.
would lessen his fuel worry.
There he is right now, that 80 car. Sean Sampson behind the wheel. There he is coming to your picture now. Yeah, he wouldn't mind a little yellow just to pad the fuel a little bit. Now, he also... What's that?
Insurance.
Yes. Well, he also, because he's got a lap or two between himself and the other car, the other thing he can do, he can save fuel in that car too. And that is get down of it a little bit. So you're getting out of the gas earlier, a little less brake, let the car roll through the corner, pick up the throttle a little bit later. So people don't realize it, but there's a lot of things that a driver can do. And there he is on your screen right now. A car currently in 2nd spot in class. There's a lot of things that a driver can do to improve gas mileage. And they're probably saying that. I should probably flip the radio back on and kind of listen in, but I bet they're telling him, you know, pick your spots, roll out of the gas a little bit easier, do like they used to teach you where, you know, pretend like you're stepping on an egg. Let's go with the leader in the E2 class. That's Palomar Racing. We're taking a peek from inside the car in the 24 machine. We'll go back to that in-car in just a moment. But, yeah, they used to always teach you to do it like there's an egg under the pedal, very gently on, gently off. And, you know, if the driver's doesn't have somebody right behind them, if they've got a gap like they have, you can save a bunch of fuel.
6 hours, 197 laps done, 30 minutes to go before we see the checkered flag.
And this is where everybody starts listening for anything mechanical going on. I believe we're back.
This is when you hear strange noises in the car.
Let's ride with the number 24 car there for a moment. There's the Palomar car. And interesting now, there's his teammate, the 25. And if it ends like this, each of those cars will be on the podium, as we've mentioned before, but in a different class. The 24 leads the way in E2. And the 25 is 3rd in E1. I wonder if they're going to try to stay together and orchestrate a GT40,
finish,
yes,
yeah.
side by side. Not a bad idea. Because both of them are in a position where they've got a comfortable gap between themselves and the car behind them in class. Been an entertaining race. We've had several storylines
It's
develop.
been an interesting 6 hours.
And at this point, the drivers are tired, the crews are tired, and they would really love to have a very non-interesting final 30 minutes. There's both of the Palomar cars. You ride with one, you look out the windshield at the other as they come through the corkscrew, and that'll make a team owner very, very happy to see a shot like that in the final 30 minutes of an endurance race.
And there they are, nose to tail, coming down off the hill.
And I imagine like I said, he'll probably ask him just to sit right there, ride together, and come across the line side by side, and then both cars end up on the podium. We're back on board with the 24 car. Grabs another gear down the front straightaway. Team car out the front window, under the bridge, and complete another lap.
And down into turn 1 and the Andretti hairpin complex. When you took your lap around the track in your rental car, what was the feature that stuck out in your mind the most?
So obviously the easy answer is the corkscrew, but after that, it was the corners that have so much banking. The banking in turn 5 I thought was particular. There was a lot of banking there, and then I believe it's 10 that has
Similar to a lot of banking in 10 as well.
Yeah, so only because I had walked over and looked at the corkscrew the day before and looked at it all. I mean, it's still breathtaking. But the other thing was the banking in 5 and 10. And you had talked before about how that banking in 5 is to carry the speed so you can get way up that hill. But that was the part that got me. And then, turn 10, the left-hander, you've got all this right-hander at 10, you've got all this banking, and then that last left-hander, it's absolutely flat.
It's billiard table flat.
Yes. So those are the pieces that really stuck out to me.
But there's a wide exit coming out of 11 at that final turn. Allows you to sweep way out, and you take a lot of pavement to come up the front straight.
Well, and we've seen some cars do that, try to get that run to the finish down the front straightaway. But the corkscrew is one of the most unique features in all of motorsports anywhere in the world, and you put it right up there with Eau Rouge at Spa or any of the famous corners anywhere in the world. The other thing in this race I thought was interesting is I thought, when we both were talking about it, with like 90 minutes to go, I thought the bulk of the pit stops would be done. And
so did I.
Yeah, we had a flurry at the end.
I did not expect any pit stops in the last hour, but was certainly wrong about that. Your race leader goes down on the inside, down into turn 1, the Andretti hairpin, eats up a bunch of cars, makes a pass on the inside of turn 3, puts another car a lap down, and accelerates under the tire bridge in the infield, heading to turn 4. It's on your screen right now. That's the number 7 intermediate racing car, your overall and ESR leader. Going to catch a car in 5, not going to pass him there. Maybe get by him before you get into 6. Yeah, gets him at the exit of turn 5, and then immediately goes over to the right side of the course to set up for that left-hander turn 6.
E3S, we got second and third place now. They're on the same lap, but a pretty big gap, about a minute in between. But the 221 of Kennelly Racing and the 62, the Black Swan Search, those guys are on the same lap, but they've got a gap back between the two of about a minute 10. So same lap, but something dramatic will need to happen here for that to change positions. And that driver has now completed 200 laps out here. That's a lot of laps around a race. To give people an idea, a typical IndyCar race out here will be how many laps will they run?
Well, there's specified laps. I think the IndyCar race last weekend was 85 laps.
We're working lap 201.
Yeah, but it didn't take them. Well, it did take them close to 2 hours. They flagged it off at about 12:30, and it was over at about 2:45. So maybe 2 hours and 15 minutes to do 80 laps.
And that's a long time being in that open cockpit machine and working. Some tuckered out drivers. There's your second place overall, the 29 machine. They did lead for a portion of this race, kind of in the early, maybe somewhere around hour 2, hour 3, somewhere there. And they're going to settle for a second spot if they can get to the finish here. 80 car makes another lap, and again, just going to take it nice and easy on that accelerator. That's a beautiful race car. You mentioned before, it's a GT3 Cup car, car number 29. Been fun for us to watch in this event.
29, our second place car. I think it's a Porsche-based car. I looked it up earlier.
Yeah, I was doing the same thing. Yeah, the Porsche GT3 Cup car, and those guys out of the California southern region of NASA.
You know, it's interesting with those GT3 Cup cars, what Porsche does. They don't specifically set out to build a GT3 Cup car. They just pull a car off the line at random and then build it into a GT3 Cup car.
here's the special goodies that you
Yeah.
get. Yeah.
You get these parts go into this car.
We may have one more double yellow.
Oh,
Yeah,
my
see
goodness.
a car. That is that the 03? That may be the 03, the Lang Racing development car.
That's been a busy car all day.
Yeah, they were 4th in ESR. And let's see, where are they? I can't quite tell.
Got about 22 minutes to go before the checkered flag waves.
Yep. Their drivers left there going up the hill. Drivers left going up the hill. And I don't know if is that going to give us a double yellow or not. I mean, he's way off track, drivers left. But again, we say it all the time. If he can get there, so can someone else.
I've got my eye on the starter, and he does have a flag in his hand, and it's not yellow. We'll watch and wait. He's awaiting instructions from the race director.
The race director is
what we're going to do.
Yeah, that's going up the hill after turn 5 before they get to 6, and drivers left. So I will tell you this: the WERC 45 Audi car number 73, they're now back on the same lap with Premat Racing machine. They're about a minute 20 behind, but they are at least on the same lap now. See another late pit stop car returning to the racetrack, and that is the Tazo Otis Racing machine. And still nothing here at start finish. So after a while, it just kind of becomes scenery, and you keep on racing. There, that wide shot shows you. And you see some of those skid marks going off the left. Is that one where you use too much curb, you bite, and then it shoots you back to the left, kind of like we see happen up at turn 6 sometimes?
Oh, is that the car over there?
Yeah.
Yeah, you seldom see a car go off on the left. Generally, they're off on the right. They carry too much speed. They come from the apex, and they go right across over to the right and get into that dirt. Usually they can keep it pointed straight up the hill, and I've seen them actually drive through it and get back on, but not always the case. Unusual for them to go back across the course and end up drivers left.
I think NASA officials have looked at it, and just based on what you said, since it's an odd spot, they're like, you know what? We're in the closing stages here. That can just become scenery for the last couple laps.
I think it's safe for now. Everyone's aware of it. There was, I'm sure, a local yellow for a couple of laps to alert the drivers that there is something there that they need to be mindful of. And after about 2 laps, that local yellow, usually the corner workers will pull that yellow flag in once everybody knows it's there.
We're watching car number 73, the WERC 45 Audi car. And again, he's gotten on the same lap with the 296 machine, but he's still over a minute behind. But that's been good work. You know, we thought he was going to get a break with one of those double yellows, get to catch back up. It didn't. He didn't get to do it under caution. He's got to do it the hard way, which is pass and try to race his way back up there. But again, you've got those guys going to finish on the same lap. And hats off to the Chill Motorsports by Strom team, the 21. They're now just a lap behind. So you're going to end up here with the ES class. First, second, and third may all end up within 1 lap of each other. Coming at you, there's that number 12 car, the Thundercock Racing machine. They still lead in the final stages of E3S. And now, as we've talked about occasionally here, the shadows will tend to grow long here late in the day, especially this time of the year. And going into turn 1, turn number 2, you get some pretty severe sunshine in your eyes. Put the sun visor down. Car 296, that is the Premat HM Road Racing team. They lead ES here with just about 15 minutes to go in this event. car number 61. Evoque Motorsports, they lead the way in E1. They've been pretty dominant in that class here today. Off turn number 3. He had a multi-lap advantage over the second place in their class, the Tazio Otis Racing car number 7. '61 is a good-looking machine there. There is, we talked about the number 12 car. They've got a nice advantage right now in the E3S. 221, the Kenley team is still on the same lap with them in these closing stages. And that's pretty impressive, the number of classes here, Dick, where the top 3 cars are within a lap or 2 of each other. That's good competition.
Yeah, it is. And I was just going to say that although the class leaders have a significant lead over the second place car, it's not 10 seconds at the end of 6 hours.
Yeah.
As the leader in the class has definitely shown their superiority on this day.
And a little bit, and also you've got to have that little bit of luck as well, because you want to be sure, there's so many things that can happen over the course of a long, long race day.
Where you catch traffic, where and when the yellows fall, all these things are come into play and into consideration. Is it going to rain? Is it not going to rain? I think the safe money is it's not going to rain. Not with about less than 15 minutes to go here, or a little more than 15 minutes. I'm sorry, we're at 6:14, coming up on 6:14:30 in our 6 hour and 30-minute race.
Well, you're talking about strategy, and it's also funny because talking with some of the different teams, if you talk to them an hour into the race, they're like, oh, we're on the wrong strategy. And then you get 2.5 hours in, they're like, oh, we're on the right strategy. And then, so it just kind of played back and forth on where they were in the race. Were they doing the right thing?
Well, right or wrong strategy changes depending on their results.
Yep. And what happens around you? What's happening to the race car? What's happening with kind of the, what do you call it? I guess the flow of the race.
Well, best example of that was one of the interviews that Carla did. The guy said, they chose rain tires, and he got out there, and he was kicking himself. God, we made the wrong choice. We never should have gone with the rain tires. Then it rained at the end, and the rain tires turned out to have been the right choice after all.
Patience, and it'll all come to you. There is that Tazio Otis machine. They are currently second in class in the EO. Right in front of them is car number 12. That's the leader in the E3S class. And we should be seeing in a little bit, there is our leader. Overall, an exceptional day so far, the Intermedia Racing Team. Car number 7, they've now completed 207 laps here, and they have been very solid. Again, there was a little period in the race there where they were feeling some very serious pressure from the 29 car, the 29 PMG Awareness Race Team. They led for a good portion of this race. They recycled through a couple pit stops, and the 7 car grabbed the horns and has run with it ever since.
Laps continue to click off, and the time continues to tick on by.
The car right in front of the 7's the overall leader, but right in front of him as they come down the front straightaway, you see that black and green machine he's passing right now. That's the 987, the Speed SF Racing Team, who currently leads in the EO class.
White flag being displayed at start-finish.
White flag has come out here. And showing 1 lap to go here. And again, and that may have been, you know what?
That incident?
That may have been with the red flag, because we had a red flag session, which may have paused our timer, and that may be a result of our red flag. So for the final time, let's follow this 7 car all the way around of this endurance race. And I'm going to hand things over to the voice. Dick Zisich, take us home.
7 car under the VP Fuels bridge now, makes the left-hander into turn 6. Continues his climb up the hill, hits the apex in that corner, goes out to the right, and now accelerates up the Ray Hall straightaway. Nice flat table when he hits the crest of that. Downhill through turn 7 into the corkscrew, turn 8, turn 8A. Back under the Wayne Rainey Bridge, now into view in turn 9. Coming down the hill, he's going to encounter a little bit of traffic before he gets down there. He's through turn 10 now, on his way down into turn 11. A couple of cars in front of him may not pass it, may just let him go by. No, he does pass one on the inside of 11. Your race leader, about to become a race winner, accelerates up the start-finish straightaway and takes the checkered flag for the win here at Laguna Seca in this 6-hour endurance race. The intermediate racing, number 7, first overall, first in ESR. My thanks to Edwin Pardue, my announce partner this weekend from Summit Point Raceway in West Virginia. He is the expert commentator on NASA and certainly educated me this weekend on this series and the cars. Rest of the field being flagged off. Your second place car is going to be the number 29 PMG Awareness ESR, followed by the Premat car, number 296, HM Road Racing. That is your ES winner, finishing third overall. A WERC 45 Audi, car number 73, and second in ES and fourth overall. Premat car just crossed the line and took the checkered flag. Fifth overall will be the 21 Chill Motorsports by Strom. Fifth overall, third in ES. Your race leader had completed 209 laps. So a busy day here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna in the Seaside Cup, the Western Endurance Championship, round 5 of 6 in the 2022 Championship Series. Looking now at your EO winner, which will be car number 987, Speed SF Racing. Second in that class will be the Tazio Otis Racing, car number 7. E1, the Evo Motorsport car, car number 61 is your E1 leader. Finishing second in E1 is the number 712 Giraffa Lang Racing Development entry. Palomar Racing WERC 2 BMW number 25 is third in the E1 class. Continuing on down with your class winners. EZ class winner is, or E2, I'm sorry, is Palomar Racing number 24. Winning that class, finishing second, is the number 80 SRC Samson Racing Communications entry, followed by the 28 HQ Autosport Racing car. Moving down to E3S Thunderbird Racing, car number 12 is your race winner in that class. Finishing second, the Kennelly Racing 221 entry, and Black Swan that we talked about in car number 62 finishes third in E35. ENP car number 39, the Ageless Bio Racing, is your winner. In ES, it's the number 796 Premat HM Road Racing car, 296. Second in the class is number 73, the WERC Audi. And third in ES is the number 21 Chill Motorsports by Strom. And those are your class winners, first through third. Well, we like to say that any penalties need to be tallied and the results will change. Basically, what I'm saying is the results I have just given you are preliminary and subject to change because lots of penalties are still pending for the finish of these cars. So unofficially, those are your results. Let's amend that to unofficially, and we'll go from there because a lot of things need to be looked at, and it was a great afternoon of racing. Intermediate racing dominant in that number 7 car, followed by the PMG car. Your ES race winner was 3rd overall. Your E1 race winner was 7th overall. E2 race winner was 8th overall. So going down through the top 10, Palomar Racing finishing in 10th in car 25 and 3rd in the E1 class. I'll read down the rest of the cars again. These results are preliminary and subject to review because evidently there are some penalties that will be assessed that were incurred during the running of the event. 11th overall is the number 987 Speed SF racing car. 12th overall, the number 80 SRC Samson Racing Communication car. That's the car we had in-car communications with the driver during the course of the event, and our thanks to them for sharing that information with them. We tried to talk to them only during double standing yellow pace car periods so we wouldn't interfere with the driver during the race. 13th finisher is the number 28 HQ Autosport racing car, followed by the number 12 Thundercock racing car. Then it's 221 Kennelly Racing finishing 15th. 16th, the number 62 Black Swan Surge car. 17th, 27 MF Racing. 18th, car 46 Funduro Racing. 19th, number 66 Land Yacht Racing. 20th overall, number 7 Tazio Otis Racing. 21st, the number 22 Honda Research West 1 car. 22nd, the number 43 Waifu Racing entry. 23rd, the 02X Fast Toys Club ESR. 24th, the number 66 SPG Motorsports entry. 25th, the number 23 Honda Research West 2 car. 26th, the 311 Fast Toys Club EQ. 27th, the number 37 Edge Motor Works. 28th, the number 615 Mayshore Auto Body car. 29th is the number 46 Maghart Martini Motorsports entry. 30th, the number 03 Lang Racing Development ESR 1. 31st, the 426 Croisette Racing Valkyrie Autosports. 32nd, the number 39 Aegis Bio Racing. 33rd, the number 20 Occupy Pit Lane. That's car number 2. 34th is the number 72X Morewood Creative White Cab 2. And 35th, the number 26 Saturn Race.
Hey guys, here with the winning team, last stint driver Bob from Intermediate Racing, the number 7 prototype ESR car. Looked like it was supposed to be a routine stop for fuel and driver change there. Right as you started to go, flames are coming out of the car. The crew still looked super calm. Tell us what happened there.
Oh, well, this man's amazing. He saw that it was our fan, and he to it. And what did you do, Dave?
Start ripping stuff out that was on fire until there was no more fire, and we sent him back out. So it worked out. We got Tom Hope here, the team owner, co-team owner with Intermedia, Tom Hope Motorsports. And he was driving. He did 2 stints, just flawless. The guy was just spot on, along with Bob and his stint. So I mean, we couldn't have asked for anything more from these guys.
Seaside Cup, 6 hours at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, champions. How's that sound, Tom?
Sounds pretty good. Say it again.
And that was 6.5 hours. Don't cut it short.
That's right, 6.5 hours today. Congratulations, guys. We'll go celebrate over here at the podium. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Team Evoke. I'm here with Team Evoke. They just won E1 class. Congratulations, guys. How are you feeling after the race?
Relieved. Very good, yeah. Fantastic. Yeah. So relax now, yeah.
All right. Great job, you guys. What's next for you?
Coda? Yeah. Right? Yeah. Coda in December. One or two of us maybe at Button Willow, but not with this car. So we got to keep it rolling.
All right, keep it rolling. I like that energy. What's your name, sir?
Brian Smith.
Brian Smith. What are you doing for the team?
Little to nothing.
Brian Smith is the man. Yeah. He is why we succeed. Brian Smith is the man.
He's the what?
He's the secret to success here. Yeah.
He makes it happen. Yeah. He's the rock. He's what makes it happen.
Brian Smith, I don't think you're giving yourself enough credit. Sounds like you do a lot more than just nothing.
You drink a lot of beer. I drink a lot of beer.
All right, and looks like you also help a winning class team. You guys just took E1 overall. Congratulations. I know it's another kind of a long race in preparation for the 25-hour race later this year. Congratulations again. I'm going to pass this over to Will because I know that he's ready for another class-winning interview as well. Thank you.
Hi, Chloe. Hi, Nico.
So Carla down there with some happy race drivers in the pits as they celebrate after this 6.5 hour enduro is now complete. Again, results are pending review because of some penalties that may be assessed. Getting ready to wrap things up here in Monterey. Like I said, we have been fortunate with the weather today. We had some threatening skies, some ominous-looking clouds, some puffy, pretty clouds, and the rain has stayed away for the entire 6.5 hour enduro. This is the 2022 WERC Seaside Cup 6.5 hour endurance race at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, presented by Hawk Performance. Looks like Carla's down there with the second place driver.
I also found the E0 class winner. What's your name, sir?
Patrick.
Patrick, congratulations.
Thank you very much. And my teammate, Gary Young, he's right here.
This is Gary Young, teammate. How are you doing, sir?
I'm pretty tired, exhausted, start cramping, but yeah.
Did you finish the race?
Yes, we did.
I mean, you were the driver at the end of the race.
Yeah, I was the driver.
Congratulations. What did it feel like to cross the finish line first in E0?
Excellent. Yeah, can't be better.
Sounds like you guys are pretty calm after winning the race. Is there a big celebration tonight?
Yeah, we are going to have some beers. I mean, going with our crews, they work really hard, so really appreciate them.
Very nice. Any other shout-outs you'd like to make?
I'm sorry?
Any other shout-outs that you'd like to make?
No, not at the moment. Not at the moment. I mean, there's a lot, but I'm just not thinking right.
I understand. You just won the race. You should be excited, and you don't need to think about anything other than that. Focus on celebrating tonight. Any shout-outs that you'd like to make?
Well, I mean, we prepared the car for like almost 8 months to like participate in this race.
In this specific race?
Yeah, this one, the Laguna Seca, because this is my hometown, our home track. So we're really excited. We are really happy to win this race.
Very nice. That's a lot of dedication. Is the car new? Is this also a new build as well?
Yes, it's a new build.
Okay. Very, very nice. Great to hear that. All right, I'm going to let Will take it over from here. He's also found another interview, so I'll pass it over to you, Will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thanks.
Down here with Tazio Otis and Daniel Wu, second place in class today here in their Honda Civic. Tell us how it went for you guys today.
A little stressful at first. We've been managing what we think is a failing head gasket kind of off the get-go. So a lot of short shifting and just trying to use momentum to our advantage to get around the track. But it was yeah. But it was good. It was fun. We ended up at second place, and that's not half bad.
Yeah. Congratulations. Nice work. It was really close at the beginning, and some yellows and traffic and stuff started to play in. How did the yellows play into your fuel and like saving the head gasket part of the car?
I think that helped us a lot. The yellows helped us a lot. There was plenty of them, I think 7 or 8 of them, and then one red. So that helped us kind of keep the car cool. We were driving at 80% the whole time, so it wasn't the race we wanted to race here. We wanted to go full out, but hey, we got second place, so can't complain.
Solid effort here by Tazio Otis Racing on the podium, second place, even while saving a car. Strategy works in endurance racing, guys. Back to you in the booth.
They ran. Probably would like to run faster than that, but they were saving the car, and it paid off because they got a good finish. Will and Carla still wandering through the paddock, catching up to different drivers, getting ready to talk to them. Look like Carla's lined up someone else that she can talk to. Let's go to Carla down in the paddock right now. Carla?
Yes. All right, I found the second place overall race winner and also an ESR class. What is your name, sir?
Mark Nelson.
Mark Nelson. And how are you feeling after getting the second place?
I'm frankly honored to be here. It was a lot of fun to run with Tom and Ray. They run a really good operation. We stayed clean, and I had a lot of fun today, honestly. So we kept this car ahead of us honest. We stayed out of trouble. But yeah, it was a good time.
That's excellent to hear. And how are you feeling, sir? And what's your name?
Well, first off, I'm Tom Hawker, and I did tell you Mark was well-spoken, and he just proved that. So, yeah, it was great to run with Mark and Ray today. We ran a clean race. As Mark said, we kept the guys in front of us honest. We're running for a championship, and we've got some work to do on the last race, but we certainly intend to do that, and hats off to our crew. We turned very fast pit stops, and our guys are just on top of everything, and it makes running a pleasure. And as far as running with the NASA guys in the ESR class as well as the WRC, it's a pleasure to drive with these guys. There's some really good drivers out there, and we all out here have a lot of fun.
I don't have anyone that's complaining about seeing your car on track. It's actually one of my favorite cars here today, so we're very fortunate to have you here. And I don't want to forget you, sir. What's your name?
Ray Shahi. It's a privilege and honor to be here, and just going to validate what these two said. And Tom, as the team owner and the team and the car owner, it's a privilege to be able to drive his car and represent PMG.
All right, well, we're very fortunate to have you guys all out here, and it's wonderful to see you. Every time it goes down the front straight, everyone's loving it. Everyone's cheering you on. So congratulations again, guys. I'm going to go ahead and pass this over to Will because I know that he's waiting on another interview. So I'll pass it to you, Will. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Here with Steve Stepanian with Team Thundercock Racing, E3S winners of the 6.5 Seaside Cup here, Steve. Just a lap up after 6.5 hours of racing. How does that work out for you?
It works out great. We'll take the win anytime. But it wasn't easy. That the last stint, the 221 car, and we were going at it. It was I didn't know where our finishing positions were, so we were running sprint pace, and it was nose to tail. We had a great battle, but the whole race, they were great competitors. I had a great time. Absolutely fabulous event. Couldn't have enjoyed myself more. Car did great. Team did great. Perfect storm.
Sounds like they had the right guy in the car with all the sprint racing experience that you've got. Is it just visor down, go, 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 last minute there, last hour of the race?
No, actually, Andrew put us at great pace, and then Sean Aaron double stinted and kept his times within a half a second most of the laps. They made it easy. I just cruised it home. I had a small threat from 221 and disposed of that easily, and then the rest was cruising. It was cruising the rest of the way. Last 10 laps were. I could have had a radio in there. Could have listened to some tunes.
Nice. Team Thundercock Racing E3S winners here at the Seaside Cup, WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you very much, Will. It's always nice to talk to a happy driver at the end of the day. And if you win, you're going to be happy. That's usually the way it turns out. I'm sure Carla is trying to round up more drivers for us to talk through as we work through this field. Got a lot of different classes and a lot of different winners. Like I said, it's going to be some busy podiums for this afternoon. And one of the drivers for Palomar drove both cars, and both cars finished on the podium. One was the class winner, and the other was third in class. As you can see, we're taking a long pan shot down of the paddock and down the front straightaway here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. We're about ready to call it an evening here. We've been fortunate. The weather has been absolutely beautiful today. We had good, clean racing for 6.5 hours, and we're going to call it an afternoon here at the 2022 WERC Seaside Cup 6.5 hour endurance race at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. Thank you very much. We hope you enjoyed our coverage. We'll see you again soon. My name is Dick Sisich. Good night.